one that runs that one on the floor, it's just not here. I may have to come up a few times. That microphone underneath you is live, it should be working.
Jesse Halliday.
Never heard of them.
Libertarian.
Never heard of that. They said there's no on off switch. How do we try?
On neither of my phones, no, on
Well, we need to incorporate a Libertarian Nation
which
Foundation.
isn't a problem for yours, but for this one in the middle of the room, it's
Right.
picking up background noise, so we just move away.
Alright, well, that's good to know.
I remember I looked that up, I didn't see that. It's I don't think it's Suffolk County. It's
Any new commercials coming out? Oh, yeah.
I'm going to give everybody about 5 more minutes to get settled in, and then we'll get started.
Oh, Joe, give us about 30-second warning so we can start recording. See if it's any better, I don't know. I'm gonna actually use
Brad, how many online delegates do we have?
at the moment, 3 delegates and an alternate.
Okay.
And that counts me as one of the delegates.
That's it.
Oh, Brian, what are you behind you? Huh? No, I'm sorry. I said Ryan. I probably should have been a little more, I'm sorry, my voice is completely bad. Of course, I completely forgot to send you the file for the work chart.
Nothing against our current
But there's supposed to be LPNC/org.
Land for sale.
LPNC.org/org_chart.
Absolutely.
Boom, Ryan. We had to do it like that.
Where'd you say so?
I'm gonna mention it during my opening speech.
I figured as hard as it is to read that slide or.
So, yeah.
I am sitting here.
Okay, yeah. So, remember, Tom, do your report. Right after your report, I have my motion. And then after that, I'm sure somebody's on the motion.
Yeah.
Brian's resolution. Both of those I have ready.
Well, Brian's resolution will be after.
Yeah, right.
But his motion's going to come, the motion, for,
So this is
for 60 days, that's going to be first. The next motion is after that.
That's the number of winners. That's a good question, actually. I think you have to win 3. Hold on, let me check the front. I think you're right.
If everybody could find their seats, we're going to get started.
All right, Joe, I got it.
Thank you.
What was gonna be funny in parody of like.
So I don't have to record.
Just hit go. Oh, no, that's me. You're recording.
Where's Reed? Where's Reed?
We're recording now, Joe.
Are we? Oh. I didn't give you 30 seconds, Brad.
You said take your seats, I assume.
No, I said start finding your seats.
All right, well, we can edit out any curse words.
Okay.
Now.
If everybody could find their seats, please. I'm not there yet. All right. We're going to call this convention to order. Welcome, everybody. What I'd like to start out with first on the agenda is a remembrance of Tom Howe, who was a longtime member of the LPNC. He was, before Ryan Brown took over the role after his passing, he was our most recent secretary. If we could all just have a moment of silence, and if anybody's interested in coming up and maybe saying a few words about Tom, I will just say that not only was Tom a friend, but he was a great mentor to me. Had a lot of great conversations, and I'm sad that he's not here, you know? So if we could just take a moment. Thank you. Where's, let's see, where's Bev? Is Bev here? No? Or better yet, Susan. Susan's in the back. Susan! I tried asking for Bev, but she's not here. Oh, there she. Oh, Bev, come on up. Would you like to say a few words about Tom?
Oh, without any warning?
I know. I'm sorry. Here.
I'm not very good at this. I'm gonna let Susan go.
Okay.
Okay, guys. Can you hear me? Damn. I mean, that's good. The last couple of years, we've lost a lot of people in the party and in the world. Last year, we lost Tom Howe, who was, I'd like to say I'm waiting for him coming across the room, but sadly not. So, a close friend of mine, and more importantly, more like a mentor, uncle, dad in the party to me. You know Tom and Barbara as Tom and Barbara. And when I came into the party in the early, 2000s, they were, in large part, like the heart of the party and continue to be so. Barbara has become my longtime road trip buddy, and Tom, in addition to being a personal friend of mine, he was always there to see us off on our trips and give us a hug. Now, Barbara got bigger hugs than me and longer ones, but there was always a hug for me. But I like to speak through pictures. So, can you
I'll hold that up, sure.
where I can see it? So kind of a crappy amateur photographer took these pictures, but I do want to point out every one of them, has a story. This is Tom and Barbara in New Orleans at a national convention. This also is Tom and Barbara, and I love Barbara's expression and Tom in New Orleans. This is at our 40th state party anniversary, where Tom was on an old geezer panel, as I like to call it, but like people who had been around for decades talking about the development of the state party. This is Tom doing work for the party, as he was always doing. His last job for the party was secretary. And Tom and Barbara at the LP National Headquarters for a celebration, and I kind of have a thing for Roger McBride, so that's like the big thing in the picture for me. But yes, Tom. and of course, this is Tom at a bunch of us at a Let Gary Speak demonstration at WRAL Studios in Raleigh, one of the studios, sorry, in Raleigh at a demonstration. That was a lot of fun. I painted the front of my car as well as those signs. But yeah, I'm gonna say, this is my second favorite. This is Tom at one of these state conventions. And what I love about this picture, you have to come up and look at it sometime. There's Dick Rodoff in the back and some other old friends. But here's Barbara working at her computer, and Tom has both hands raised because he's voting for both of them. I love that. That's one of my favorites. And then this, I took this at Kappa Joe in Raleigh. I had I don't know if any of you used the iNaturalist app, but I was trying to show it off to Tom, like how you can identify wildlife of all species. And I was like, it can pick out any species. Try to look as human as possible. So, and it picked him out as Homo sapiens, and he was a wise man. So we love that picture. But I just wanted to share some of those moments. Anything else, and I'll start crying. So I'll let someone else cry. Oh, thanks.
I guess mostly what I have to say is probably everyone in this room knows the cranky Tom. Short-tempered.
Sit up, please.
I am.
There you go. You got the mic close to your mouth.
Okay. Okay. So I get to start again and say it all over? Okay. Most everybody in this room knows the cranky Tom, because he was kind of quick to anger at times, generally with cause. I knew another Tom, a way, way nice Tom. He was probably one of the most generous with his time, his intelligence, his money, not replaceable. He was one of a kind, and if I say any more, I'll be crying too. So, yeah, right.
Thank you, Susan and Bev. Barbara?
I might not cry. Thank you, everybody. We got involved with the Libertarian Party of North Carolina in 1984. And Tom was devoted to liberty, devoted to me, devoted to this party, and he will be missed. Thank you for remembering him. Little did I know that last year when we celebrated our 45th anniversary, it would be our last, but I'm glad we celebrated it with friends like you. Thank you for, some of you didn't know him. He was a great guy. I loved him, and I think some of you did too. And thank you for remembering him. I'm going to shut up now before I cry more.
All right, thank you.
Love you too, Barbara.
Yeah, we love you, Barbara. So anyway, let's move on to the secretary's report. Ryan? Oh, yeah, you need the mic. Actually, you want to use that? That'll work. Right there.
It has to be turned up.
I got it.
We got it. Thank you, Dave. Sorry.
On your camera. I would just turn the logo out. Yeah,
I gotta read off the spreadsheet, sorry. Good morning. We have currently 79 attendees in person and we also have 3 more delegates online. We have 3 other members online, excuse me. Total, we have 60 delegates credentialed at the moment and 11 alternates here as well.
How many online delegates do we have? Two. So all 3 are delegates.
There's 3 delegates and 1 alternate online.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, sorry. So currently the 7/8 threshold is 53 voters, and 2/3 is 40 voters, and simple majority at this point is 31 voters, or votes. That's all.
That's it, thank you. Thank you. Yep, so the first motion that was submitted to us for the day was from Brian Irving. Brian, would you like to speak to the body on your motion?
Oh, we're gonna do this, this is gonna be problematic.
At this point, I would make a motion that any LPC member registered for the convention is defined in bylaws, any LPNC member is defined in the bylaws, Article 3, Section 1, registered for this convention, that includes the online folks, who has been a member of the party for at least 60 days prior to this convention, be designated a delegate. And at this point, this is usually the place where Tom and I would have an argument about something we agreed on. God rest his soul. And that's my motion.
I'd like to second motion.
Seconded by Mike Ross.
Point of information?
Mr. Hessel.
So that one, I'm not gonna be able to go back and forth.
Yeah, yeah.
You guys are gonna decide that that's gonna stay on and you'll deal with the background noise, or you're gonna use wireless?
Wireless.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, here you go.
Oh, actually, before you go, Brad, when you're speaking at the mic, if you could please just state your name and your county.
Brad Essel, Wake County. The convention committee has calculated a list of people who have been members for more than 30 days, but not for more than 60 days. So we actually don't have that information.
In that case, I'll make I'll amend my motion to include 30 days. The reason I said 30 days is we require counties to name delegates, and in order for a county, and we have dropped the tradition of at least, how many people are here from Wake County? How many people here from Mecklenburg? Buncombe? Rockingham? Any other counties did I miss?
Union.
That's my point. So I'll accept the amendment. I'll change the motion to say 30 days so that we can cover it.
Brian, if you could just change that on the screen so if folks could see it from 60 to 30 days.
30 days.
Okay, that motion was seconded once again by Michael Ross from Gaston County.
I just would like to know how many people are in that category of 30 days, how many people are, would be not allowed to vote that are here. That would be a question for the secretary.
So my report does not have. So the report I have in front of me shows 0 people affected by that 30-day rule. But I am currently, yes, thank you. So currently there are 0 people affected by that 30-day rule, but there, yeah, I know there are people in the room who would be affected by it.
So, out of the current attendees.
Yes.
So out of the current attendees, how many people are affected by this? Could you raise your hands if you're affected by this, please? So there's 3 people. So,
Is it open to debate?
yeah, let's open this up for debate now. It was seconded, right? So we got to open up for debate.
Was the motion seconded?
Yes, it was. Michael Ross seconded it, yes.
I'd like to speak against the motion.
Yes.
I would like to propose an amendment to strike the 30-day requirement and allow the 3 people that are here to be able to participate. I don't see any particular reason why we would not want to encourage participation. It's kind of the purpose of the convention.
Mr. Irving, do you accept?
No.
Okay. Does anybody else wish to speak on this, debate this with Mr. Irving before we move for a vote?
Can I propose an amendment?
Just did.
Hold on.
We vote on that.
Wait, hold on one second.
If you're asking me if I accept the friendly amendment, I'm saying no. Now, you can make that as a formal amendment, and we can
So moved.
Okay.
Second. Needs a second.
Second.
Oh, okay. So can you just, Brad, if you don't mind, could you just come back up and reaffirm your amendment?
I move to amend the motion to strike the 30-day requirement.
Thank you, and I'm sorry, who's the second? Sean Haw?
Well, I wasn't, but I can be.
Oh, I saw your hand up, that's why. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to add, if I may.
Hold on, grab a mic so everybody can hear you, please, Sean.
Thank you. Thank you, Sean Hall from Durham County. Specifically, I'm hoping Brad will agree that what he means is to strike the words, "who has been a member for at least 30 days prior to this convention, comma." To strike everything from who through the comma to the parenthetical.
It's not highlighted for whatever reason, but I understand.
Oh, okay. Or maybe strike through would work. I don't know.
Yeah, one moment, sorry. Yeah.
Is that specific change, Brad, meet with your motion? Okay, thank you.
I second that too, but this is getting tiresome.
Yep, okay.
Yes.
No,
I'm not that, Eric Limborg, Cabarrus County. I'm not that familiar with DRO. Is this the time you call a question? Can you just say call a question? How does this work?
no,
No.
we're gonna vote on the amendment.
I thought that was called a question is.
He's made an amendment.
Right.
So we need to allow debate on the amendment.
Right, that's what I was about to say, yeah, right. We're gonna debate the amendment, correct. So this motion was seconded by Sean Haw.
Can you mark the screen?
It-
So I do actually have it marked.
It's actually marked, but for some reason, it's not showing up on the screen, is what Ryan's saying. We don't know why.
I can,
Point of order, please.
I can.
Yes, sir.
The section that.
David Hosley from Gaston County.
You gotta, we gotta have you on the mic, Mr. Hosen.
David, have him stand right by on this mic so we'll have him. Oh, that works too. if you walk around.
David Hosley from Gaston County. My question is, does this change apply to only this convention, or is it for a permanent change?
It is for this convention.
Thank you, that's all I had to say, because I was concerned about a situation we had in New York many years ago when Howard Stern had a bunch of his acolytes show up and take over the convention, and they had not been members for more than a couple of hours. Thank you.
Literally, this change will affect 3 people, allowing them to be delegates.
Actually, a fourth, just.
A fourth.
sign on online.
Okay. So, we're Mr. Irving.
I would like to speak against the amendment.
Yes, we are in debate, yes, thank you.
Our rules require that counties appoint delegates who have been members at least 30 days prior to their county convention, which are held 30 days prior to this convention, which is why I came up with the 60 days. At some point, and I, with all due respect to the 3 people or 4 people that are here that have just joined the party, welcome. God bless you. I hope you stay with us for the rest of your lives. But at some point, we're gonna have to prevent interlopers from taking over our party who are not in this room right now, but could be next year at the larger we get. We have to have some way of doing that. So I think we need to have some criteria. Our bylaws were amended years ago at the insistence of my brother Tom Howe to allow for us to designate delegates who showed up. But we never set a time limit on that, and we did it on purpose. But now we're getting to the point where we need to have some, dare I say the word, control or ability to prevent our party from being taken over. Because as the Republicans and Democrats disintegrate into tribalism, they're going to look elsewhere to, let's pray. Maybe not this year, maybe not next year, but at some point we have to decide to do that.
Thank you. Yeah, all right, let's vote on Mr. Hessel's amendment. All those in favor? Aye. All those against? No. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. Now we're going to vote on. Now we're going to vote on the motion as amended. All those in favor, raise your hands, please. Aye. All those against? Motion passes. Thank you. Mr. Secretary, were there any other resolutions that were submitted?
Yes.
I'm sorry, were there any resolutions that were submitted?
Yes, one moment.
I believe it was only one.
Yeah, just to defend the guard resolution.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just getting
No problem. Brian, would you like to read your motion? So if we can have everybody's attention, Mr. Irving had submitted a resolution that I'd like him to read.
Perfect, that's good right there, thank you.
Okay, this is a resolution to defend the North Carolina National Guard. Whereas Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution of the United States vests in the United States Congress the exclusive power to declare war, whereas in spite of the clear language of the U.S. Constitution vesting the power to declare war exclusively in the U.S. Congress, the U.S. executive branch has unconstitutionally assumed their power while the Congress has abdicated its constitutional duties. Whereas the father of the Constitution, James Madison, wrote, "The Constitution supposes what the history of all governments demonstrates, that the executive branch is the power most interested in war and most prone to it. It has accordingly, with studied care, vested the question of war to the legislature. Whereas the U.S. Congress has not declared war since 1942, the nation has since gone to war repeatedly at the whim of the executive branch. And whereas, when such unconstitutional actions are taken by the federal government, it is the proper role of the states themselves to take action to remedy such situation, as outlined in the Kentucky and Virginia resolutions of 1798. Now therefore be it resolved that the Libertarian Party of North Carolina calls upon the North Carolina General Assembly to enact legislation to prohibit the North Carolina National Guard and any member thereof to be released from the state into active combat unless the United States Congress has declared a war pursuant to Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15 of the U.S. Constitution, and only for the express and explicit purposes enumerated in the Constitution to execute the laws of the Union, repel an invasion, or suppress an insurrection, and calls upon the governor of North Carolina not to comply with any order from the federal government to release the North Carolina National Guard or any member thereof into federal service unless the U.S. Congress has fulfilled its constitutional mandate.
Thank you, Brian.
Under our rule, and I think Mr. Ross has seconded it, and under our rules, we'll debate it tomorrow morning.
Wait, before we go into debate, hold on one second.
No, tomorrow morning.
Oh, right. Right, okay. So, sorry, I skipped a step here, my apologies. We need to adopt the agenda. Right, so, does anybody move to adopt, so we're gonna move to adopt the agenda, yes? Thank you. We have a second, Mr. Lentz from Forsyth County, debate? No? Okay, we're gonna move to a vote. Everybody who's in favor of adopting the agenda, raise your hands. Yay. Thank you. Everybody against? Thank you. All right, excellent. So Brian, we're done with you until tomorrow? Yes. Okay. All right, thank you. With that, I'd like to ask Sean Haw to come up to the mic to introduce our first speaker of the day.
Oh, I thought you were our first.
All right, our second speaker of the day.
Brian, would you hand?
Oh yeah, you know what, the microphone's right there, you don't have to come all the way up.
Oh.
Yeah, that's right, you got the mic right there.
No.
Unless you want to, okay.
I would enjoy seizing the podium.
Sure, here you go, Mr. Hall.
No worries, I'm in control now. It is my honor to introduce to you our North Carolina State Treasurer, Dale Falwell. North Carolina State Treasurer Dale R. Falwell. I'm going to have to read this. There we go. CPA was sworn in as State Treasurer of North Carolina in January 2017. As the keeper of the public purse, Treasurer Falwell is responsible for $124 billion in state pension fund that provides retirement benefits for more than 900,000 teachers, law enforcement officers, and other public workers. Under Falwell's leadership, the pension plan was rated among the top 5 highest funded in the country and won accolades for proactive management and funding discipline. In 2021, the state's coveted AAA bond rating was reaffirmed by every major rating agency, making North Carolina one of only 13 states in the country to hold that distinction. Treasurer Falwell also oversees the state health plan, which provides medical and pharmaceutical benefits to more than 750,000 current and retired public employees, and is the largest purchaser of health care in North Carolina. Falwell was first elected to public office as a member of the Winston-Salem, Forsyth County Board of Education. He brought his problem-solving skills to the North Carolina General Assembly in 2004, where he served 4 terms in the House of Representatives, including 1 term as Speaker pro tempore. Treasurer Falwell began his career as a blue-collar worker and became a certified public accountant and investment advisor after earning bachelor's and master's degrees in accounting from UNC Greensboro. Married for more than 30 years, he and his wife Cynthia have 3 children and live in Winston-Salem. It is now my pleasure to hand this mic over to Treasurer Dale Falwell. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome to Clemens. Start out with a little disclaimer. When I first knew that you were going to be coming, that I was going to be coming, I announced that the Kiwanis Club Winston-Salem was having their all-you-can-eat pancake dinner yesterday, but they canceled it for COVID purposes. So all of you who have been pining for pancakes for the last 2 months since I said that, I'm sorry, and maybe next year. So welcome to Clemens. I always appreciate the opportunity. Some of you have heard me talk before. Terry Stoops, who you're going to hear from in a few moments this afternoon from the Locke Foundation. I heard me talk last week at the Conservative Liberty Conference that was held in Raleigh, North Carolina. So if some of you who have not heard me talk, this will get very intense very quickly. So if math makes you nauseous, you probably should go get some coffee or take a break. I'm just honored to be in the presence of former Representative Glenn Bradley, who I served with in the General Assembly, who's here with his girlfriend. So as I introduce myself to her, did I overstate the girlfriend part? Okay, good. as I'm thinking of Glenn, as I introduced myself to her, I said that in so many instances, Glenn was the brains and I was the mule in the General Assembly to try to get big things done. So, I've got news from the world today, and we all know about the typical news that we're hearing from, but this is news regarding being the keeper of your public purse. I'm also honored to have our son here. I've been delivering pine needles already this morning for our church to speak here, and then Charlotte at 11:15, and then another engagement in High Point. So I appreciate him dropping by and listening in and keeping me straight. So I normally carry around a lapel pin. It's right here. It has NC on it. We all know what NC stands for, but in terms of what you're about to hear, it also stands for nothing compares. I would not trade places with any other state treasurer in the United States because of our balance sheet and the financial strength of North Carolina. So nothing compares. Now, this is the result of something that I wish somebody would have told me when I attended high school right down the street here, or when I worked at Honda Winston-Salem for 6 years, which is right behind where you're sitting. By the way, go by Honda Winston-Salem if you have a chance today, and look at all the 600 units that are sitting there. And what I wish somebody would have told me is that if you do what you're supposed to do during this semester, the final exam or the pop quiz isn't so difficult. And I didn't learn that. But the General Assembly has learned that because for the last 10 years before we learned of this deadly pop quiz called COVID, the General Assembly has been balancing budgets, building surpluses, building rainy day funds, and paying off $2.7 billion in unemployment debt. So my first piece of good news for you as the state treasurer, and you've probably never heard this in your lifetime, over the last 5 years and over the next 3 years, the state debt of North Carolina is going to fall in by 70%. We never heard of that out of any government entity. This is the result of one of my 21 responsibilities as the state treasurer, which I chair the Debt Affordability Commission, which is the official title of it. And I wish the federal government had a Debt Affordability Commission. Maybe we wouldn't have as much debt as we have now at the federal level. So I'm very pleased to report that the state debt between 2017 and 2024 is going to fall from over $4.3 billion to $1.5 billion, 70% decrease over that period of time. We've been able to maintain our AAA bond rating because bond ratings to me are like a credit score to you or like a sanitation grade to the restaurant here. It's a sign of quality. And there may be 73 opinions in this room about what level of government we should have, but I think everyone in this room or across this state agree on at least two things. Number one is when the level of government is determined, we want it to work for its essential purposes. People are losing confidence in their government's ability to do what they said they were going to do. The second thing I think you would agree on is if we have to borrow money for public education, public safety, public works, or public roads, being able to do that at the lowest possible interest rates means you can get more of whatever you're trying to buy. That's what a AAA bond rating does for you. The AAA bond rating is built on the chassis of the pension plan. The pension plan was trading at $119 billion yesterday. It's down about 4% this year, which is pretty outstanding given the fact that a lot of portfolios are down double digits since the beginning of the year. So for those of you who have taught, who have protected, or have otherwise served, with all the angst and anxiety in our world today, just understand that the North Carolina pension system is one of the safest pension systems in the United States. And it's not just for state employees. It's for the National Guard that this gentleman just mentioned. It's for the volunteer firefighters. It's for the judges. It's for the county and city employees also. Pension plan's in great shape. We don't control what the stock market does. We don't control what interest rates do, but we do control our expenses. We've been able to cut $500 million worth of expenses out of this pension plan over the last 5 years. And every penny that is inefficiently spent on Wall Street fees is a penny that can never be used to pay benefits, both for this and the next generation of public service workers. Our defined contribution plan is $15 billion. So when you start adding all this up, we're managing about $250 billion at the Treasurer's Office in North Carolina. Now, the blood that runs through me is Quaker, and if you know anything about the Quaker religion, you know that one of the spices of being a Quaker is to be fair and just. And what that means, and as me as the keeper of your public purse, is that we don't pick and choose which laws to apply or who to apply them to. We treat everybody fairly and justly. There is no Republican, Libertarian, or Democrat money at the Treasurer's Office. There's no black-white money at the Treasurer's Office, and there's no male and female money at the Treasurer's Office. It's all green. We treat everybody equally. I mentioned that because a moment ago I talked about $248 billion that we manage. To put that in context, that is 10 times larger than the state budget. 10 times larger. So if you want to know why I act the way I do, talk the way I do, and say the things that I say, is because this is serious business. When we fail at the Treasurer's Office, every level of government suffers. So that's why I take this job so seriously. Now, this is going to be a little bit like a country music song. I sort of built you up with paying off the debt, the good pension plan, and the defined contribution plan, and the expenses. Now I'm getting ready to burn you down. This is the verse of the country music song that takes you down. And it talks about the healthcare cartel. Now, it's been suggested to me from some lawyers who make $1,000 an hour that I stop using that word. So let me tell you exactly when I'm going to stop using the word cartel as it relates to healthcare in this state. When they stop acting like one. Yeah. As you can tell, I have somewhat of a speech impediment, and sometimes I have to catch my breath before I talk. And I was advised when I was starting taking classes at Winston-Salem State and UNCG that when I was struggling to find just the right word, my professors told me to look at the Webster's Dictionary. Cartel is described as an association which is formed to restrict competition and or raise prices. Wall Street owns North Carolina, healthcare owns North Carolina, and now Wall Street owns big healthcare. We have seen the cartelization of healthcare in this state over the last 4 years, the likes of which no state has seen in the United States. Novant bought New Hanover Regional. New Hanover, by the way, if you know anything about that community, was the coming together in the mid-60s of the black and the white communities of Wilmington to form one hospital that had high quality, high access, was profitable and independent. Now they've been taken over by the cartel. Let me tell you how profitable that deal was. One of my duties as chair of the local government commission, that deal was so rich, they did not even come through me to borrow the money. They borrowed the money, Glenn, using taxable bonds, not tax-free bonds that they were entitled to, on a $2 billion transaction. We have seen Atrium take over Wake Forest Baptist Health, and if you live west of Hickory, you know what HCA has done to Mission Health before it's even had its 3rd birthday. The people in western North Carolina are being punished by this acquisition. Mission Health was independent, profitable, accessible, and high quality, and now it's not. This is serious business that's going on with the cartelization of healthcare. So when I attempted about 4 years ago to find out what I was spending $3 billion of your money on with healthcare, I sent a simple letter to UNC Healthcare. Now, I'm not trying to be a smart aleck here this morning, but I'm the state treasurer. They're the state hospital. Seems logical. I just send them a letter. And I said, I know what I paid last year. I'm trying to figure out what I was supposed to pay for health care at your entity. This is what was returned to me as your state treasurer. This is an industry that operates in secrecy. They have spent 40 years building up this secrecy. So this is where I'm about to get very passionate. We're not talking about the people who saved my life in March of 20. Some of you know I was one of the early contractors of COVID. My wife sometimes fusses at me for talking as if I'm a doctor. My initials are DR Falwell, but that doesn't quite qualify you. But I do know enough to know that when your blood ox level is 82, while you're consuming 8 liters of oxygen in intensive care, you're sick. So I want to tell you, without getting too emotional, I'm not talking about the people who do the work of healthcare. I'm talking about these multi-million-dollar executives who represent these multi-billion-dollar corporations who disguise themselves as nonprofits. Gene Woods from Atrium, it was reported he and some of his top lieutenants just got paid $28 million last year, leading a nonprofit in North Carolina. That is cartel-like activities. The other reason I call them a cartel is that they control the supply, they control the quality, they control the access, and they control the price. How do they control the supply? Representative Bradley knows this. It's through something called a certificate of need. If you take the first letter of each one of those words, what does it pronounce? It's a con. It's a con on the people of this state. That's what this cartel does. So we just, every time that I try to talk to them about lowering their cost, they say, well, we provide all this charity care. So I got Johns Hopkins University to come in and take our data. You can see this on our NC Treasurer website. Joe, just give me the Carol Burnett when it's time for me to step down. Okay? I feel so much energy in this room, and I'm just giving it back to you. So this is on our website. Johns Hopkins University came in and determined that these nonprofits who don't pay sales tax, don't pay income tax, and don't pay property taxes. By the way, you in this room that are in business, how profitable could you be if you didn't pay sales, income, and property taxes? They're receiving $2 billion worth of tax benefit in this state and only providing about $700 million worth of charity care. The reason they get the tax break is the charity care is supposed to be nearly equal to the tax break. This report on our website by Johns Hopkins University shows that's not accurate. It's worse than that. Rice University came in a few weeks later and looked at what Johns Hopkins did and determined that there's nearly $175 million worth of medical debt in this state that the people should have been entitled to charity care. Now this is far different than when I was growing up, a garbage collector and a motorcycle mechanic and struggling to get upward mobility in my life. Credit scores determine what you pay for that cell phone, what you pay for that basic liability insurance coming into this place, if you get the benefit of the doubt for renting an apartment, and what you obviously pay for an interest rate if you need to borrow money to buy a house. To have people's credit scores destroyed over a product that they would rather not have consumed because that would mean they weren't sick. When they try to ask what it costs, like I did, they're told it's none of their dang business. And then when they don't pay for something they didn't want to consume and no one would tell them what it cost, then they have their credit rating destroyed. This is the most immoral thing that's happening across North Carolina. And former Treasurer Harlan Bowles, 37 years ago, who wore this very lapel pin, warned us about this. State Auditor Beth Wood, 13 years ago, warned us about this. Bill Gates, 15 years ago, warned us about this. Warren Buffett, 5 years ago, said that rising healthcare costs are the tapeworm on the U.S. economy. And Senator Elizabeth Warren in the presidential debates a couple years ago said that the leading cause of bankruptcy in this country is things associated with medical debt. As I start to wind down, I just want to tell you that there's been so many Wall Street Journal articles about this. One that came out recently that shows that one procedure in one hospital can cost between $6,000 and $60,000. The same procedure, based on what type of insurance card you present. This is immoral. Last fall, I went in to get an MRI with contrast of my chest. I was there 8 minutes. It cost $6,000. So it came through my insurance. I paid $500 when I got that image done. And since then, on purpose, I put myself in collections. This is my collections notice. I can show you the 2 text messages I got yesterday from the debt collector. Now, if you're still with me, maybe you're asking, why is the state treasurer, who manages one of the largest pools of public money in the world, in getting text from a debt collector? Because until you stand in a bread line, you don't know what it's like to be in a bread line. And I want to know. And I want to know what people are going through when they don't pay their medical bill and it gets handed off to a debt collector. So about 4 months ago, I attempted to pay something on this bill. I called the provider, and with the statement, with the account number, and they said that account's no longer here. And I said, but I want to pay you some toward it. Well, you can't do that. That account's no longer here. Where is it? We sold it. To who? Can't tell you. This is how a motorcycle mechanic and a forensic accountant deals with things. I had to get my arms around them. So guess what I did? I tore off the bottom of that statement. That was from like 6 months ago. And I mailed in $50. It cleared. They don't know where the money is. They don't know who they're charging. They don't know how much they're charging. So I just appreciate you giving me the opportunity to do this. You can learn more about all this news from the world at nctreasure.com. There's been a major 7,000-word expose about my fight with this cartel at a new publication that's come out called the AssemblyNC.com. The author of that 7,000-word expose just did a 16-minute thing on Spectrum TV that talked about how healthcare costs are affecting individuals. And Tim Boyum, who some of you know from Spectrum TV, just did a 60-minute interview with me on my life on his called the Bow Tie Podcast. So if you want to know about why I'm not backing up on this issue, listen to that podcast, and that'll tell you about the blood that runs through me. Lastly, this is the good verse of the country music song. There's $941 million sitting at nctreasure.com. Every time that I come to the Wake County or any of these other conventions, people come up to me and said, yep, I found money there. This is where somebody tried to mail you a check, you didn't get it. There's $1,000 sitting there, we talked about earlier, for the Libertarian Union Fund of North Carolina. And then there's over $100 sitting there for the Libertarian Party of Guilford County.
Show them the check.
Huh?
Show them the check.
Oh, yeah. You can't cash this one. Somebody's here from Guilford, right? Yeah. So all of you can go to nccash.com, look up your name, maiden name, kids' names, parents' names, church names. $1 million that belongs to churches. 67 Rotary clubs have things at nccash.com. And unlike the lottery where you have to pay to play it, there's no charge to look up your name and no charge to make a claim. We just found $200,000 for a lady who had just lost her husband in rural part of Stokes County from a life insurance policy proceed where somebody designated her as a beneficiary, but no one had ever told her because the insurance companies just love to hang on that money. So your odds are pretty good. And as I close, I was just thinking about Barbara and Tom, and I've had an opportunity to meet them the last couple of times I was with you. And if you listen to that podcast, you'll hear a little bit more about what I'm getting ready to say. People pass away twice. Once when their spirit leaves heavenly earth. I've seen that as a father, and many of you have seen that also. But the second time they pass away is when the last living person remembers who they were. So I'm so glad that we had an opportunity to honor Tom this morning. My last name is Falwell. My time is up, and I thank you for yours. God bless you. Very quickly, we're getting ready to de-charter East Laurinburg. We got a lot of cities across North Carolina that just aren't functioning. This city has not consistently produced an audit in 10 years. Goldsboro hadn't had an audit in us for 2 years, Goldsboro. And to tell you about governance, this is the actual ballot. This was the ballot from last year for East Laurinburg. There's 4 city council slots and 1 mayor. There's only 1 name on this entire ballot. Not per slot, the whole ballot. That person lost due to a write-in candidate. That really happened. So they told me the treasurer's humor was well hidden. So I'm glad I got a laugh out of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. All right. I went out of order a little bit here because I wanted to respect Mr. Falwell's time. So I'm going to go through really quick, and then we're going to go to break. My state of the party address. The theme for this year's convention is Life Unmandated. This theme comes about as a result of the emergence of the COVID-19 pandemic and how government had overreacted during the last 2 years or so. They had instituted lockdowns and stay-at-home orders, closed schools, created mask mandates, have pushed to get every single person vaccinated regardless of their health status, and have attempted to implement vaccine passports. While it has become prevalent during the last 2+ years, the Libertarian Party has always been against government mandates, as we believe the people should be responsible for the decisions that best affect their lives, financial well-being, and health. From the Libertarian Party platform, plank 1.1, self-ownership. Individuals own their bodies and have rights over them that other individuals, groups, and governments may not violate. Individuals have the freedom and responsibility to decide what they knowingly and voluntarily consume and what risks they accept to their own health, finances, safety, or life. All right. So now on to the state of the LPNC. Currently, we're now up to 20 county affiliates, with 7 new affiliates since the last convention. So if anybody's in this room, and those counties are Brunswick, Cleveland, Cumberland, Dare and Currituck, which make up the Outer Banks Libertarian Party, Gaston County, Onslow County. I just want to take a moment to thank every one of those volunteers who stepped up to help us organize in those counties. But we still have 80 unaffiliated or unorganized counties to go. So if you take a look at the LPNC website and you go to the Who We Are tab and look for the county affiliates, there's a bunch of them there that are empty that don't have any names there for ECs. Those are the unaffiliated counties. If you live in any of those counties and you are interested in starting one up, you can reach out to us. You can either email myself at chair@lpnc.org or at county_organizer@lpnc.org, and you let us know, and we'll help you get started. Let's see. Over the last year or so, I've gone through some of the previous LPNC documentation that we had on our Google Drive, and after talking with some other LP activists, I had put together an affiliate startup guide and a volunteer guide. And after review, the EC, we voted to accept those as the official LPNC documents. I would like to thank first Brent DeRitter and Jeremy Hussey for their work that they had put together on the previous affiliate guide that we had. There was a lot of great information in there, which was a good basis for the one that I ended up putting together. And I also want to thank Susan Hogarth, because she had put together a lot of great notes for guidance for volunteers, which I use as a basis for the volunteer guide. So I just want to thank those folks. The new documents are going to be made available to everybody. We're just trying to figure out the best way to get them up on the website so members have access to them. Next up on my docket, I'm going to be working on a standard operating procedures guide and a strategic plan for the next year, at least until next convention. Things where we're lacking, what we're going to do about them to help remedy those situations. So that should be coming out in the next month or so. As of today, there are 48,304 registered libertarians here in North Carolina. This same time, well, not the same time last year. Actually, no, I'm sorry, it is the same time last year. There was 45,040 registered libertarians. That's a 7.25% increase. Unaffiliated voter registration has gone up by 5.78% in the same time period. Also over that same period, Republicans have only grown by 1.39% and Democrats by only 0.56%. What do these numbers tell us? These numbers tell us that people are looking for better options and they're growing tired of the establishment parties. When I first came to the EC back in 2019, Brent DeRitter put the framework together for an organizational chart, and it was really good. But when I took over as chair, I felt that it needed to be broken down into more logical branches. Ryan, if you can get that up on the screen.
It's supposed to be.
It taken me a lot longer than I wanted to. Ask Phil Jacobson, we discussed this privately. But I conferred with other state LPs and some staff at LP National, which were very helpful, in addition to what we already had. And I believe that I put together an org chart that has a much clearer breakdown and makes a lot of sense. If you can't see it from here and you want to look at it on your devices, if you go to lpnc.org/org_chart, you'll be able to look at it there. So you can see here we have plenty of positions. Off on the left, it might be a little blurry, but that's basically the makeup of the EC: chair, vice chair, secretary, on down, treasurer at large. And thank you, Brad. Hopefully everybody can see a little bit better. We're going to basically have 4 divisions now. There'll be the political division, which will contain candidate coordinator, policy advisor, which is legislative work, outreach division, which will have an affiliate coordinator, coalitions coordinator, volunteer coordinator, events coordinator, and a campus coordinator for college campuses. We're going to have a communications division, which will have folks working on content for website, newsletter, etc. A social media team, which we already have somebody on our social media team, but we need to fill the rest of it out. Somebody to work on marketing, and somebody to do press relations. Next up, we have the finance division, which will have a development coordinator, or for those who are unfamiliar, basically a fundraiser. We will have a memberships coordinator and a promotions coordinator, somebody to put together promotional ideas that we could work on to reach out to our folks. And last but not least is the IT division, which will have our customer relationship manager, which is right now Brad Hessel. Thank you, Brad, because you do Herculean work with Nation Builder and eventually Civi CRM when we get on that platform. An email coordinator, somebody who's going to be the one to basically be the sender of emails. People put them together, put together the content, the images that they want in them, and that person would be the one to send them out. A manager for the website to keep that clean, keep it current, make sure that whatever news, blog, posts, whatever, get put up in a timely fashion. And last but not least, an interface advisor, which is somebody that just makes sure that everything is working on our IT side, all the things work. So I just spoke about how voters are looking for new options and as they leave the establishment parties. And while the LP and the LPNC have way better ideas and principles than the other parties, in order for us to be the better option for voters, this organizational chart needs to be filled out. Okay? Aside from the EC, we probably, actually, after this conversation this morning, we probably only have about 3 people filling in any of these roles. There's only 3 positions on this new org chart. Now I know that the org chart just came out, but before this we've had other things that needed, to be filled. So what it means is that there's only a few people doing the job that all of this needs to get accomplished, which means that we're not getting accomplished what we could be getting accomplished. So what I'm asking everybody here is if you have the time, and I understand, time is at a premium for a lot of people. If you have the time, if you wouldn't mind volunteering, we would really appreciate it, because there's so much more that we can get accomplished here with just a few more hands. A lot of you know me. I have my hands in pretty much about everything in this organization. And it's hard, I'm gonna be honest. I'd like to say that I'm Superman and I'm impervious to it. It's hard, there's only so much time in the day that I have. I'm not the only volunteer that's doing this stuff. Everybody only has a certain amount of time in the day. The more folks that we have involved in helping to fill out this organizational chart, we can get so much more accomplished. I'd like to have more LPNC themed events where we're running events and we're having speakers come in and make a whole big deal out of it. That would be great, right? I'd like to do campaigns to try to bring some of our own registered libertarians in. We have what in this room, Brad? 109 people in the room, and we have 4 people online. We need more than that. If we want to start winning elections, we need more. And the only way we're going to get this accomplished is if more of us put on our work boots and our work gloves and start getting dirty. And that's my plea to you. And I believe we're going to have a sign-up sheet. I believe we do have it in the back. If anybody's interested in volunteering, if you want to take a look at the org chart today, tomorrow, Monday, take a look. Maybe there's something that you have expertise in that you would, specifically like to get involved in. Please let us know. That'd be great. You can email me at chair@lpnc.org, and that would be fantastic. Because once we get this thing filled out and we're able to get more work done, more accomplished, we are the best option. We are the best option. And this will make us the best option for people who are tired of the establishment parties. So aside from that, I just want to thank everybody for being here this weekend. We also have a sign-up sheet, I believe, in the back. Is Dee in registration still? It's a registration? Okay. There's a sheet at registration. If you have not done so, if you are already signed up to go to Reno on your own, if you've already booked a room and all that, and you're intending to go to Reno, and you wish to be a delegate and you have not signed the sheet in registration, please go do so. We're going to take a break for about, let's see, where are we at? We're going to break until 10:30. Yes, sir.
Can I have 30 seconds personal proof?
Yes, you can.
Just a housekeeping, really.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely, Tom.
Thank you. Thomas Hill, Cabarrus County. Appreciate you giving me just a second. First thing, good news. Eric and I are getting Cabarrus organized, so we're getting the band back together. All right? And also, we have the wonderful Dr. Mary Ruart in the back, our gala speaker tonight. She's got books for sale. If you'll please go speak to Mary, and if you can, buy a book. She'll be glad to autograph it for her. But be sure to say hello to her and give her a nice North Carolina welcome, because this is another home for her. She used to live in North Carolina for a spell, and we'd love to have her back, but Texas is lucky to have her. So I'm going to shut up, but again, if you will go see our Dr. Ruart and say hello, and if you can buy a book, that'd be great. And let's have a good convention, guys. Appreciate you.
All right, so I'm sorry, 1 second. So we're going to go on break in a moment, but there are a few hands raised. First, I'm going to go to Mr. Ubinger.
Mr. Chair, I request personal privilege of 60 seconds to add further statistics of note to the growth of the party.
Yes, sir. Here, we have an open mic right there. After Mr. Ubinger, we have Mr. Jacobson and then Mr. Hessel. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Underwood.
Salute to Brad first, who I know is the man behind much of what Joe was quoting. As of last month, Demopublican share of NC electorate, that is the Democratic share and the Republican share, went under 65%. Fully 7 of every 20 North Carolina registered voters refused to wear the duopoly label on their record. As of last week, there were 300,000 more unaffiliateds than Republicans in North Carolina. That's 250,000 and another 50,000. Despite having less than 65% of the rolls, the Demopublicans hold all 217 of North Carolina's state and federal level elected offices. More info at my monthly report at tinyurl.com/shares of NC electorate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ray. Next up is Mr. Jacobson.
Point of information, would
Yes.
you repeat the link?
The link is lpnc.org/org_chart. CHRT.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Mr. Underwood.
Hi, I'm John Underwood, Wake County. Tomorrow we're going to be having elections, and there is a possibility that the elections will be held online, the voting will be held online. That will be determined later. But in preparation of that possibility, I'll be sending out an email to everyone for whom I have an email address to allow you to participate in a test of the online voting system we may use tomorrow. So I'll be sending that email out in just a few minutes. When you get the email, there'll be a button on there that says vote, and you'll have the opportunity to participate in this test. It is only a test, it doesn't matter, and you'll see that when you see the candidates that are listed. They are past presidents. So I just wanted to give everyone a heads up on that. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
And before we go to break, I just want to announce real quick, in regards to this organizational chart, there's a few positions that are really important that I'd like to get filled sooner rather than later. And I'll go through them real quick, and if anybody's interested in what it entails, you could grab me on the break or later on today. I'm really looking to get the candidate coordinator position filled, the policy advisor or legislative coordinator position filled. We need a new volunteer coordinator. Our previous one had to step down due to family issues and time issues. And a membership coordinator. So I'd like to get those filled. If anybody's interested, please come talk to me on the break or later. Think about it. But those are probably the immediate needs. But obviously, the whole chart is what I want to get filled. I'd like to have 100%. But I'll take what I can get to start us off. Okay? So with that, we will be on break until, what time is it now? 10:30. 10:30? Yep. All right.
Can I have one more thing?
Oh, well, I'm sorry. All right. Oh, wait, sorry. Ryan, then Brad, and then we're gonna go to break. Let's do that.
If you are an alternate to start the day or not a delegate, you have, the previous motion been made a delegate. So you can use this break time to go back and get a delegate tab on your badge and everything else, and just verify that you're all set for the votes later.
Thank you, Ryan.
Point of personal privilege, I just want to report that Brian K. Lewis has posted on Slack the following message. I just found $41.38 on the nccash.com site.
Congratulations, Brian. All right, and with that, we will be on break until 10:30, which is actually pretty cool that we're on schedule. Awesome. Woohoo! Thank you. I know. We're gonna have to fix that. We need Brian and Brad to go at it for a while. It'll happen at some point, I'm sure.
Joe?
Yes, sir, I'm coming around.
No, do we want to move the staircase over here the way people are coming up, or what? Yeah, I haven't seen a single person come up.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, if you don't mind, I would appreciate it.
Hold on, there's cables underneath there.
Oh, yeah.
We may, let's think this through.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Lights?
Oop. Yeah, you know what? I think it's because the podium's over there that's
Yeah.
been the natural position. Is it hooked in anywhere? Or? Oh, there we go.
It's hooked in a little bit. I think if we tilt it this way.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yeah. I just figured it made more sense. We had like 5 people go up.
Careful with the wire.
Let me see if I can do this. So the court is
Neither of us mentioned the unaffiliated about morality.
did you give her
So the only other,
That's correct. The only thing is just if you're gonna drift or other speakers are gonna drift, have them drift in.
Right,
If
yeah.
they drift in front of that speaker,
Yeah.
that's where you get the back. I should have stopped that.
When my voice is this raw, I have a lot of fun.
My last iPad goes to you.
Oh, thank you, John. Oh, wow, Jesus. I sound like Peter Brady right there. Thank you. We have more.
I want a swag, man.
Oh, I love magnets. Excellent.
Yes.
With the new logo on it. Awesome.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Sweet. Listen, you know what? Honestly, listen, 10 is the new logo off of the Torch that you guys already have in weight. Yeah. So it made it like, okay, weight doesn't have to like go change all that stuff.
Yeah.
What can adopt it over time if they want to.
Yeah.
And we did. Yeah, which is awesome. So
The 2020 version logo is way better.
yeah, yeah. I mean, look, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just like,
I remember voting to keep ours. Swag bags.
I love magnets.
We ran out of some stuff. Some of them have some more than others. Thank you.
You know what? No, when we come back for more tonight. No, I'll put it out now.
It just dawned on me.
Not now, but
Okay. There it is.
I really should have just worried about it earlier. Well, and then I wake up. I want to take a shot.
That's what I did. They're awful. Hey, thank you for including nobody. Nobody.
Richard, oh, hi, I've seen your name. Which country are you in? I don't know. Okay.
Even if it's a hidden folder.
Basically, Brad does about 80% of those.
It's probably not a good route.
No, it's
I mean,
not.
It's great that we have people doing it, but the problem
Don't donate some time and money, it's all, yeah. I brought this one.
I have been.
I might double my. I might double. Hi, Sean. Good morning. Are you gonna, you're just gonna go, hey, in your packets, there's a platform committee report? That's it? Or you're actually,
We're gonna have some preliminary work, basically, like paragraph, and mentioning the names of people. And then we just go straight into
I know that that's probably not gonna happen. Well, I mean, no, well, we can ask if there's. But I already know that some folks wanted amendments to it, whether it be grammatical or switching some words around. here's the thing. What I would say is this. You guys put them in order, right? Of the ones that you think will get a job versus the ones that have one time. Entertain a motion to accept the report as is. If that passes, terrific. And if it does not, if it doesn't, then we will go to one is already easy as far as that's what we're doing.
I think it makes sense to have that wireless mic there, just minor and fun. Yes. After one, we discuss whether it even makes sense to have that stand there at all.
Right, no, but what I'm saying though is that, so if there is a motion to accept it, we're gonna have to vote. So that would just be. Yes, no, yes, thank you. I'm working on it.
Huh?
Let me just make an announcement to the room to start here.
If everybody could start finding their seats, please.
Start pulling up the tape.
Want to get started?
So, pull them up, you don't even have to take the tape off.
Take the tape, make it accent around the right, so the thing is that if it doesn't pass a month, right, then we're gonna have to go through, we're gonna have to go through each change, proposed change one by one, we're gonna have to vote on them individually. So I would just say, let's do the ones that are gonna be the easy ones.
What he's telling them to stand on the tape.
If everyone in the back could start making their way up to the front so we can get started.
Yes. Yeah, all right, yeah.
If there's no objections, Travis Grew would like to take a few moments to make a quick announcement. Hold on one second.
Hey everybody. Hey. My name is Travis Grew, chair of the Libertarian Party of Wake County. Hey, Wake! So we decided, since you guys are all so awesome, we're going to be giving away these shirts. So there is some in the back. Please just take one per person. But it says Legalize lemonade stands. And it's basically just talking about the legislation, the regulation behind the FDA and your food and what you consume and what you can sell, and how the FDA will basically come shut down your kids' lemonade stands if they make more than $400. Why is that?
Just people talk to me about it. They ask me about it. So it started more conversations.
Nice, I'm glad that you have one. So, because you guys are so awesome, back table, you can have one for free.
And maybe you could consider a small donation to Wake County LP, since they did pay for the shirts originally. That would be nice, but they are free though. They are free.
I like the way you think.
Or large.
Love offering, love offering.
Okay. We're going to get started off now at this time with the platform committee report. I'd like to call up Mr. Sean Haw.
Thank you. Thanks so much. I'm Sean Haw from Durham County, and it is my honor to take lead. Mr. Sumner out here is going to help me out in a little bit to present the Platform Committee report. First, I would like to acknowledge the members of the committee. Ryan Brown from Granville County, our chair. He's busy being secretary, which is why I get this duty. Chase Roycroft from Iredell County. Dee Watson from Wake County. Donald Reed Deal from Davidson. Jeremy Hussey, Iredell. Joe Garcia, Union. Jonathan Hopper, Rockingham. Phil Jacobson, Wake. Robert Rayborn, Hyde County. Sean Haw, Durham. And Stephen Sumner, Duplin County. You have a handout towards the back. I think it was put in towards the end of your packet. That's labeled Report to the 2022 LPNC State Convention of the Adjunct Platform Committee. And our full report of 12 planks is in there. The reason why the Defend the Guard plank is not in there is simply it was submitted to us after the deadline for when we had to publish our final report. Throughout late 2021 and early 2022, the committee met regularly to propose and consider changes to the LPNC platform. The committee has listened to feedback from members of the LPNC throughout the process. The committee is proposing a total of 12 changes to the platform. Each change, I am proud to say, was approved unanimously by the committee, and there are no minority reports. So, thank you. Thank you for your consideration of this report. And I will go straight into proposed change number 1, healthcare. Can we get that on the screen?
Yes, sir. 1 moment.
Thank you.
There you go.
And how would you like me to go ahead and read the entirety of the current wording and the proposed wording? I can do that. The current wording of our healthcare plank is the LPNC calls for the elimination of all legislation or government regulation that forces individuals to participate or limits individuals' options in medication, treatment, or care of disease or condition. The LPNC calls for the elimination of public health services paid for through taxation in favor of more responsive, more efficient, private charitable care with its long history of positive outcomes. The committee has proposed substitute wording for the entire plank. To read, the LPNC calls for the elimination of all legislation or government regulation that coerces or limits people's choices in pursuing their own health care. The LPNC calls for the elimination of public health services paid for through taxation in favor of more responsive, more efficient private charitable care with its long history of positive outcomes. The LPNC calls for the elimination of all legislation, government regulation, and mandates that force or coerce individuals to participate or limit individuals' options in medication, treatment, or care of disease or condition. The LPNC calls for the elimination of all legislation, government regulation, and mandates that limits any private group's ability to determine their membership or who is permitted on their property. Our rationale for this proposal is that the government, since our last convention, has created mask and vaccine mandates through force and has coerced private employers into implementing mandates. In other states, governments have prohibited private businesses from having mandates. The LPNC should make a clear stance that the government should play no role in influencing medical decisions made by individuals or organizations.
So, as to this platform plank change. I guess we're asking for a second, right? Well,
I
just-
don't believe it requires
Just goes
second.
right to a vote.
I'm seeing no debate.
Is there any debate on this? Mr. Irving?
If I may, Mr. Chair, I would maybe explain to the delegates that what we do is the platform committee will actually present each plank, and we will debate them separately. We will, at this point, when they presented the plank, we offer debate on the plank itself or any amendments to the plank. If there's no debate or no amendments, then we go immediately to a vote. If we spend 15 minutes for debate and get to that point, then we have to vote twice. First to consider the plank and second to approve it, just so you understand the process. It's a two-step process if we have debate. And at that, I'd like to kind of ask a question, possibly suggest an amendment. Throughout the document, you constantly use the expression VLNPC. I was going to suggest that in this particular instance, and in all following instances, the second and third references, instead of saying the LPNC, we say we.
I don't believe I'm allowed to accept friendly
Okay,
amendments.
well, okay, then I will make a motion that in this plank, that in the second and third references, Sean, if you would move out of the way, where it says the LPNC calls, we change that, we call, and that we change the next two where it says the similarly. Instead of saying the LPNC calls, we simply say we.
Second.
Okay, so the amendment was seconded by Brad Hessel, Wake County.
And if I may speak to that,
Yes, Mr. Irving.
the reason for I do editing kind of as a sideline, and it's just better wording. We keep saying the LPNC. It gets boring. A couple of years ago, we did a kind of revision of the platform and tried to eliminate as many as we could, but they started to creep back in. So it just reads better to say we the second and third time.
Thank you, Mr. Irving. Mr. Needham?
Just a question.
Wait for a mic, sir. There you go. Thank you.
The last word, if we put non-public organizations. That's a friendly amendment.
So, well, we already have one amendment, right? So,
been on before, you can't accept.
right, so we can't accept the second amendment. Currently, we have to vote on the first. No, well, got me. Anyway, not the capital S Second Amendment, lowercase Second Amendment. We have to vote on this amendment that's currently on the floor first. So, actually, do we have any further debate on this? Yeah, yes, sir. Mr. Garganis in the back.
Earl Gerganis, Orange County Chair. I would like to offer a friendly amendment to what Mr. Irving has stated.
Okay, Brian. I'm sorry, Mr. Garganis has something that he wishes to offer.
I'm not really clear on what you were stating. However, I think that it would be more concise to say we, and then in brackets following the LPNC in the first paragraph, and in the following two paragraphs simply say we.
No, I won't accept that as a friendly amendment. Again, we're adding words that are unnecessary.
Okay, is there any further debate on this? Hearing none, we're gonna now vote on Mr. Irving's amendment. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. All those against? The amendment passes.
2 votes in
Oh,
favor.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Brent. I apologize. I apologize to the folks online. Thank you. Now, we are going to move to debate now, right, on this current, on how it's going to be worded as of right now.
Correct. It is now worded correctly.
Right, it is now worded, after the amendment is now worded. Is there any further debate on this platform plan? Mr. Irving?
You guys gotta hate me better at this convention. I move to eliminate the third paragraph.
Is there a second? I'm sorry, can we get your name in the back? Rebecca what? Oh, Durham, okay.
And to speak to that, the reason I suggested it, I love the language that was used in the first two paragraphs. But we seem to be bringing up a non-healthcare. I mean, we agree. I don't disagree with the sentiments. I just don't think it belongs in a healthcare plank.
Okay, Mr. Ulmer?
So real quick administrative note, the dream was to have people stand roughly on a white X up front here so online viewers can see as well. So if you're fairly able-bodied and know you want to talk, please come forward. We'll give you the mic. If you want me to run to you, just raise your hand and I'll come to you.
Okay, so there's an amendment on the floor that has been seconded. Would anybody like to debate this? Mr. Jacobson?
Yes, I would, Phil Jacobson, Wake County. I would like to speak in favor of leaving it the way it is, or at least leaving the concept in. The concept is directed at people like Governor DeSantis, who have said, you can't run your business your way. You must accept a person walking in with no mask, regardless of your business's. It doesn't have the right to. He's trying to get rid of the right of the individual business or organization, church, whatever. And that's wrong. So the reason it was put in there is to make sure it works both ways.
Thank you. Is there any further debate on this? Yes, sir. Please don't forget to state your name and county.
Good morning, Ken Schlegel from Currituck County.
Morning.
I am in favor of eliminating the third paragraph because I believe it is redundant in language to the language we already have proposed in the freedom of association for proposed change 10. I think that covers the concerns I've heard so far about regulating the last gentleman. He said, you know, businesses not being able to turn people away or forced to accept people. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to debate?
Kathy Cockrell, Wake County. I propose eliminating the second paragraph because it sure seems like a repeat of the first.
No, we're debating the current amendment.
Okay.
That's here. Is there any further debate on the current amendment that's on the floor? Yes, sir. Don't forget, name and county, please.
Nate Seedorf, Gaston. Would it be possible to take this and place it somewhere else as opposed to eliminating it from the document altogether? Place it in like a different part of the platform as opposed to elimination altogether.
Mr. Irving, yes.
If I may, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
when we're debating these amendments, you only can debate one amendment at a time. I made an amendment to eliminate this paragraph, so any suggestion to change it, my amendment is to eliminate it. That's what we need to vote on.
Right.
If people want to propose additional amendments
That'll come after.
to move this language someplace else, that comes at a whole different time. Under Democratic, we don't use Robert's Rules of Order, guys, people. So we have very simple rules, one thing at a time.
Yeah. Thank you, Brian, for clarifying. So, unless there's any further debate on this particular amendment that's on the floor, and I don't see anybody standing up to come up to speak to that, we will move to vote on the current amendment that's on the floor. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you, Mr. Ross. The yes vote is to remove the whole third paragraph from the proposed change to the platform. This plank, excuse me. So, we'll go back now. Anybody in favor of the current amendment that's on the floor, please raise your hands. Okay, Mr. Hessel, online?
3 yes, 0 no.
Okay, all those not in favor, please raise your hands. Ooh, that's a close one. That's a close one. Huh? Yeah, so what we'll do is if everybody can put their hands down, we're gonna do this again and we're gonna have to count. So if you are in favor of this change, please stand up. Let's do it that way. And if I can get somebody to make a count real quick. Say again? Oh, yeah. Actually, yeah, that's a good idea. We're gonna start from the front, and as I point to you, we're gonna count off, all right? So,
1, 2, 3, 4.
Kenny? 5.
5.
Sorry, I don't know your name.
6.
6. Jeff? 8. Stephen? 9. 12.
13.
Mike?
14. 15. 16.
17, right? 18, 19, 20, 21. How many online, Brad?
4 yes, no, 0 no.
So that's 25 yes. If you are voting no.
Sorry, 5 yeses, 0 no's.
So it's 26. 26 yes. All those voting no, please stand. And we will do this the same way as I point to you. Please make sure you're looking forward so you see that I'm pointing at you.
That's clearly a more.
No, now it is, yeah. Before, a little while ago, it wasn't. But we're going to do it anyway. So,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14,
wait. 14,
15,
15.
16, 17, 18, 19, 21.
Yeah, I don't even have to go to the rest of the room. It's we're already at the number. I can see it already. Okay. So the amendment does not pass, so the language stays in. Are there any other amendments that anybody wishes to present before we move forward with the vote? Okay, hearing none. The language as it's currently presented on the board is what we're voting on now. Is everybody clear on it before we move to a vote? Okay, seeing no confusion, let's move to a vote. Everyone in favor of adopting this platform plank, please raise your hands for yes. Thank you. All those against, please raise your hands. It passes. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move for acclamation.
Say again?
Move for acclamation.
You're out of order, Ray. Sorry.
I'm sorry, was that the vote, based on what you just explained, was that the vote to consider it or the vote to pass it?
That was the vote.
Vote to pass it.
Oh, very good.
It's done.
It's done.
4 yes, no, 0 no's.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, the room had it, Brad, so.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Hawk. We're up to proposed change number 2. Here you go, Mr. Hawk.
Thank you. Thank you. Proposed change number 2.
1 second. Point. Can we just maybe give the people like 30 seconds to read them rather than reading them up front? We can just read them in the back to ourselves.
I am hoping that, I think it is important to read them out loud, but you can take the 30 seconds that I'm talking to ignore me and read it on the screen. That'll work. Proposed change 2, marriage and domestic relationships. The current wording of our plank is the LPNC calls for the immediate repeal of all laws that encourage or discourage any consensual sexual or family relationships. Additionally, the LPNC calls for the state to leave marriage and domestic relationships to religious institutions or private contracts. The proposed wording from the committee, the LPNC calls for the immediate repeal of all laws that encourage or discourage sexual or family relationships among consenting adults. Additionally, the LPNC calls for the state to leave marriage and domestic relationships to religious institutions or private contracts. The rationale is that children are often targeted or groomed for sexual relationships for reasons they don't fully comprehend. This is not a victimless crime. Adding the word adult clarifies the LPNC stance on protecting children from predatory behavior.
Okay, is there any debate on this, this proposed change to the platform? Hold on one second. Ms. Garcia has the floor first. If you could step out here for a second. She can get up. No chair's wife privilege.
If we're going to make the point of saying that it needs to be with adults, I think we need to define what that is. Are we talking 18, 16 with a judge, you know? we should clarify, just to be sure.
We discussed this within the platform committee, and we did not want to get bogged down into that very specifically. These words generally have legal definitions or commonly accepted definitions, and you could write a whole book about, you know, where do you draw the line with that. We did not want to get into any of that with our platform proposal.
Mr. Irving, you have something?
I don't, except privately for Mr. Hall.
Okay, Mr. Irving.
So I step back and be in the camera?
Yes, sir. Good.
I just have a question. Well, Mr. Hall's occupied, but I have a question for someone on the platform committee is, why did you think it was necessary to add the word consenting adults into this platform?
Mr. Hall is available to answer that.
What?
I'm going to be very blunt here. We have a lot of people who try to use libertarian ideas to argue that they can have sex with children. And we wanted to make it clear that we don't like that. So,
Thank you.
That is the basic motivation for this proposal.
Is there any further debate at this time? Yes, sir. Brian, can you just pass the, sorry, you have the microphone?
Robert Browder, Cabarrus County. I just wanted to make this same proposed language change to "we" for the second LPNC that Brian made for the previous proposal.
Second. That was second. Who is that seconded by? Mike Ross Gaston. Okay. So, basically, the current amendment strikes the second "the" LPNC and changes it to "we," like was done in the previous edition.
Yes.
Say again?
And changes calls to call. We call.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yes, we call rather than calls. I didn't see the strikeout from here. I apologize.
No worries.
So, on this current amendment, I'd like to take a vote now. If anybody in favor of this proposed change, please raise your hand. Thank you. Mr. Hessel?
Give me a second.
Sure.
I see 3 yes, 0 no.
Okay. All those against, please raise your hands or vote online. There are none in the room.
4 yes, 0 no.
There you go. Thank you. That amendment passes. Now, unless there's any further debate, seeing none, we will move to vote on this proposed change as it reads currently on the screen. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Thank you. You can put them down. Just waiting for Mr. Hustle.
Give me a minute.
Yeah,
That's for the nose.
Yes, sir.
Go on and ask for the nose.
Say again?
Go on and ask for the nose.
Anyone against? Please raise your hands. None in the room.
3 yes, 0 no.
Thank you. This proposed change passes. Thank you. Mr. Haw, we're on to number 3. Moving right along.
Thanks so much. Yes, moving right along. This is fantastic. Proposed change number 3, self-defense. Yes, Mr. Jacobson, this is yours if you'd like. Okay. The LPNC acknowledges every individual's inalienable right to choose to own and carry firearms or other means of self-defense without government licensing, registration, monitoring, or interference of any kind. The committee's proposal for new wording is the LPNC acknowledges every individual's inalienable right to choose to own and carry firearms or other means of self-defense without government licensing, registration, monitoring, or interference of any kind. And then adds new language. The LPNC also acknowledges the right of individuals to form organizations which are dedicated to voluntary cooperative defense. The LPNC opposes any law which attempts to conscript such organizations into government service. The rationale is that there can be serious disagreement about whether or not the right of individual citizens to own and carry firearms includes the right to organize on a private, voluntary basis with other individuals for coordinated defensive action. The LPNC needs to make it clear that the LPNC, or we, as you prefer, supports both. Basically, the idea is if you can do something as an individual, you have every right to do it, then you have every right to band with other people who share your values and do it collectively. Oh, I'm sorry, I used the C word, pardon me.
Okay. Is there any debate to this proposed change? I see a hand up in the back. You please step up, state your name and county. Wait, oh, come on up. Come on up. You gotta grab a microphone so everybody can hear you, sir.
There's another one at the corner, Brian. You're used to hearing that.
Gabe Wozniak, Forsyth County. The second to the last sentence reads, the LPNC also acknowledges the right of individuals to form organizations which are dedicated to voluntary cooperative defense. If we pass the amendment to propose change 10, the last sentence reads, the LPNC supports the right of individuals to join together to form organizations to assert their rights. If we post both of these, I believe it will be redundant and unnecessary. So I motion to strike the second to last sentence.
So you're asking to strike the sentence that reads, the LPNC also acknowledges the right of individuals to form organizations which are dedicated to the voluntary cooperative defense, correct? That's
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
right.
So in other words, you're advocating a no vote.
No, I believe the last sentence should stay. I just feel like the second to last sentence would be redundant if we pass the proposed change to the 10th.
For the third sentence refers to the second sentence. Yeah, the third sentence refers to such sentence 2 defines the organization will be constricted.
Somebody standing to make it.
Yeah, no. Right, hold on, Mike, yeah, hold on. Okay, so.
Then maybe remove the word such as well.
Okay, so is there any debate on this amendment that has been proposed from the floor by Mr. Wozniak? Oh, has it been seconded? I'm sorry, yes, thank you, David. I'm sorry, I thought I heard somebody yell out. Is there a second for this amendment? I'll call one more time. Is there a second for this amendment?
Well, I put a C, that's check out.
Seeing none, the amendment dies. So, next up, Mr. Ross.
In the interest of saving everybody time, I don't know if this is appropriate, but can we move to replace all second, third, fourth instances of LPNC with we?
Not yet, not yet. Well, I'm gonna get
Well, then
to
can we
that
do it
next.
for just this motion?
Well, we could do it for this. You could.
Yeah, I'd like to propose it for this one then.
Okay, so essentially what Mr. Ross from Gaston County is proposing is like the previous two motions, and I'm gonna get to this before we start with the fourth platform change, is he's suggesting that we remove the additional the LPNC and change it to we. Second, I'm sorry, can I get a second, Mac?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, just give your name to Ryan, right?
Robert Brower.
There you go, all right, thank you. All those in favor of making that change, please raise your hands. Thank you. Mr. Hessel, we're waiting for the online totals.
Go on.
Oh, keep going on, okay. All those opposed? Thank you, there's none in the room.
3 yes, 0 no.
Thank you, everybody. Okay, now, unless there's any further debate on this current platform, proposed platform change, not seeing anybody step up or raising their hands, we will move to vote. Oh, I'm sorry, there's a hand up. Yes, ma'am. Come step up, please. Jen, can you pass her the microphone, please? Thank you.
Rebecca Thompson from Mecklenburg County. I just want to propose that when you change the wording from LPNC or the LPNC to we in subsequent examples, including this one.
No, wait, we're not doing that right now.
Right.
Yeah,
I meant like the first one is the LPNC, but in this motion, in this proposed change.
That's already been, that's what we just.
Right, but when you do, to make sure that the case also changes of things like opposes to oppose and acknowledges to acknowledge.
Yes.
Yes.
So do we need to vote on that, Brian?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right. So, as currently worded on the screen, we're gonna take a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Thank you. Just waiting for the online totals as they come in.
4 yes, 0 no.
The motion passes. Awesome. The chair would entertain a motion from the floor regarding the remaining plank changes, which are upcoming, that Mr. Hall will be announcing, for the change of additional the LPNCs to we, so that we could, instead of doing it for each single, well, why not?
The rules sadly don't allow that. Each plank has to be voted on separately.
No, I'm not talking about accepting all of the platform planks. What I'm saying is that we,
But you're essentially amending each platform in one motion.
but that's not, we're not, but nobody's accepting the change. We're just changing the grammar so that this way we don't have to go in and debate that for every single one. It's a time saver at this point, really. I mean, because we're doing it for every single one.
I'm not arguing.
Right.
I'm not arguing what you're suggesting.
Right.
We need you on the mic.
Yeah, you gotta be on the mic for,
Okay,
yeah.
the rules call for each plank to be debated and voted on separately. Under our rule, you cannot make a blanket change to all the planks at one sweep. You have to do them each individually. I know it's stupid, it's cumbersome, but that's what the rule says. If we want to suspend the rule, we can do that.
Okay. Mr. Ulmer, and then Mr. Ross if so needed.
The platform committee has not actually formally proposed the others, so they can amend them in advance before proposing them to use the we format. I simply say we should go forward with that. So, Brian, to your point, we haven't been presented with 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, 10. So if they, as the platform committee, want to propose them with a we, then we're done with this and we can just keep going.
Yes, Sean.
Members of the platform committee, I don't feel the power to do this on my own up here. Do members of the platform committee agree with Mr. Ulmer's point? Is there anybody on the platform committee who objects to Mr. Ulmer's point? Okay, well, I will proceed in that way from now on. If I may, while I have a moment, Ms. Rebecca.
Mike, you need a mic. No one can hear you in the back.
And I'm sorry, I only remember first names, to address Ms. Rebecca's point. The bylaws empower our secretary to make any simple grammatical changes that are found in our documents. So if we miss one of those while we're editing on the fly, Ryan will be able to correct that. He has the authority to do so. And also to the gentleman from Wilmington, I would like to personally apologize for making faces while you were making your proposal. It was out of bounds for me, and I apologize. Are we moving on?
Yes.
Okay.
So, all right.
Proposed change 4, criminal law. The LPNC calls for repeal of all, the current wording, rather, the criminal law plank, is that the LPNC calls for repeal of all statutes that assert a crime has been committed in cases where no specific victim or damage to property can be identified. We also call for the immediate pardon of all of those convicted under such laws. The proper focus of a system of criminal justice is to require criminals to provide restitution to their victims to the victims of their crime. We recognize the right of the victim to come to a private settlement with or even pardon the criminal. We'd like to change the language to read as follows. The LPNC calls for repeal of all statutes that assert a crime has been committed in cases where no specific victim or damage to property can be identified. We also call for, I'm going to put some emphasis on the changes based on what Mr. Ulmer had to say. We also call for the immediate pardon of those convicted under such laws and appropriate restitution for those individuals. The proper focus of a system of criminal justice is to require criminals to provide restitution to the victims of their crime. We recognize the right of the victim to come to a private settlement with or even pardon the criminal. So the main one is the insertion of the second sentence, or the concept of restitution. The rationale is this amendment adds the phrase, and appropriate restitution for those individuals to the second sentence of the existing plank. This change emphasizes the need for the perpetrators of state injustice to compensate their victims who have been wrongfully incarcerated and stigmatized as felons.
Thank you, Sean. Is there any debate? Mr. Irving?
Pursuant to Rule 5.3, I move the convention adopt this recommendation without further debate.
Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, Mr. Hessel, second. Thank you. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Thank you. All opposed? 2, thank you. Just waiting for the online totals.
I'm updating the VLPNC.
2 yes, 0 no.
Okay,
Thank you.
passes. Thank you.
Just read as it should be.
Oh, so,
What? Huh?
let me be clear on what the secretary is trying to tell me here. You're suggesting that I go ahead and read what I have on my printed paper and that you will just go?
Read as it should be. I'm updating it behind you, but you have it printed out, so.
Yeah,
Right.
Feel free to just read out is what he's saying, and then we'll put the changes up on the board and we can highlight the changes before the votes.
Very good.
Thank you. Next, what are we up to? 5?
Number 5.
Look at that, we're cooking right through, kids.
Love you guys. Thanks so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Proposed change 5 on education. The current wording of our education plank reads, the LPNC supports any attempts by parents and students to take control of their education. The state should uphold its NC constitutional mandate to ensure that children have access to a quality education by lifting the burden of regulation from private education and homeschooling and by allowing as much school choice as possible. The proposed wording, the LPNC supports the separation of school and state. The LPNC are in favor of parents and students taking control of their education. The state should uphold its NC constitutional mandate to ensure that children have access to a quality education by lifting the burden of regulation for private education and homeschooling and by allowing as much school choice as possible. Where the state does fund education, that funding should be allocated to students, not systems. The rationale is that the LPNC should be more explicit about holding out the ideal libertarian solution while at the same time advocating reform of the current system. The committee also wishes for the LPNC to explicitly endorse fundamentally changing how education funds are allocated to give parents and students full control over their choices in education.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. So, let's see. There are no changes on this one, correct, Ryan? Because there was no second LPNC, or?
There was, yes.
Oh, okay, yes, okay. So in the second sentence, essentially from what you have in your packets,
Yes.
it reads, the LPNC supports the separation of school and state. In your packet, it reads, the LPNC
Correct.
are in favor, and now it reads, we are in favor. So I just want everybody to understand that that change has been instituted on the screen, yes?
There are, the same change is in 3 or 4 other places
Okay,
going
good.
forward.
Fine, but I want to make it clear to everybody, because they're reading off the text in their packet, so I want to make sure everybody's clear before we go to a vote. Well, actually, before we move to debate, is there any debate? Yes, sir, step up, please.
Gavin Bell, Person County.
Thank you, sir.
I make an amendment that we remove the text, uphold its NC constitutional mandate to ensure that children have access to a quality education by editing the grammar to change lifting to lift and by allowing to allow. I've already given this text to the secretary, but it did include the second to the LPNC because that was in the original text. I would take it a friendly amendment to change that to we are instead.
Okay, it's already changed. Okay. Is there a second for that amendment?
I'll second that.
Michael Ross. Okay, so if the secretary can
Yes.
have that up on the screen for everybody to take a look at?
Yes. Remove the text uphold by, and then change lift to, or
Lifting to lift.
It's correct as written.
and then by allowing.
To just allow instead of by allowing. So cross out by as well.
Yes.
Yep. My rationale for this, if I can speak to.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Justification, I feel that if we call for the separation of school and state in the first sentence, it doesn't make sense 2 sentences later to say that we believe the state should uphold a constitutional mandate that we don't agree with, that injects the state into education. Now again, if you remember at the very end of our platform, it says anything we don't mention, we don't necessarily agree or disagree with. So we can, and in the last sentence of this proposal, even as amended, it still says where the state does fund education, it should follow students, not systems. So we're saying still, look, okay, it's fine if the state funds education, just it should follow the students, not system, reform of the system as is in the committee's rationale. Yeah.
Okay, so currently we have an amendment on the floor that's been seconded by Michael Ross, Gaston County. Yes, Mr. Hall.
Oh, well, I stepped down
Oh,
to get in line to talk.
Oh,
If you'd like to recognize me to.
I'd like to recognize
Mr.
you.
Bell.
Give him my
Take the one up by Brian.
Oh, thank you.
Now I'm going to try to do this instead of using my position as platform committee chair to comment whenever I want. Sean Hall from Durham County to speak to Mr. Bell's amendment. As the author of this blank myself, I propose leaving that language in there as a nod to both the NC Constitution, which guarantees access to that, and also the current Leander decision that we have to deal with, this stuff. However, I think your point is very well made, and I personally, as the author of this blank, do not object and will vote in favor of your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Mr. Grew, is this in regards to the current amendment on the floor? No, okay, so we have to vote on the current amendment on the floor first, right? So. Yes. Say again, Brian? Okay, yes. Okay, so, as currently amended on the board, it is the LPNC supports the separation of school and state. We are in favor of parents and students taking control of their education. The state should. Wait, no. Wait, it goes, Brian, it goes from the state, the burden.
There's actually lift in here, it's confusing.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The state should lift the burden.
The state, oh, okay.
The state should uphold.
No. It's very hard because it's not the changes aren't all showing up on the screen. I apologize.
The state should lift. The state should lift, yeah.
Okay,
The
so
state
it should be the
lift.
left. All right, so I'll start over again. The LPNC supports the separation of school and state. We are in favor of parents and students taking control of their education. The state should lift the burden of regulation for private education and homeschooling and allow as much school choice as possible. Where the state does fund education, that funding should be allowed, should be allocated to students, not systems. Mr. Irving, you have your hand up?
Yes, I would, to clarify, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, sir.
We are removing the language that's being stricken out. Just so you're clear, we're not voting on the platform recommend, we're just removing those words and changing one word, so basically.
Right. We're voting on the amendment to make those changes prior to voting on the proposed change. So, Mr. Grew, is this debate on this current amendment at this time? No, okay, great. All those in favor of the amendment to these changes, please raise your hand. Thank you. All those against? 2. Okay, and I'm just, 3, I'm sorry. Just
5
waiting.
yes, 0 no.
Okay, the amendment passes. Mr. Grew, do you have further debate on this? Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, I would like to offer an amendment.
Could you state your name, county, all that?
My name is Travis Grew, Wake County. I want to amend the plank by removing everything except for the last sentence. The state should not do anything, and reword it where the parents and taxpayers fund the education, and then add parents should have full control over where their kids go to school and how they are educated. So strike everything except for the last sentence. All that is useless because the state should not be doing anything. So I want to strike everything except for the last sentence.
Mr. Irving.
Mr. Chair, may I raise a point of order?
Yes, sir.
To my good friend Travis, and to anybody who's listening. If you're going to propose an amendment, please put it in writing, rather than come up here and ad-lib it. I'm sorry, Travis. I love you, brother.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm an old guy. I'm having a hard time following this, even though I'm sitting up here hogging the mic. Please have the courtesy of putting it in writing. I can't even.
That's my fault. It's not in writing. This was on a whim. I want to strike everything except for the last sentence, and then add parents.
Before or
After. Parents should have full control over how their kids are educated.
Would you accept a friendly amendment to read the first sentence?
Yes.
Where taxpayers fund education too.
State doesn't fund anything.
Is that an appropriate?
He wants to amend it to keep the first sentence, and I said, okay.
So, Mr. Browder, right, offered a friendly amendment to Travis, which Travis is, say again?
Do we have a second on the primary amendment?
Oh, yeah, actually, yeah. I'm sorry. Thank you, Susan. Is there a second for this amendment that Travis has proposed?
Second.
All right, we have Angela Humphreys, Wake County. Reed, yes.
Craven now, right?
Oh, Craven, I'm sorry. I apologize. Was Wake, now Craven.
Point of order question.
Yes, sir.
Kind of like Brian, not trying to be a stickler for the convention rules and the bylaws and everything like that. But while I agree, while Mr. Grew is a great friend and I'm one of his friends, and does not go against that in any way, shape, or form, I have to ask you the question being that with the convention rule being brought forth, that all amendments have to be and amendment changes have to be in written form, that any verbal that comes from the floor as far as amendment or amendment changes other than debate is out of order. What I'm saying is if you want to write it out it would be acceptable by the convention rules.
that's actually a rule.
No.
Well, so we haven't.
It is in there.
Well, that means the other ones weren't either.
Right, yes.
I'll leave, Travis, Mr. Groove, I will leave that, I will leave that up to the chair's decision, just a point in question I had.
I would say that would go for all the previous ones as well.
So we can accept we can accept amendments from the floor. We have done that to this point. So we will continue to do so going forward. Okay? So, with that said, currently, as the proposed amendment here reads, which we're going to vote on in a moment after I read it, is the LPNC supports the separation of school and state. Where the state does fund education, that funding should be allocated to students, not systems. Parents should have full control over how their children are educated.
That's it.
Okay? So, all in favor of this proposed amendment? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Brian. Debate on this change. Mr. Irving. Well, actually, you know what? Wait, hold on. Stephen?
He has it in writing for me.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Irving?
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna speak against this amendment and probably against any other amendments that are made ad hoc from the convention floor. I apologize for that. This committee met for several months. They gave everybody an opportunity to participate and read and give input to their deliberations. I did so myself, and I apologize to them for forgetting about the Defend the Guard plank. And I don't think we should disparage their work by trying to Monday morning, or Saturday morning, what day is it? Whatever today is.
Saturday.
Quarterbacking. I understand there's a lot of passion and ideas out there, but you had your chance to participate and you missed it. Let them do their work. So I urge you to turn down this amendment.
Well, she just said she didn't have a chance to participate either, and I have it in writing, so.
Okay. All right. Is there any further debate from the floor prior to Mr. Hawes asking for a little committee chair privilege for a moment? But is there any further debate on this? No. All right, Mr. Haw?
Oh, okay.
I don't know if I'm speaking as committee representative privilege or as Sean Haw from Durham County. And I appreciate what you just said, Mr. Irving. I appreciate the nod to the work that we've been putting in this for months, but as far as work, and at least as far as I'm concerned, I won't speak for everybody else in the committee, that's the process, and we know that's what the process is. We need to put everything up to the body and let them just have at it, and that's how our ideas
That's right.
become refined to be better, pithier ideas. Speaking as Sean Haw from Durham only now, I will support Mr. Grew's amendment, even though, again, I am the original author of this. But I feel in this particular case, at least, I love it.
Oh, thank you.
I love it. It's just, I mean, we're trying to be concise, punchy, pithy, direct and to the point with no ambiguity. And what Mr. Grew has proposed, I believe, is an improvement on what I have proposed.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Okay, so, that being said, we will vote on this amendment first. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Oh, I'm sorry, one more time, I will go through that, thank you. The LPNC supports the separation of school and state, where the state does not fund education. I'm sorry, where the state does fund education, that funding should be allocated to students, not systems. Parents should have full control over how their children are educated. Did everybody hear that? Do I need to repeat it? No.
Can I speak on it for a second?
No, we're moving to vote.
Thank you.
We've already discussed it. So, thank you.
I
We're-
would
we're-
just make a point of personal privilege, that what we're advocating here is the abolition of public schools.
No, we're giving parents the power.
Right. So, debate's over at this point. We're moving to a vote. All those in favor of the amendment, the current amendment, please raise your hand for yes. Thank you. Those opposed, please raise your hand. Thank you.
3 yes, 1 no.
Motion passes for the amendment. Now we
Thank you.
vote, no, that's it, right? Yeah, now what do we vote on the change? The amendment was the change, really.
Now you have to vote on the.
Oh, yeah, that's right, okay. Yeah, whoopsie, sorry.
This is why.
All right, here we go. So now, again, now that we've voted on the amendment, we're gonna vote on the actual adoption of this. The LPNC supports the separation of school and state. Where the state does fund education, that funding should be allocated to students, not systems. Parents should have full control over how their children are educated. All those in favor of accepting this as a change to the platform, please raise your hand. Thank you. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Thank you.
4 yes, 0 no.
Motion passes. Thank you, everybody. Mr. Hall.
We're gonna let Stephen present something.
Yes.
Steve, okay, yes.
Yes,
Okay, go ahead, yes.
Just wanted to turn the mic over to Platform Committee member Stephen Sumner from Duplin County to present more of these blanks. Thank you.
All right, moving along to the fair elections. The current,
You gotta eat that mic a little bit, dude.
the current wording, we're moving on to fair elections. Current wording reads, fair elections. The LPNC calls for the end of all limits on a person's right to support the constitutional eligibility of a person of his choice. The right to freedom of expression must include the unrestricted right to pay for dissemination of one's opinion. The proposed wording reads, the proposed change is to change it to political contributions. The LPNC calls for the end of all limits on a person's right to support the constitutional eligibility of a person, the eligible person of his choice. The right to freedom of expression must include the unrestricted right to pay for dissemination of one's opinion.
And what's the rationale?
The rationale, to change the title of this blank makes it clear and relieves it of the burden of covering related and unnamed election issues.
Thank you, Stephen. So I'm going to read that one more time, just so we're all clear. The LPNC calls for an end to all limits on a person's right to support the constitutionally eligible person of his choice. The right to freedom of expression must include the unrestricted right to pay for dissemination of one's opinion. And again, just in case anybody in the back didn't hear, the rationale was changing the title of this plank makes it clearer and relieves it of all of the burden of covering related unnamed election law issues. Mr. Reed, what's the deal?
When the time arrives, and it's just a grammatical type thing or a gender specific. On the fourth line of that, on the proposed wording, instead of person of his choice, that should be person of his or her choice, their choice.
Okay, so you're offering that as an amendment?
Could be considered grammatical.
Mr. Chair.
Grammatical, okay. Grammatical, we don't need to vote on that?
After, Mr. Chair, after conferring with someone, I withdraw that.
So you're withdrawing it from?
Withdrawing what I said.
Okay. So Mr. Irving.
Morning delegates, Ray Eubinger from Durham. I move that it be, I have a friendly motion to completely rewrite it.
I'm sorry, Ray, what?
I have a friendly motion to completely rewrite it.
Well, it's not.
Okay, to the following, once I get my reading glasses on.
So
I did submit it in writing. The secretary has it. I'll read exactly what I sent. My reading glasses, sorry.
Yeah, wait, hold on. Wait, one second, Ray? I'm sorry, Brian? Yeah, yes.
I withdraw. I thought we were on 8. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Culpa mea. You were saying?
Mr. Chair, since the person I conferred with just stepped away from his proposal, I reiterate mine once again.
Okay.
That being that the, on the 4th line, that eligible person of his choice be changed to eligible person of their choice.
Okay.
So it's non-gender specific.
Okay.
That could be considered
Grammatical?
change, which would not require a vote.
Okay, thank you, John. So, as Mr. Underwood from Wake County has pointed out, since it's a grammatical change, we don't need to move to a vote on that. Wait.
That's not true. It's not the rules. You guys decided that's the, but it's not what the rules say. You asked my advice, I did.
Okay, so you know what, we're gonna make this easy. So now it reads, the LPNC calls for an end to all limits on a person's right to support the constitutionally eligible person of their choice. The right to freedom of expression must include the unrestricted right to pay for dissemination of one's opinion. That's the current amendment. We had a second, correct? I don't recall who was? It was, well, that was your amendment, you can't second your own. We're voting on the amendment, yes.
I'll second it.
All right, Brian Brown, secretary seconds. Okay, so, all those in favor of the current, actually, is there any debate on this amendment for grammatical change? Thank you, no. Let's move to vote on this. Everybody in favor of this grammatical change, please raise your hand. Thank you. All against, please raise your hand. And we just wait for the online voting.
3 yes, 0 no.
Excellent, thank you, everybody. So, is there any further debate before we move forward? What, say again, Sean? Oh, I apologize. I'm sorry, I thought you were looking my way. I apologize. So since there is no further debate, again, as it currently reads, the motion, the current proposed change now reads, the LPNC calls for an end to all limits on a person's right to support the constitutionally eligible person of their choice. The right to freedom of expression must include the unrestricted right to pay for dissemination of one's opinion. All of those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. All of those opposed, please raise your hand. Thank you. Mr. Hessel?
2 yes, 0 no.
Excellent, thank you. The proposed change passes. Next, Mr. Sumner. You're up.
A late vote, 3 yes, sorry.
All right, 3 yes, thank you.
We're on to proposed change number 7, electoral administration. The current wording reads, electoral administration. The LPNC calls for establishment of an independent agency to administer all elections in North Carolina, repealing the bipartisan state and county board of elections. The proposed wording, electoral administration. The LPNC calls for an establishment of an independent agency to administer all elections in North Carolina. The LPNC calls for any agency administering elections to be fully reflective and fairly reflective of the entire state electorate by including representation from all recognized political parties and unaffiliated voters.
What's the rationale?
The rationale, the current ban on voting outside of parties in power serving the Board of Election, in power serving on Board of Elections is obviously unfair. Ending that ban would eliminate the domination of those boards by one or the other established party. The preference of the LPNC is that an independent agency conducts elections. However, if there are any county and state Board of Elections, they should represent all voters.
Okay, so just to be clear, before we move forward with anything else, I just want to read through it again, as Mr. Sumner was reading off his paper, which didn't reflect the grammatical changes made earlier. So currently, it reads, the LPNC calls for establishment of an independent agency to administer all elections in North Carolina. We call for any agency administering elections to fairly reflect the entire state electorate by including representatives of all recognized political parties and unaffiliated voters. Is there any debate? Yep.
Ace Fogerson, Franklin County. The way this reads to me is that we would be replacing local, when it says establishment of an independent agency to administer all elections, we would be replacing every local county level Board of Elections with one massive state bureaucracy? I mean, that's almost how this reads.
Well, it doesn't say, well, Mr. Sumner could speak to this, but it doesn't say state agency, it just says an independent.
It says a single, one single.
Right, but the word
agency.
independent is there, it's not a
Well,
state
can we just
agency.
change independent agency to agencies? Or one or
So
more
what,
agencies?
so what's your amendment?
I would move that we change an independent agency to independent agency, parentheses, IES, parentheses.
State and county agency, maybe?
One or more agencies?
So, do you want to add the parentheses or agencies, or would you like the?
Yeah.
Kathy Cockrell, Wake County, to kind of back up what he's saying, if I'm reading the proposal correctly, they've completely eliminated the word county. And I think that's the concern, is are we taking away local options?
So maybe add state and county agencies, would that clarify it for you? Instead of the word agency?
Establishment of state and or county
Agency. So make that proposal.
Yes, so please make that proposal so everybody can hear you, Ace.
So the proposal would be after the word independent to add the words state and county agencies.
Agencies plural.
Yeah. Okay.
In North Carolina, are there any other municipal election boards that aren't state or county?
Is there a second for this amendment?
I will second this.
I'm sorry.
Wayne Cockrell.
Wayne Cockrell, I'm sorry, Wake County was?
Yes.
Yes, sir, thank you. Before we go any further, I'm just gonna take a chair's privilege for a second to kind of back up with Mr. Irving had said earlier, slightly different. If you're gonna propose an amendment, try to write it out before you come up to the mic, if you can. It's okay that you're making an amendment from the floor and it wasn't submitted prior to convention. I'm okay with that. As Mr. Haas said earlier, this is where we form the ideas and we come together and it's up to you, the body, to make these choices. And I truly believe in that. But if you're gonna come up, try to have it written out prior to coming up to the mic so that you're not doing it on the fly. It makes it a lot easier for everybody to understand where you're coming from. Okay? So with that said, Mr. Irving, what do you have?
For background, the original platform plank was added to this platform about 2 or 3 years ago. At the same time, we added a plank calling for an independent redistricting commission. The point is, North Carolina is one of only 12 states, 12 or 13 states, that even have county and state boards of elections. Most other states have a state official like in most cases, the Secretary of State that administers the elections. And yes, there are county organizations. The system that we have in North Carolina was designed by the establishment parties to maintain their control. Back in the old days, well before I even came to North Carolina, there was one party in North Carolina, the Democratic Party. And so that's the genesis of that. It's not about local control. It's about taking the government of a politically controlled, political party controlled body out of the business of administering elections.
Thank you, Mr. Irving. Is there?
Our platform deliberately does not go into specifics because these are ideas that we want to implement. How we would implement them would depend on what our Libertarian members of the General Assembly decide to do.
Thank you, Brian. Is there any further debate on the amendment that is currently on the floor?
Yes, I would suggest.
Name and county, please.
Rebecca Thompson, Mecklenburg.
Thank you.
I would suggest that it say.
No. We have to speak. Right, we're speaking on this amendment.
The amendment, which is to add state and county.
We're debating on this amendment. So, if you want to make another amendment, if you want to amend something differently, then whether or not this one passes, we'll go from there. You can make it afterwards. Okay. So, currently, again, this now reads with this amendment. Yes, sir.
And if I may be clear, I was speaking against the amendment. I like the original wording.
Thank you, Brian. So the amendment as it currently reads would be the LPNC calls for establishment of independent state and county agencies to administer all elections in North Carolina. We call for any election administering elections to fairly reflect the entire state electorate by including representatives of all recognized political parties and unaffiliated voters. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. All opposed? Thank you.
Online, 1 yes, 2 no.
That's close. We're gonna have to count this one off. We're gonna have to take a count off. So, it was very close the first time around. Everyone in favor of this amendment, please stand.
One.
Wait, hold on. So I'm going to point as we go. Please count off as we go. All right. Try not to get ahead of the person before you. All right. Thank you.
1, 2,
3,
4,
5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
10, 12, 13, 14, 15,
16.
That's 16. And
And 1 yes online.
1 yes, so that's 17. All opposed, please stand. Please make sure that you're facing forward so when I point to you, you see me pointing at you, and we can get this done a little bit quicker, okay? So,
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
7, 8,
9,
10,
11,
12, 13, 14, 15,
16, 17, 18.
Yeah, motion carries.
I know, I'm not done yet. Go ahead, Travis.
20.
23, okay? 29, 30.
2 no online.
Thank you. So that's 32 total. The reason why I went through that is after consultation, if I'm going to go to count a vote, we should have the correct vote counts. So although the first time that this vote went up, it was definitely way closer than what it was the second time around. But for transparency's sake, I want to make sure that we have the correct vote totals for everybody for the minutes, okay, for the convention minutes. So that was 17 yes, 32 no. The amendment fails. So it goes back to the original wording, Ryan.
Yes, sir. Very good.
Thank you. Okay. Is there any, so now that that amendment has failed, is there any further debate? Yes, Step up. Wait, hold on, right, wait, somebody got their hand up before you. Please don't forget, mention your name and county prior to speaking. Thank you.
Rebecca Thompson, Mecklenburg. So I'd like to propose an amendment to this. And that would be the LPNC calls for establishment of independent state and county level agencies to administer all elections in North Carolina, et cetera.
That's basically what was up, essentially that was up on the screen a minute ago. That was the
Right,
previous amendment.
but my point is that a state and a county agency, how is that independent? It should be state and county level to clarify that it is not actually associated with the state or the county government, but that it's independent, but at that level.
That's basically what the previous amendment was. It was changed from the current, the wording as it was originally, an independent agency, to state and county agencies.
Right.
That's
my point is.
What's the difference between state and county versus state and county level?
You need to ask for a second.
Yeah, okay, so currently, the proposed amendment is the LPNC calls for an establishment of an independent state and county level agencies to administer all elections in North Carolina. We call for any agency administering elections to fairly reflect the entire state electorate by including representatives of all recognized political parties and unaffiliated voters. Do we have a second for this amendment? Mr. Neat Seardoff from, you're Gaston, correct, sir? Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I raise a point of order.
Yes, sir.
This essentially is repeating what we just voted down.
Yeah, so,
If you rule it's acceptable, I take exception to your rule.
well, yeah, so it's gonna be up to the body to decide, so.
Well, you can rule.
Oh,
No, whether the amendment is in order. I think my point of order is that the amendment's out of order.
Yeah.
Because it just voted the same.
honestly, it is the same thing that was just shot down.
I disagree, sir, respectfully.
Yeah. No, I'm making a ruling here. It's the same, it's literally the same amendment that was just,
Not literally.
well, not literally, but in spirit, it's the same thing. What's the difference?
The difference is that I'm pointing out that, as I attempted to do so earlier, I came up here to try to make this point. I'm trying to make the point that a state and county level agency is different than a state or a county agency. It's not associated directly with the government, it is independent.
Right.
But it's at that level.
So the previous amendment, it clearly did not clearly state, it had nothing to do with government. It stated it was independent.
But it also said independent state and county agencies. It did not say independent state and county level agencies, clarifying that they were not directly associated with the government and they were like fully independent from them, but simply at that level, making it so that it's not one entire statewide agency, which is what people were objecting to before and wanting to make this change. But it's clear that it is not, that it is fully independent.
Move on.
Okay, let's just do this. All right, so we have what's up on the board. We're gonna move to a vote on this. Just we have 10 minutes to lunch, okay? So, well, I'm sorry, what'd you say, Mike?
Are we still accepting debate on this amendment?
All right, yeah, you know what? Yeah.
Should I hand the microphone?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Mike Ross, Gaston. I actually want to speak in favor of this amendment because going back to the first one, the original wording, the LPNC calls for the establishment of an independent agency. Think about what that means. Like, who's the determining body over this independent agency? Who determines whether it's independent? I like this specifically by including the word level. It's saying state and county level agencies, independent state and county level agencies. That's very different from the wording that would suggest either a state or a county is overseeing it. This brings it back to the people as opposed to the government.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Mr. Ulmer.
Real quick, I'm going to oppose because I basically oppose the entire, well, the platform committee just missed. So we're just doing a bad job trying to amend something that it's not as good as the current wording. So the current wording is better, so we should probably vote this down and then vote down this plank 7. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ulmer. Mr. DiFiore. Don't forget, please state your name and county.
Stephen DeFiore, Mecklenburg County. I'd like to speak in favor of the amendment. Long story short, having levels of organization at the county level is beneficial for elections as opposed to one, say, unitary organization. I know in Mecklenburg County, we have a good working relationship with the County Board of Elections, and they are very helpful in helping us work through some issues that we have had in the past on our campaigns. Now, it would be much better should this organization be independent of the state government. And I like the idea of an independent agency or an independent organization or an independent institution, but something that is truncated, state and more local, which would be the county, I think is beneficial and is in line with our general viewpoint of distribution of power and distribution of organizations. Because when it's more distributed, it is easier to get access to your local county organization rather than the state. I know if you live in, say, Buncombe County, if you have to get in touch with someone from Raleigh, that's a long drive. But if all you have to do is go to Asheville or whatever the state county head is, then it's much easier because it's less of a burden for, let's face it, a lot of us are working class folks to get to a town, an hour drive away versus a 5 or 6 hour drive. And that is it. Thank you.
Mr. DeFiore. Mr. Irving, you're next. Just please consider the fact that we're 5 minutes to lunchtime. Just keep that in mind while you're speaking.
Okay, I'm speaking against the amendment, and the more I hear a discussion, the more I regret even introducing the original platform blanket a couple of years ago. Let's be realistic, folks. When we say independent, we don't mean non-state. The government runs elections. The intention of this was to have, other than, as I said earlier, other than a partisan controlled, a political party, i.e. a establishment party controlled board of elections at every single level, stifling any opposition. So independent meant not partisan. And again, we can go into details whether it should be a state or a regional or a county or a city or whatever. That's for the legislature to decide. That's for the first elected Libertarian member of the General Assembly who will help us from Wake County when he or she gets elected to introduce. Until we get there, we need to keep it short and simple, and I hope that you would vote against this. Again, not independent in the sense we're just going to pick people off the street, independent in the sense that it's not controlled by the political parties, any political party.
Thank you, Mr. Irving. Mr. Grew.
I'm going to agree with both Almer and Brian that it's redundant and the original wording is actually short and sweet and to the point, and that the proposed wording should be struck down.
Okay. So we're going to go to a vote. On the current amendment, I'll read it one more time. The LPNC calls for establishment of an independent state and county level agencies to administer all elections in North Carolina. We call for any agency administering elections to fairly reflect the entire state electorate by including representatives of all recognized political parties and unaffiliated voters. So we are now voting on this amendment. All those in favor of this amendment, please raise your hand. All of those against this amendment, please raise your hand. Thank you.
1 yes, 3 no.
The noes have it. So, let's go back to the original.
We're good.
Thank you. So now, what we will be voting on is the LPNC calls for establishment of an independent agency to administer all elections in North Carolina. We call for any agency administering elections to fairly reflect the entire state electorate by including representatives of all recognized political parties and unaffiliated voters. All of those in favor, raise your hand. Thank you. What? No, I didn't read the same thing. The change was made, which is why I reread it again the second time. Thank you. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Thank you.
3 yes, 1 no.
The noes have it. Okay, does not pass. Let's see. So currently it is 11:59. Wait, say again? Oh, I thought somebody said something. Sorry. It is 11:59. On our agenda, we have a recess for lunch at 12. Mr. Brown, do folks need to check back in when they come in from lunch, that registration, so we get the numbers? So when everybody comes back from lunch, if you could please go to the registration table to let them know that you're back, so we can have the correct attendee, delegate attendee totals, as may be important for votes later. Thank you very much and enjoy lunch.
Where's my free lunch?
Where's my free lunch? That's Robert A. Heinlein. Ain't so much thing as a free lunch, my friend.
Soon to be, yes. I'm sure the PO box. I'm not. Yeah, give it to Bart for now. I haven't officially taken over. When did you do that? I think I got to talk to Bart. I think this is. Well, I'm hoping.
Hey guys, for those of you still in the room, during lunch, since we will be continuing with the platform stuff, read through it, and if you have any potential amendments that you'd like to make, please put them in writing and present them to the secretary when we come back, okay? Thank you.
She's back there at her table. I could start chasing that down. Sorry.
Thank you, Brad.
Oh, sure.
Yes. Listen, we're up to, what are we at, 12? Wow. We got like 30 people running for. Sure, yeah. Uh-oh, man. 27? 27?
I lost this, I was 25. 20 minutes per debate.
Per 20 minutes. So it's 20 minutes, so when
That includes when people bring up amendments and stuff.
So that's after the reading of the change. There's 20 minutes starts right after that. Okay, yes. I think the last one might have went over. Brian, I wasn't.
Went up, yeah.
Yeah, we went over a little.
And you know, you can. It's like soccer. You can kind of allow time.
Yeah, a little injury time.
You know, you get a stoppage time.
I don't know what you want to do.
I don't know. Yeah, that includes the time. Oh, yeah, the discussion of the amendments is 5 minutes. So 20 minutes was time, 5 minutes for the amendment. So, you know, you can spend 20 minutes just debating one amendment, and that runs out the clock.
I will read this.
But you can extend time. I think you need even more.
No, I don't know if I will strictly keep that time because we haven't had relatively. We've been going relatively well without that, and I don't want to introduce a motion to extend for another 5 more minutes. We had debate for 5 minutes. Okay, well, thank you. I'm doing my best to keep up. Hopefully it's working. Walking distance? Driving?
Don't try to get out here.
Alright, well, I'm gonna run back to lunch. What time do we come back for the agenda? 1 o'clock? Okay.
Yeah, 1:15 I think is
this real quick. Let me put the agenda back on the screen. What was that? Yeah, we didn't pass it. So.
Well, I like your addition.
Yeah.
I like the other, but David's argument.
That's the way it is.
occurs to me, I'm not quite sure how we get the audio from online into the system. I guess that's a remote mic would work. I mean, audio comes from the system into the computer, but it doesn't go back on the same wire. It doesn't work both ways.
You're saying we'll get the sound, but it'll be hard to get it.
Yeah, the sound through the audio system is designed so that it feeds the sound into the system, specifically into this computer, which is doing the main broadcasting.
Okay.
So everybody that's on Zoom and everybody that's going to listen to the video later would get it, from there. But that's only one direction; it doesn't go back. So when McArdle speaks, she'll be that computer, I guess. I'm just trying to think of a big feedback.
Is there a way to test it?
Yeah, theoretically.
We got 3 minutes.
We'd have to have somebody talking on Zoom.
That's fine. And then I can go to
Yeah, maybe you should do that.
How do we do it? Is there something on the calendar I can just jump on?
Yeah, the calendar has to run. So there's an event today, you can just grab the link from there.
Should I step back and do it?
Let's see if this is even working.
Okay.
Testing.
So let's try the remote. Testing, 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 testing.
Testing.
All right, so try to log in to the Zoom session.
Alright, I'm in.
Yep. And your video's off, and I don't see. Are you?
I haven't done any audio yet because I
Okay.
was worried about.
Now your video's on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you need to get to the point where you can speak.
Okay. Do you think that makes? Hello, hello, hello.
Okay, I hear you. Great. So go out. Super, I can hear you. Speak.
Hello, Tess. Everybody in the convention. Well, I hope you're having a great time at the convention. What do you think, Brad?
I think that I need to turn this microphone back on again. Okay, now let's try it again. I can hear you fine from my computer, but of course no one else can hear you yet because the microphone wasn't turned off. It keeps turning off. I don't know why that is. It says it's got a full battery. It does have a battery indicator here which says full. I think I may need to try this on another microphone. Let's see if I can find the remote. Hold on. Testing, testing, testing.
Testing, 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 testing. Hey, this is working. All right. Try again.
Hello, hello, test, test, test.
Testing. And it went out. I don't know what, there's just some secret here to this switch that it's not intuitive. It turns on. Oh, now it's on. All right, try again.
Hello, hello, test, test, test.
Well, I'm not getting any feedback, but I don't really hear you on the speakers either.
You don't hear me on the speakers?
Not really.
Are you getting anything?
Yeah, I can hear you from my computer. Just not quite sure where this.
You gotta get it from the computer to the speakers.
Yeah. Well, at least it doesn't seem to be causing feedback. That's a plus.
Do you still need me here? Or?
No, I'll consult with David when he comes back. Thanks.
You wanna give it a try? Just space audio or something.
How we need a remote feed.
Well, just you have like Spotify or something you can download, or we can just try.
Actually, you know what?
Well, hello, Libertarian Party of North Carolina. I am so regretful that I was not able to be there in person.
Okay, Chairperson request, can you turn the air down so
Driving overnight from Williamsport, Pennsylvania, to see you guys, but unfortunately, some personal circumstances in my life possible. So here I am to speak with you. I think that most of you know me. My name is Karen Carlos. I am.
Okay.
He's got it. He's got it. Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
He had it an hour and a half ago.
Thank you.
And I haven't amended it since then. So the elections board proposal overall, did something pass?
No.
Okay, nothing passed.
Nothing passed.
My-
Everything's passed.
It died on the vine.
My substitute motion would just be to change the word bipartisan to partisan in the current language.
I got your text.
Oh, yeah.
Who were you,
Yeah, so we have a speaker by the name of Terry Stincho.
Yes, sir.
At 2:30. And
I know you want your submissions in writing,
is,
but
John
there's no
Locke,
requirement that they be in English. So expect a Spanish submission. It'll be
Listen,
under 20 minutes. I'll have
the
it ready.
secretary's probably not voting. He's got to figure that out.
Ryan, you gonna figure that out, right?
Yeah.
I'll submit it in writing, the requirement to be in English.
Oh.
I will.
Okay, yeah, we can.
So this is just a different, I don't have to like interject anything. It's just other than maybe like something.
Maybe ask Susan if she's okay, or
I would say like,
she doesn't have anything around the table. I don't know, or Rockingham LP maybe, I don't know. That's it. I just want to make a reminder as people are coming in to make sure that you check in at registration again. We need to make sure that those who are returning are still here, so we have the correct delegate count. Well, no, that's not you, that's, what do you call it? Oh, wait,
I would recommend
what?
going to the
You're good, you're good.
and going to their about section.
Zach, is there any way we can get the air turned down a little bit to make it cooler? A little bit. Yeah, it's a little warm. Chair's privilege.
I see what you mean.
So in case it happens on your side, Brad, the batteries on these mics, probably one of them will go out at some point. The batteries are there ready to go. It'll only take like
I'm going to allow a few more moments for people to start finding their seats, please. If everybody could start finding their seats, please.
He's a candidate for NC-35. Wait, yeah, one of ours. He's going to be introducing Terry, so, you know, whoever, I assume it'll be you. Just, yeah, Chris Mazel, right, so just, he's your candidate, whatever you.
No problem. If everybody could please start finding their seats. Hopefully everybody has checked in at registration across the hall to make sure that we have the correct delegate count for voting this afternoon.
Speaking of which, it's the last chance to vote in the test vote. Anybody have
Yes.
that?
And it's also the last chance that you have to vote in the test poll for OPA vote if you're participating.
They did not have my favorite president listed. I was very mad about that.
That's disappointing. Was no one available? That's what I want to know. I didn't
love
love
the whole time. He had the good sense to die after 1 month for not messing anything up.
It's still possible to relatively wait the ones over there.
Is none of the above appropriately included in there?
I think I forgot to stop recording.
Oh, well, there's.
Mine's been recording this whole hour and a half.
I'll take that right now.
And I realized that when I wrote up, when I walked up.
Actually, I'll give some folks, looks like the room's pretty empty.
No more family?
If somebody can grab the folks that might be outside on the patio smoking and ask them to come on in, that would be great, thank you.
My three favorite presidents are George W. Bush, Woodrow Wilson, and Franklin D. Roosevelt.
I think I did Jefferson.
This is disapproval voting, but I think it works.
Oh, yeah, that works.
So when McCardle speaks, we're going to need to run the video through your computer because we're connected to the projector. So everybody will, only chance for everybody to see there will be your view. I don't know if that means the speaking would come through your computer or not. The only way that we can get the audio into the system is using a remote mic on the computer speaker. So
Another reminder, please just make sure you check in at registration across the hall to make sure that they have you so we have the correct delegate totals. Also, a quick reminder for those who haven't done so, the Green Party and the Constitution Party have tables out in the back. They are looking for signatures to assist to help get them back on the ballot. It wasn't that long ago that the LPNC had to go out and petition, and we all know how the state likes to treat non-establishment parties. So if you could just give them, help them out a little bit and give them a signature, it doesn't cost anything other than just helping them get on the ballot. Continuing while we're waiting for people to finish filing in. If you have any items for the auction this evening, can you please bring them to the registration table across the hall? I guess now, since you're here, at the next recess that we have for break.
Chair, I'm Ray from Durham, and I request a personal privilege just to recite a couple voter registration statistics for the lucky early birds that I
Sure.
forgot to mention.
Yes, sir.
You
want to grab that mic right there, Mr. Brown? Make it easier for you. While we're waiting for folks to file in. Uh-oh. David, does that remote mic have to be turned on up here?
Check test.
There you go.
I left out the biggest news on the voter registration statistics, which is in 1 or 2 or 3 weeks with 99% certainty, the unaffiliated voters will become the plurality of North Carolina registered voters. How about that? First place will no longer be D or R. There are only 4,000 more Democrats than unaffiliateds as of today. The first county to accomplish that was Currituck. 2012, 2017. I've been following these very closely since '03, and I've got a few stats back to '89. And there was one other. It's currently slipping my mind, I'm afraid. Brad, what other of the big 2 newses in the registration stats? Unaffiliated plurality very soon.
Well, that's the biggest. I don't think it's anything.
Yeah.
Close to that.
And I don't know who's going to cover that. Probably not WRAL.
Did the Democrats lose again?
You leave it up there, right? Leave it on the front table there.
Only 4,000 more Dems than. I don't know if their raw went down. I don't know.
Does anybody see Mr. Haw out in the hall or across the hall there?
The hall was empty, I looked just.
Was walking toward the building.
Can somebody reach out to Mr. Haw and let him know that we're starting, since this is, he's handling the platform committee report for the most part?
The Democratic share of the NC electorate.
You could volunteer for secretary, which.
No.
The Democratic share of the statewide electorate has constantly decreased every month, 109 times in a row.
How are we doing with,
That is a 9-year slide,
on the
uninterrupted.
spreadsheet?
I've got 50. Brad, you had one more? Checking in. Apparently it's still 23 off-site.
One more reminder before we start, and we're going to get started in a few moments. Please go across the hall, if you haven't done so already, and check in at registration so we can get the correct delegate total that may become important at some point during this afternoon. It's too quiet.
I can drone on about something if you like.
And if somebody could find Mr. Haw out there somewhere and ask him to come up to the front, that would be terrific also.
That's what Joe was saying.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ubinger. Can't get out of here.
Use the other door.
Oh, who should just hit in the face?
There's a table in there.
Oh.
But she seems to have made it work.
The first round succeeds, double through.
I can check them out.
Yes.
You may want to announce yourselves.
I don't know if people are gonna vote.
Oh, okay. As long as you have like 20 or so. Oh, yeah, I got one.
You know what Sean is? Well, you know what, I think we're gonna get started. And Stephen, if you don't mind, we'll continue. Any luck, Mr. Eubinger? No? All right. We're missing Mr. Irving too. No, nobody sees Sean? Okay. Anybody see Brian out there?
No, I didn't see him.
No, okay. Well,
We can get all these done next 5 minutes.
yeah, we can get them done in 5 minutes without them.
Go, go, go.
All right. Stephen, come on, get up on stage, quick. Huh? Yeah. Stephen wants somebody to make a motion to pass the rest of these without debate.
I move to suspend all rules, laws, stuff we do, charge. Second.
While we're going.
All right, feel bad.
Oh. Ray's got one more stat. Here, grab a microphone, Ray, while we're waiting a couple of seconds. If everybody in the back can start finding their seats, we're gonna get started in 2 minutes.
The inverse of the Libertarian share has gone under 150, so we can say every 150th NC registered voter is Libertarian. That means it's more than 2/3 of 1% now. Go team.
Job up to 64.
Okay.
64 checked in right now.
Is it? Does anybody know if the registration room is like packed with people checking in? No, we don't know. We have no
I
idea.
don't know.
Thank you, Eric. Yeah, just let me know if it's filled in there and people are still checking in. I'd like to give them time since they are checking back in, but. Oh. I can't hear D though, that's the problem.
Tell her to scream twice.
Hi, D.
Yeah. Right.
Joe, whenever you want, we have the results.
Thank you, Mike. Say again?
We have the results of the vote test whenever you want.
Okay. You know what, while we're waiting, while we have time, you wanna grab a mic and,
Do we have anyone?
well, hold on a second. Yes, Eric? 5 people, okay, we'll give those 5 people a couple of moments to check in and then we are getting started.
Brad, was there any negative feedback for this?
John or Brad, would you like to talk about the open vote stuff, quick? You wanna grab that mic? Sounds like it was on. Here,
It's on.
Oh, there you go.
Hey. We have the results of the test online voting. It was Calvin Coolidge, Thomas Jefferson, and Noda. Those were the top 3.
Who's got the list of the folks who are interested in being delegates, Ryan? Is that at registration?
That is in D's room.
Last I saw was 28.
28. Okay. All right.
Are we making this motion?
No, no.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
All right, if everybody can find their seats, we are going to get started. Those who did not get back on time, that's their issue. Mr. Haw, would you like to come on up and let's continue the platform committee report and proposed changes?
On, Mr. Sumner's part of it?
Oh, I don't know. We're up to number 8.
Do you want me to read the?
Oh, yes, actually, sorry. Mr. Secretary, could you please read the current delegate numbers?
Yes, so currently we have 69 delegates checked in. The 2/3 majority is 46 votes, and the 50% plus 1 is 36.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sorry.
No problem.
I was going by the clock and I thought we still had Thanks so much. Proposed platform change number 8, write-in votes.
Hey, Hey, guys, can we give Mr. Hall your attention?
Thank you. Thank you. This would be a brand new plank, and it would read, to have free and fair elections, voters should be able to choose any constitutionally eligible person for office. The LPNC calls for the repeal of laws that limit write-in voting and insists that all votes be properly counted and reported. The rationale is that this was addressed indirectly under the current fair elections plank. The LPNC has long endorsed this principle, so it is important that we make our support of counting all votes explicit in our platform. And I understand that there's a substitute amendment out there.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Delegate Randy Baker from Durham.
Thank you.
Test. Hello. I propose to punch up the wording and make it more specific about the statutes involved as follows, with a written submission an hour or more ago with Brian, who will put it up on the screen now. Sure.
Perfect. Thank you.
Reading glasses again. Apologies again for last time.
Hold the mic close. Closer.
I lost the email. Something on his phone.
He's checking out his phone.
Moved. To have free and fair elections, voters must be able to choose any person who is constitutionally eligible for office. The LPNC calls for the repeal of NC's general ban on write-in voting, General Statute 163-123, paragraph. Accordingly, we call for the restoration of GS 163-140, which formerly required a write-in slot on the ballot for every election to office. Paragraph. We proclaim that incumbents must stop picking and choosing which votes to count. Do I have a second?
Oh, Gavin Bell seconded.
Thank you, Gavin. I didn't write a justification for this. I just did it with my intro, so I'll open the floor to debate.
We're up to debate now. Anybody wish to debate this amendment? Mr. Bell.
I'd like to speak in
Don't-
support.
Just, I just want to remind everybody, when you come up to the mic, can you please state your name and your county? Thank you.
Gavin Bell, Person County. I'd just like to state to the convention, I ran for State House in 2020, and if it was not for me being on the ballot, the voters would have had zero choice. It would have been the incumbent herself and no write-in option. I feel this is very important, so in cases like that, there's always a choice to, basically there's a point to voting. It's not just, why even bother, right? That's the point.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Is there any other debate on this? Mr. Pankowski is stepping up to the mic.
Thank you. Kenneth Benkowski from Wake County. While I agree that write-in voting is necessary and preferable, I disagree with the wording of the specific amendment. Really nowhere else in our platform do we include general statute numbers or such specific references. That's not really the role of the platform. The role of the platform is to give us kind of a sense of broad ideas about what our principles are, and usually we can follow that up with either a statement or a position paper, which we've been publishing on lpnc.org.
Thank you, Mr. Pankowski. Mr. Irving.
Hello, hello.
Takes a moment.
This is different. Voting rights are basic. Too many people are too uneducated as to what's going on. This is at the root of everything else that we do in electoral politics. This is counting all the votes. We should be the only party that means it, because we know the other two don't mean it when they say it. And you can't get one of them to talk publicly about this. It's so fundamental and taints everything else that it is too good an opportunity to educate the public as to where exactly this is going on. This is a fulcrum issue, and as long as we're bringing it up, we need to make people able to check on their own that we're basically saying the elections are rigged thoroughly. This applies to county commission on up through US Senate. Every single one of them.
Thank you, Ray.
Thank you.
Is there any further debate on this amendment? Okay, I'm gonna read it one more time so everybody's clear on what they're voting on right now. To have free and fair elections, voters must be able to choose any person who is constitutionally eligible for office. The LPNC calls for the repeal of North Carolina's general ban on write-in voting, General Statute 163-123. Accordingly, we call for the restoration of General Statute 163-140, which formerly required a write-in slot on the ballot for every election to office. We proclaim that incumbents must stop picking and choosing which votes to count. Say again? No, well, don't get to that. All of those in favor, please raise your hands.
This is in favor of an amendment?
Of the amendment.
Of the amendment. Okay, thank you. All those opposed? Thank you.
No yes, 3 no.
Wait. No yes, 3 no.
0 yes, I'm sorry. 0 yes, 3 no. Thank you, English language.
That did not pass. So now we're going to go back to the original proposed language. And I'll read that off again so everybody's clear on what we're voting on here. To have free and fair elections, voters should be able to choose any constitutionally eligible person for office. We call for the repeal of laws that limit write-in voting and insist that all votes be properly counted and reported. All of those in favor, please raise your hand.
Point of information,
Yes, sir.
can we offer another amendment to this or not?
No, there's still time left. What's the, who's offering the amendment?
I would like to offer an amendment.
Skip debate on this.
Yeah.
No, oh, well,
We kind of skipped the debate.
actually, yeah, you know what? Thank you. We did skip debate, so I apologize, my error. Yeah, we didn't go to debate, sorry. So I apologize, that was my error. So now we're going to debate this again, okay?
Okay, I would like to offer an amendment.
Okay, step on the,
Yes, sir. I will type it out just momentarily. I would like to propose an amendment which is the exact wording that he proposed with the removal of the general statute language in there, and then also changing the second paragraph slightly to make it flow better.
Is there a second? No, actually, how about you want to type that out real quick?
Yes.
And, or add it, well, you're just removing a couple of things from.
I will second for the purpose of debate.
Okay. Thank you, Sean. So Ryan is going to put that up on the screen. And then whatever he's putting up, apparently Mr. Haw is seconding, so, and then we'll speak to it. So let Ryan get it up on the screen first. So I'm going to read it real quick once Ryan tells me that he's got it up on the screen the way he means it.
Accordingly, we call for the restoration of the requirement to offer a write-in slot.
Doing this on the fly.
Okay, I think that's not what.
You good?
Yeah.
So the amendment as written is to have free and fair elections, voters must be able to choose any person who is constitutionally eligible for office. The LPNC calls for the repeal of North Carolina's general ban on write-in voting. Accordingly, we call for the restoration of the requirement to offer a write-in slot on the ballot for every election to office. We proclaim that incumbents must stop picking and choosing which votes to count. As I mentioned, this has already been seconded by Mr. Haw. Well, let's open this up for debate. Mr. Haw, you requested to go first.
Yes, Sean Hall, Durham County, as the author of the original plank. I wrote it the way that I did precisely because of what Ken had to say, that it is generally not, that it is a break of format, basically, to include general statutes numbers. We want to talk about timeless principles here. However, I did vote for Ray's amendment. What's important to me as the author of this is that we get this into the platform. So I think that the compromise that Ryan here has crafted, I'm very happy with it, and I'll be happy to support it over the language I came up with.
I'm sorry, say again? Yes, I'll read it one more time. To have free and fair elections, voters must be able to choose any person who is constitutionally eligible for office. The LPNC calls for the repeal of North Carolina's general ban on write-in voting. Accordingly, we call for the restoration of the requirement to offer a write-in slot on the ballot for every election to office. We proclaim that incumbents must stop picking and choosing which votes to count. Is there any further debate? Mr. Irving.
I support it for the same reasons that Ryan and Sean said.
Okay. So, on the vote to accept this amendment, if you're in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you.
Online, 3 yes, 0 no.
Thank you. The amendment passes. Now, we move to vote. We're going to move to debate on whether we're adding this to the, well, we're going to be, let's debate on this. Does anybody want to debate this any further? No? Okay, we're going to move to a vote then. All of those in favor of accept, does anybody need me to read this one more time?
No.
Before we do it? Thank you, Brent. Thanks, Brent. I just want to make sure you're not the only one in the room. But all those in favor of accepting this addition to the platform, please raise your hands. Thank you. All opposed? Thank you.
Yes, 3, no, 0.
This change passes and will be added. Thank you. Mr. Hall.
I have to warn you from personal experience that if you're, and I'm not even going to look in that direction, if you're the only no vote on something in the entire room, they're going to call you up to the stage and ask you why. Because they want to know. They're genuinely curious. So it does happen. Proposed change 9, pollution. This includes also a change in the name of the plank. The current wording, the plank is called Environment and Pollution, and reads, the LPNC calls for reforms to clearly declare the right of everyone to be free from pollution in their living and business situations and for prompt resolution of suits for damages. The best check on potential polluters is to provide an accessible and economic means for victims of pollution to compel full and complete compensation for all damage done by the polluter. However, only demonstrable damages to a person or a specific group are actionable and not vague fears of possible bad futures. The new plank, called simply pollution, would read, pollution causes harm to people and property on a mass scale. The LPNC calls for the repeal of all laws that protect polluters from full liability for their actions. Those responsible for acts of pollution must provide full restitution to their victims. And the rationale is it is appropriate to rename this plank since it really only addresses pollution and not general environmental issues. This proposal makes our position more direct and unqualified and is a direct attack on the current state and local laws and policies that subsidize pollution and protect polluters from liability.
Thank you, Sean. Want your water? Would you like your water?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I second the motion.
Okay.
If that's in order?
No.
I accept the love. I appreciate it.
All right, let's move to debate. Is there any debate on this? Name and county, don't forget.
Ray from Durham. People think that the problem gets solved with fines. The problem is that money goes to the politicians. The victims are screwed. That's all.
Any further debate? Nope. Yeah, go ahead. Sure, on the X, on the cross.
I rise in opposition to the reworded, renamed platform. Like, I think the original was about the environment and pollution. That was the intent when it was written. I agree it could be maybe worded more strongly, but I think it covers the whole gamut of, we need to talk more than just about pollution. We need to talk about environment. And yes, businesses do pollute and they should be held accountable. We all know that, and but we need to also address the environmental people among us.
Would anybody else like to debate? Seeing none, and there are no amendments that have been offered, we will move to a vote. All those in favor in adopting this platform change, please raise your hand. Thank you. All opposed? Thank you.
Looks like just one yes, one no.
The platform change passes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to hand the microphone back to Mr. Sumner, and I would just like to personally thank everybody on the platform committee for all of this work, and to thank all of you for giving us your consideration. I really appreciate it. Also, I would like to take a picture of the room, but I would like to know if anyone objects to me publishing it. And I don't wish to embarrass anybody by saying that they would object. I'm going to take the picture and wait a few minutes, sitting back there, and if you object to a picture including you in it being published, I just think it's a good policy overall. Let me know and I won't. The other way, not me. There we go. Thank you. You all sat very still and pleasant for that.
All right. Proposed change 10, free association. The current wording reads, free association. The LPNC supports the right of individuals in any commercial or social circumstance to associate or not associate with others as they see fit. The proposed wording, free association. The right of free, voluntary, and peaceful association is absolute. The LPNC supports the right of individuals in any circumstance, social or government setting, to associate or not associate with others. The LPNC also supports the right of individuals to join together and form government organizations to assert their right. Together to form organizations to assert their rights. Rationale. The right of free and peaceful association is a chief right of libertarians. The committee believes that the LPNC should make it clear that the LPNC supports that right absolute.
So I'm going to read through that one more time. The proposed wording is the right of free, voluntary, and peaceful association is absolute. The LPNC supports the right of individuals in any economic, social, or governmental setting to associate or not associate with others. The LPNC, now the change is going to be we also support the right of individuals to join together to form organizations to assert their rights. Is there any debate?
Can you read that again?
All right, I'll read through it one more time. The right of free, voluntary, and peaceful association is absolute. The LPNC supports the right of individuals in any economic, social, or governmental setting to associate or not associate with others. We also support the right of individuals to join together to form organizations to assert their rights. Okay, is there any debate? Mr. Lanahan, don't forget name and county, please.
Charles Lanahan, Buncombe County. I am against this amendment because I am for most of it in principle, except for the governmental setting. Officers of the state should not have the authority or duty to associate or not associate with you as they see fit.
I support what Charles just said. Brad Hessel from Wake County. The way it reads, it sounds like we're calling for the elimination of anti-discrimination policies so that government would be able to discriminate legally against individuals or groups. I don't think that's the intent of the committee in proposing this plank, but taking the word government out would resolve that issue. So that was a friendly amendment on an amendment on Charles's part, correct? To eliminate the word government. I second his motion.
All right, wait. So hold on. So.
Is there a proposal?
Yes.
So what? There's really no amendment.
I don't know what the amendment is.
Right. What's the amendment? There wasn't anything officially offered here.
Or governmental.
Huh?
Eliminate or governmental.
That's what I'm asking.
I have a friendly amendment.
Okay. Hold on. Mr. Hall, you were up first, and then Mr. Ubinger.
I just wanted to point out that when we're talking about the actions of government agents in their official capacities, it is not free, voluntary, or peaceful. So I believe that it is automatically excluded from the first sentence of this proposal.
Ray Eubinger from Durham offering a friendly amendment to just add the word private before individuals.
You can't have two amendments.
Wait.
I don't have one amendment.
We don't have one amendment yet. Nobody's offered an amendment.
Charles offered an amendment.
No, he didn't. He did not.
Do I have a second to add the word private before the word individuals? Because I think it was almost clear enough when they say government settings, they mean the location, not the officials,
Okay, so could you just give us your amendment and then
Add the
we'll see if
word
we get
private before the word individuals.
Okay, thank you. Seconded by Mr. Browder.
Can I offer a
Wait,
friendly
no. We already have one amendment on the floor.
You can offer a friendly amendment.
Okay, wait, so does this say friendly amendment to Mr.
It's a
Ubinger?
friendly amendment to that. I
Okay.
like private individuals. I just wanted to add one.
Okay, wait, so all right, go ahead, Mike, that's fine.
So after private individuals, especially with the concern over governmental, I just think that in any economic, social, or governmental setting too is unnecessary. It would just be the LPNC supports the right of private individuals to associate or not associate with others.
Well, wait, hold on. Yes, Brian, go ahead.
You can, if somebody makes a motion to amend, you can ask that person who made the motion to accept a change, and that person can change it. You cannot make a friendly motion, a friendly amendment to this report, because it's the committee report.
Right.
So once somebody makes an amendment, if you want to make a change to it, you can change it. You can suggest a change. If the mover accepts it, it becomes the new motion.
Right.
So Ray, that would be to you. Would you accept that as a friendly
Give it to Ray again so he understands.
So it would take where after the right of private individuals. Sorry. The right of private individuals.
It's not on.
So stop touching the button when somebody hands you a mic, and that won't happen.
Yeah.
Don't touch the button.
So the LPNC supports the right of private individuals to associate or not associate with others. So basically just getting rid of some of the words there that others had concerns with over governmental and.
I'm sorry to abstain.
Okay.
I'd rather the body decide that.
Okay.
I thought it was clear enough that it's talking about location, and I don't really mind that wording.
Hold on one second, Mr. Needham's gonna step up.
Pretend I said that all from here.
Bill Needham, Davidson County. Actually, I think the word government should say they do not have the privilege of free association.
Well, that's right. It's you'd have to offer if that's an. Are you
Well,
making,
I'm just
are you
saying,
offering a
just
friendly
the body
amendment?
of the members, the government does not have the privilege of free
I
association.
understand. Wait, hold on. What we're discussing right now is there's an amendment on the floor from Mr. Irving or from Durham. If you're offering a friendly amendment to him for him to consider, that's fine. I understand what you're saying, but that doesn't have bearing right now.
Well, I'm asking advice from Mr. Ubinger is how can we put in the verbiage of this amendment that gives the ability for the government to not be subject to, the government should not have freedom of free association, if we're gonna put that in there, except this does not apply to the government, because the government serves us all. And I'd like someone who's more versed and better at writing legislation to help advance that goal.
Thank you, Bill. I'm sorry to abstain again. I was just trying to help the first objection, which I thought was pretty valid, and I think you're trying to introduce a separate topic, really, that you ought to write out more fully.
Yeah.
That isn't here and didn't seem to be intended to be, and I don't want to change it that much.
Right.
Freedom of association doesn't apply.
Mr. Ulmer, you have the floor.
Dave Ulmer, Wake County. I oppose the amendment, much as I propose the new wording. Clearly, this discussion indicates we've borked this one as well, and the current wording should remain in place.
Okay, so, Mr. Broderick.
Robert Broderick, Cabarrus County. The way you changed it up on the screen, you put private after the second word individuals.
Yes, sir.
I believe he meant it to be after the first word individuals.
Actually, you are correct. So Ryan, if you could just change that on the screen.
So would you like it in both places or just the one?
Hold on.
Ray from Durham, just the first, please.
Yep. That was what I believe the original amendment was. Thank you for pointing that out, Robert.
So that is correct now.
Yes. So I will read it one more time before we vote on the amendment. The right of free, voluntary, and peaceful association is absolute. The LPNC supports the right of private individuals in any economic, social, or governmental setting to associate or not associate with others. We also support the right of individuals to join together to form organizations to assert their rights. All those in favor? Did you have something to add, Mr. Irving?
Well, I was going to suggest that the word private is unnecessary. Is there such a thing as a non-private individual? Aren't all individuals private? No, I oppose the amendment. We're adding words.
Ray from Durham to say no, government officials are not individuals. They are our servants on duty at our expense.
Thank you, Ray.
They don't have rights. They have responsibilities, duties, privileges, not rights in their official capacity. They have no rights.
Thank you. Travis, do you have something to offer on this amendment before we go to a vote? After this, we're done. We're moving to a vote. So go ahead, Travis. We're running out of time.
I agree that the proposed wording is unnecessary, and the short and sweet version of the current wording is perfectly fine.
Thank you, Travis.
We're debating the
Right.
addition of private.
Say again?
We're still debating the addition of the word private.
Yes, so we're gonna move.
Speaking to the larger motion.
Right, so I just read the motion. Does everybody need me to read it one more time before we take a vote on this? No, thank you. Okay, all those in favor of the current amendment, please raise your hands. As it's on the screen, as I just read it. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you.
Two yes, two no.
The amendment does not pass. So, now back to the original proposed wording. And I will read it one more time once it's on the screen. We're back up?
Yes, sir.
So, we are now voting on this wording that's about to follow. The right of free and voluntary, the right of free, voluntary, and peaceful association is absolute. The LPNC supports the right of individuals in any economic, social, or governmental setting to associate or not associate with others. We also support the right of individuals to join together to form organizations to assert their rights. Okay, so we're going to open up debate again. You have the floor.
Stephen DiFiore with Mecklenburg County. I have in writing a amendment proposal for this. Initially, people were worried about the inclusion of the word government settings for association. The argument of getting rid of or having it appear in our platform to be against civil rights sort of protections for individuals with regards to their interfacing with the government. We don't necessarily want that, so I have proposed this amendment, if I can read it. It is in writing, by the way. The right of free, voluntary, and peaceful association is absolute. We support the right of individuals in any economic or social setting, whether to associate with others. We support the right of individuals to join together to form organizations to assert their rights. I humbly submit this to the Secretary.
Is there a second? Seconded by Mike Ross. Mr. Brown, when you have a chance, thank you.
Yes.
Once it's up on the screen, I'll read it. We'll go to debate. Capital S. The capital S. Always. Always. How are we doing here?
I think I've got it, sorry.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. Zach Lenz, can I have you up front for a moment, real quick? Thank you, sir. No, you're not. No, not at all. And, what do you think?
Yeah, I figured we should, for sure.
Okay, we good to go, Ryan?
You want me to read it out?
No, I'm gonna read it out.
Okay.
So, this is everything?
Yeah.
All right. I'd like to move through this because we have a speaker coming on at 2:30. So, if everybody can listen up for a moment. The amended wording that we have is the right of free, voluntary, and peaceful association is absolute. The LPNC supports the right of individuals in any economic or social setting to associate or not with others. We also support the right of individuals to join together to form organizations to assert their rights. No, we already had a second, and Mr. Ross. Thank you. Debate, Mr. Penkowski.
Yeah, Kenneth Penkowski with Wake County. Please don't tell David Almer, but I'm going to agree with him. I think that the proposal was trying to fix something that wasn't broken, and now we're trying to fix something that was broken with an amendment to try to unfix the thing that was broken to begin with. So if you read the current wording, I think that conveys our principles pretty well. I urge you to vote no on the amendment and no on the proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Penkowski. Anyone else? He's a pretty smart fellow from what I hear. Anyway, continuing on, since there is no further debate. I just said, is there any other debate? Nobody raised their hand, just stepped up. Thank you, Brian.
I was told we were amending the motion to amend. No, I also agree with my good friend Ken and David that this is, we're just putting gobbledygook in there because we have these highfalutin principles. Short, simple statements. You can associate anybody you damn well please, period.
Okay. Anybody else before we continue on? Seeing nobody stepping up or raising a hand, we will move to vote on this amendment. Before we go, does anybody need me to read it one more time? No. No? Thank you. All those in favor of the amendment currently on the screen that I just read, please raise your hands. Thank you. All opposed? I don't think we need to wait for the online folks.
4 online, 4 yes, no, 4 yes, 0 no.
Thank you. It doesn't matter. The room had it anyway. So that amendment does not pass. Back to the original wording. That's it, Brian?
That's the original.
Okay. So, one more time. The original wording is, the right of free, voluntary, and peaceful association is absolute. The LPNC supports the right of individuals in any economic, social, or governmental setting to associate or not associate with others. We also support the right of individuals to join together to form organizations to assert their rights. Debate. We have a microphone.
So,
name and county, please.
Zach Thomas, Forsyth County.
Thank you, sir.
Not to beat a dead horse, but I would argue against this. The current wording already satisfies the rationale stated.
But 1 second, Ryan, how are we doing on time here?
I'm not sure. I was just not keeping track of this.
All right.
Sorry.
And the proposed wording is also redundant if you would look at the self-defense wording. But that's all I'd like to say about that.
Thank you. So, unless there's any other debate, I'm going to take a vote. All those in favor of the proposed change to the platform, please raise your hand in favor of. All those opposed? That does not pass. Thank you.
0 yes, 3 no.
There you go. We are up to proposed change number 11. Stephen? Just so everybody knows, we're going to have a hard stop here at about 2:30. We have a speaker, so let's all keep that in mind.
Proposed change 11, annexation. This is a new plank that we're proposing. The proposed wording is annexation. No person shall have a government forced upon them without their consent. The LPNC rejects the idea of involuntary annexation and extraterritorial jurisdiction where the government exists. Persons must retain the right to join or leave them voluntarily. Rationale. Being able to voluntarily associate with others is an absolute right. This also applies to voluntarily associating with governments. The LPNC should recognize this and have a plan that clearly allows for the voluntarily joining and removing oneself from governments.
Okay. Open up for debate. Anybody wish to debate this? Offer an amendment? Mr. Bell? Name and county, don't forget.
Gavin Bell, Person County. I've already submitted this in writing to the secretary before the convention. This is just an opinion. I don't know about y'all, but I just feel like this is more something for the national party, this and the next one, something more national level. So I feel like for the state, it would make more sense to read as follows. The title, Local Government Annexation. No person shall have a local government forced upon them without consent. The LPNC rejects the ideas of involuntary annexation and extraterritorial jurisdiction. Where local governments exist, persons must retain the right to join or leave them voluntarily. I just feel like that makes more sense for local stuff. I'm not against the other, as originally worded. I just feel it's more of a national thing.
Is there a second for that amendment? What was that? Oh, Terry, Tracy, Monty, sorry.
Tracy Monty.
Yeah, there we go. You got that, Ryan? The second? Tracy
Yes.
Monty? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Debate.
Well, I was going to speak in support of it, but can I ask you why you feel like it's more of a federal thing? Just the way it's worded, or national?
Well, because like, how would this even apply to the state? Like, could someone leave the state government? So that's why I feel like I clarified, because I understand definitely, that's what I immediately thought when I read this. I thought, wait, they're talking about local, and I was like, well, no, wait, this could apply to just leaving the state, like, oh, I'm not a part of North Carolina anymore. It's like, what, you are. So I feel like making it about like, look, I don't want a city to just annex my property, and all of a sudden I have to pay all those taxes and rules and such. And that's definitely an issue. I don't know if it's as much an issue in North Carolina, because you can say, no, I don't want to join, as if someone joins the property and then you buy it afterwards, after it's already been joined to the city, then you can't leave. So this would allow a leave option. So yeah.
Okay, well, I originally came up because my mother was actually a major player in writing the laws that have ended the annexation laws in North Carolina. And there was some, I'm sorry, my name is Andrea O'Donnell, Dare County. My mother, Catherine Heath, helped write the bill that stopped NC annexation, that stopped annexation, forcible annexation. And there was a little bit of debate in the party as to whether or not this was necessary. And then someone realized it was my mother who did that. And I read it to her, and she was very happy with it. She said it is always a possibility that municipalities will continue to encroach and try to change that law. And the League of Municipalities has a whole lot of reasons to try to eliminate the forced annexation laws. Previously, the history is you could live in someone's extraterritorial jurisdiction. It didn't matter when you bought your house, and they could come with and annex you into city services.
Andrea, can I just stop you for one
Yes,
second? Are you speaking in favor of
In
this
favor.
amendment, or the original wording?
I'll speak in favor of the amendment, that's
Okay.
fine.
Okay, I just want to make sure that everybody's clear on that.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry, yes. But it is still necessary to clarify, and it is an issue that could very easily come back up. That's all.
Thank you. Is there any further debate? Ryan? Okay.
Ryan Brown, Granville County. I'm going to speak against the amendment to make it a local issue. The intent of this platform plank was to make it a universal issue. So no government, or no person shall have any government of any size forced upon them was the intent.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Is there any further debate? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Lanahan, come on up. Last second hand raised.
Charles Lanahan, Buncombe County. If the point, the local government amendment I'm for, the original wording, the intent was just expressed, I'm against the human condition for all time is that governments are forced upon you in one way or another. And this kind of reads like anyone can opt out whenever they want of anything, which is kind of unreasonable and illogical in a lot of ways, because how do things work in relation to that?
I'm sorry.
Yes, that is the intent.
And I'm against.
Okay, so we're gonna vote on the amendment, which reads, local government annexation. No person shall have a government forced upon them without consent. The LPNC rejects the ideas of involuntary annexation and extraterritorial jurisdiction. Where local governments exist, persons must retain the right to join or leave them voluntarily.
Yes, there should be a local in front of the first.
Oh, sorry,
government.
local.
And
Right, so
that was my fault.
All right, so I'll read it one more time. No person shall have a local government forced upon them without consent. The LPNC rejects the ideas of involuntary annexation or extraterritorial jurisdiction. Where local governments exist, persons must retain the right to join or leave them voluntarily. All of those in favor, please raise your hands. Thank you. All opposed, please raise your hands. Thank you.
Yes, 2, 1, no, 1.
The amendment fails. So if we could put the original wording back up. One more time. Okay. I'll read it one more time. Annexation. No person shall have a government forced upon them without consent. The LPNC rejects the ideas of involuntary annexation and extraterritorial jurisdiction. Where governments exist, persons must retain the right to join or leave them voluntarily. Is there any further debate?
Robert Browder, Cabarrus County. In the first sentence, the without consent seems redundant after forced upon them. I'd propose to strike without consent from the amendment, from the proposal.
Is there a second?
Fair enough.
Okay. Okay, is there any other? Please don't forget name and county.
Broger Gaines, Orange County. I would like to propose adding the words "without financial repercussions" to the end of the last sentence. I have it here in writing, which I'm going to go ahead and submit.
Voluntarily without.
Just to speak on the rationale behind this, if you were a citizen of the United States, say, and you wanted to surrender your citizenship, you would have to pay several $1,000s to do so.
Okay, so the amendment offered, no person shall have a government forced upon them without consent. The LPNC rejects the ideas of involuntary annexation and extraterritorial jurisdiction. Where governments exist, persons must retain the right to join or leave them voluntarily without financial repercussions. Is there a second? Mr. Reed Deal, seconded. Is there any debate? David? Oh, I thought you were getting up, sorry. Mr. Irving, we're at time?
Well, I would just note that the example given by the mover has nothing to do with that.
Wait, you need a microphone, Brian.
I would just suggest that the example given by the mover, I don't know where he went, I apologize if I offend you, but it has nothing to do with annexation. Giving up your citizenship is a whole different subject. Anyway. But as Andrea pointed out, there was a long battle in North Carolina to prevent forced annexation, and I initially was talking to the committee, was opposed to this, but I think that what they've rewritten, ETJ still exists, so cities and counties can come after you live within, I think it's a mile of a city. So if you want to live in the country, move way out in the country.
Thank you. Mr. Watercott.
Thank you, Thomas Watercott, Gilbert County. I'm going to ask you to remove just one word from your amendment, financial. The reason being is there are other repercussions that they can apply to you besides financial repercussions if you choose to do what the government doesn't want you to do. They can deny you access, they can deny you services, they can do a lot of other things other than financially impact you. So if you would, I'd appreciate it. I can't do that myself, and I can't motion it because it's part of your motion.
You accept that amendment?
I accept that friendly amendment.
Thank you. So one more time for the room. No person shall have a government forced upon them without consent. The LPNC rejects the ideas of involuntary annexation and extraterritorial jurisdiction. Where governments exist, persons must retain the right to join or leave them voluntarily without repercussions. Mr. Haw.
Thank you, Sean Haw from Durham County, and Earl, I'm sadly going to argue against your amendment. It is righteous. What you were proposing, and where Mr. Irving is, Brian here is correct. We have to be aware of who our audience is. We're going to put this up on our website. People are going to read this, and they're going to see annexation. You should be on the point of annexation. I certainly agreed with and supported what Ryan said. As a member of the platform committee, I certainly agreed with the original wording. I do like very much that all relationships should be consensual, including your relationships with governments. So I like leaving that in there, but I feel like we're starting, maybe we've opened the door to shoehorning non-annexation issues into this plan.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Needham.
Does anybody see virtue in zoning, property values, stability of city planners, and private restrictions? Like a person has a piece of land, he wants to develop it, he petitions, and he wants to preserve his value of his property. Is there any value in that? Do y'all?
What does that have to do with the amendment? Are you speaking?
When you're talking about annexation,
Right.
people voluntarily buy land to develop it, to give it value as commercial. I mean, to increase its value based on how it's zoned. If it's a private request and they want to put a restriction on that land, is there any libertarian that's willing to say that if a person wants to define his property to have a specific restriction, that's fine. If a person comes in afterwards and wants to change that, that's wrong.
So are you speaking? Wait, Mr. Needham, wait, stand by 1 second. Are you speaking in for or against this amendment?
I'm against it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Haw, we're going to be up against time here, so Mr. Haw.
We do have a platform plank already on zoning and property use.
Wait, could you speak into the mic so everybody can hear you, please, Sean?
Sean Haw from Durham County. We already do, just addressing your concern, we already have a plank on zoning and property use, which.
You're repealing.
No, this is a currently different.
Right, this is a completely
This
new.
is a completely new plank. We are not replacing any plank with this proposal.
All right, I'm going to move to a vote here, okay? So, on this current amendment that's on the screen, that I've read a couple of times, all those in favor, please raise your hands. Thank you. Say again? Do you need me to read it one more time? Okay, I'll read it one more time for the room. Why not? No person shall have a government forced upon them without consent. The LPNC rejects the ideas of involuntary annexation and extraterritorial jurisdiction. Where governments exist, persons must retain the right to join or leave them voluntarily without repercussions. All of those in favor? On the amendment, this is the amendment, yes. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Thank you. All those opposed, please raise your hands. Mr. Hessel, thank you, I'm sorry.
0 yes, 3 no.
Okay, this passes. The amendment passes, so now we're gonna vote on whether this is. Yeah, I was about to get to that, because we're out of time. Huh? Oh, you wanna vote total, you wanna count? Okay, so. Yeah, all right, so, all of those in favor, please raise your hands, and we're gonna take a count. Actually, you know what, better yet, stand up, we'll do a count off, it'll be much easier. Okay? Yes, we're re-voting on the amendment that we just did. Somebody questioned that it looked a little too close, so we're gonna take a vote, we're gonna count it down, okay? As I point to you, everybody look up front, and just make sure that I'm pointing at you, and let's get this count done, ready?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16,
17 is Earl. Okay, I'm gonna keep on this side right now.
18, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28.
Wait, 28. Wait. You were at 28 here, in the yellow shirt. Now I'm pointing here, yes ma'am. 29. 31, 32, thank you Travis, sit down. 33, 34. All right, now, okay, there we go. 37. 40. 42, okay, 42. Plus whatever the online is.
The online are 3 no, but you haven't taken the notes yet, have you?
No, I was asking for yeses.
Oh, no yeses, sorry.
No yeses, thank you. All- Thank you, Brad, I needed that. Anyway, all of those opposed, please stand. Let's count this off quick. I'll make it easy. I'm going to stick to one side of the room first and then move to the other.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All right, there you go. Brian.
8, 9,
10.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15,
16,
17, 18,
19, 20.
21, 22,
24. 24. And the online no's were?
3 no's.
3 no's. What are those totals again, Mr. Secretary?
I had 42 to 27.
All right. So the motion passes. Well, the amendment passes. Now we're going, no, yeah, wait, that was, right, the amendment passes. So now we're going to vote on whether this gets accepted to be a change to the platform. Does anybody need me to read it one more time? No, very good. Okay, let's move to a vote. All of those in I'm just checking, because some people raise their hands late. I'm just making sure. All of those in favor of this proposal, please raise your hands. Thank you. All opposed? Thank you.
1, 2, 5 yes, 0 no.
The proposed change passes. Thank you, everybody. We are at 2:27. We have a speaker set up to speak at 2:30. Say again? Say again?
Just try reading the last one, see if I can do it by acclamation, real quick.
So wait, you're asking for vote totals? It's not necessary. The room had it.
No.
Huh?
Orders of the day.
Say again?
Orders of the day.
Oh.
I don't think we have time for that. I don't think it's gonna go by acclamation.
Right. Ryan, what?
You got 2 minutes till, I'd like to read it and go if possible.
All right, you want to read it and go? And we'll hold.
Go, quick.
All right, let's go. Come on.
I'll read. The 12th proposed change is secession. The current wording, we do not have a plank. The proposed wording, secession. The LPNC recognizes the right to political secession. This includes the right to secession by political entities, private groups, or individuals. Exercise of this right, like the exercise of all other rights, does not remove legal or moral obligations not to violate the rights of others. The rationale for this is secession by means of non-aggression. Non-aggressive and voluntary secession is absolute. I think I butchered that sentence. And speaking personally, the last 3 amendments were all sort of supposed to be one. That's why there's a common theme, but I think we need to keep North Carolina radical and show that everybody, no matter who they are, has the right to secede and has absolute self-ownership.
Thank you, Ryan. Debate. Mr. Ulmer. Mr. Ulmer, then Mr. Hubinger.
Mr. Chair, I object to the motion. I object to the motion.
There's no motion.
Keep rolling.
There's no motion
So-
to put that into our platform?
This one, hold on, my turn, I'm first, I'm on square.
I
Got it.
recognize David first.
All right. There's going to be a lot here to unpack. There's a lot here that needs to be discussed. I move we table this to tomorrow at the chair's discretion to work it into our timeline and agenda for tomorrow morning.
Second. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Because this is going to take a while, and I'm sure it's going to take a while. And I'd like to be respectful of our speaker's time also. Yes, Mr. Irving.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Question.
Yes, sir.
This conclude the platform discussion for this convention?
No, this is tabling it. It's tabling it for today to
Okay.
move to tomorrow.
The agenda does not indicate a continuation of the platform.
That was my motion, was to continue tomorrow, so you just need to vote on that, we can play it coordinate
Right.
tomorrow.
So, that was David's motion, that we table this for tomorrow. So, are there any objections or debate or anything to that effect? Mr. Rubin?
Not debatable.
Oh, it's not, oh, you know what? Yes, you're right. Correct. It's not debatable, right? So, with that said, all in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? Thank you.
Five yes.
Okay.
No, zero no.
Okay, it is tabled till tomorrow.
Mr. Chair, I have a point of order. I have an objection that I think this violates our charter, what's it called here? Platform.
We can discuss it tomorrow because it's being tabled till tomorrow. It's tabled till tomorrow.
It's already been decided.
Yeah.
We've already voted on it.
So tomorrow,
It's not even up for objection.
tomorrow when we take it back up, you can object.
Write it down, though.
Write it, yeah, write it, write down your objection, and tomorrow when we pick this back up, we'll listen to your objection. Can I have Chris Mizell up to the front? Chris is going to introduce our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Dr. Terry Stoops. Our next speaker is Dr. Terry Stoops. Dr. Stoops is the director of the Center for Effective Education at the John Locke Foundation. Before joining the Locke Foundation in 2005, he worked as the program assistant for the child welfare education programs at the University of Pittsburgh School of Social Work. He taught English at Spotsylvania High School and served as an adjunct instructor in professional communication at the University of Mary Washington. During his doctoral studies, Stoops was a research assistant in the Department of Leadership, Foundations, and Policy at the University of Virginia School of Education and Human Development. He is co-founder of Carolina Charter Academy, a public charter school located in Anger, North Carolina. In 2021, he was appointed to the North Carolina Charter School Advisory Board by Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. Dr. Stoops earned a bachelor's degree in speech communication from Clarion University and a master's degree in administrative and policy studies from the University of Pittsburgh School of Education. He earned a PhD in social foundations of education from the University of Virginia School of Education and Human Development. He received a certificate in education finance from the McCourt School of Public Policy at Georgetown University. Dr. Stoops, thank you, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Well, thank you so much for the invitation, and thank you to Sean for allotting an hour and a half for this talk. I plan on filling the entire hour and a half with words, so.
It's actually an hour. We have a speaker at 3:30.
I'm just kidding, even though I probably could go that long. If anyone has amendments to my talk, just pick up a mic, one amendment at a time. Okay, one amendment at a time. No, it is an absolute pleasure to be here, see some old friends, Dave Ulmer, Barbara's back there, Angela Humphreys, Sean, Brian Irving, and it's really a pleasure to be with you today. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about school choice and school choice in North Carolina. And I was really privileged to hear your discussion that you had earlier about education freedom and school choice. And it actually gave me an idea to add something to my talk here, because what you were talking about is a critical component to where we are and where we need to go with school choice in North Carolina, because we have some decent school choice options, but we have a long way to go. And I think what you were talking about really maps out the next step that North Carolina needs to take to maximize educational freedom. So let me first, and I'm going to start talking a little bit about the history of school choice, and I'm going to give someone that you might not expect choice for really energizing the school choice movement here in North Carolina. And his name is Bill Clinton. And so Bill Clinton and Hillary walk into a brothel. No, I'm just kidding. It's not for this group. But I think we forget just how controversial it was in 1993 when the Clintons decided to send their only daughter, 12-year-old Chelsea, to the Sidwell Friends School in Washington, D.C. Just to set it up, in 1992, Bill Clinton, of course, was running for president on a pro-public education platform with the support of the public teachers unions and a commitment to improving public education in the United States. And of course, everyone took him at his word and also assumed that when he became president, Chelsea would attend the public school, like she did in Little Rock before he was elected president. Well, on January 5th, 1993, there was an AP story that was out that said Hillary and Chelsea are shopping for schools in Washington, D.C. Isn't that great? To have the luxury to shop for schools? Again, you know, this is something that the wealthy can do. And then the next day, there was an announcement that Chelsea would be attending the most elite private school in Washington, D.C., the Sidwell Friends School. And this is what the Clintons said after they made that announcement. As parents, we believe this decision is best for our daughter at this time in her life based on her changing circumstances. Well, damn, how many times have we as parents, and I have 2 public school students right now, have had changing circumstances but not have had the luxury to send our child to the school that best meets their needs? Well, the reaction to this in North Carolina and everywhere was swift. And people began writing into their local newspapers talking about the hypocrisy of the Clintons sending their daughter to the most elite private school in Washington, D.C. Here's a couple sample letters from the time. This one from the Charlotte Observer. Clinton has long extolled public education, but when the time came to face reality, he faced it. He made the right choice. All Americans should be allowed the same privilege. School vouchers. Bill, or Chelsea's next school may be in Little Rock. That was from a gentleman in Kings Mountain. Here's a letter from Dennis Lubin, or Luban, who I believe was active in the Libertarian Party. He's in Durham at that time. He said, so President-elect Clinton's 12-year-old daughter, Chelsea, will attend one of Washington's most exclusive private schools rather than a public school. Economically, all of Durham's 27,000 kids could have had a similar choice and attended a private school, not just the rich kids like Chelsea in Washington. Absolutely right. And then here's my favorite from the Charlotte Observer. And this is signed by Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence Primsuckle III. And of course, this is a satirical letter that was sent into the Charlotte Observer. We just wanted to offer our support to Bill and Hillary on their excellent decision to send Chelsea to the prestigious Sidwell Friends School rather than those filthy DC public schools. Our little Melvin wouldn't be caught dead near one of those places. Actually, with handguns everywhere, he might be caught dead there. Ha ha ha, just a little public school humor there. Anyway, we're happy to the Clintons for realizing that school choice is more than about what's good for the country. It's about what your family can afford. It's good that we have private schools so those who are better off can ensure their children will be better off too. Why should those of us in the upper classes be forced to let our little ones mingle with inferior children and their lower class bloodlines? Indeed, all children are equal, but luckily some can afford to be more equal than others. Wow! Wow, we don't write letters like that anymore, but we absolutely should. Now, it didn't just stop with letters. It just so happened that at the time, Governor Hunt was touring the state to talk about school violence. And during these talks about school violence, people started to speak up. And they started to say, you know, one solution to school violence is school choice. Why don't we have school choice in North Carolina? School choice can help address some of these school violence concerns that families have. And it goes without saying that right now, if a child is bullied in school and can't afford a private school and there's no seats in a charter school, that child cannot get out of that school. So, parents and activists began to speak up in 1993. And there was such concern about the momentum for vouchers that the Democrats began to shift their strategy. Because prior to this, they kept saying, well, you know, vouchers, yeah, we hear you, but please, don't talk much about vouchers. We're gonna fix the public schools. But they started to propose at this point public charter schools. And a public charter school is a public school. It's funded with taxpayer dollars. It's exempt from some of the regulations that are imposed on traditional public schools, such as some of the staffing requirements, class size requirements, etc. But they do receive the bulk of their funding almost entirely from the public purse. There was a shift at this point to try to get all of this talk of vouchers dismissed to public charter schools, and it's no coincidence that 3 years later, the North Carolina General Assembly, in bipartisan legislation, passed a bill that would allow North Carolinians to open charter schools. There was a cap on charter schools of 100 schools, and those schools could only increase their enrollment by 10% a year. So there were controls put on these charter schools, but at least there was one avenue of a educational freedom that was open to North Carolinians. And for the first time, there were school choice options for families who couldn't afford them. Now, this isn't to dismiss some of the contributions of people like Vernon Robinson of the North Carolina Reform Action Network at the time, and others, including libertarians that were speaking out for more educational opportunities. But it is to say that for the first time, when the Clintons made that fateful decision to send their daughter to the most exclusive private school in Washington, D.C., a national awareness was generated that brought people to the table to start talking about the need for educational options. And in North Carolina, we started moving in that direction. Now, let me also say that the Clintons aren't the first, or certainly not the last hypocrites we've seen who have touted the benefits of public schools and yet sent their children to a private school. Of course, the obvious one being Barack and Michelle Obama sending their two daughters to Sidwell Friends. A lot of people don't know that Roy Cooper, when he moved to, when he became Attorney General, sent his youngest daughter to St. Mary's School, a very prestigious school in Raleigh. And we have plenty of other examples of hypocrisy that makes parents justifiably upset. in North Carolina, we have only had a few private school choice programs since 2013. We've had the Opportunity Scholarship Program, which is a private school scholarship program for low-income children. In 2013, the Disability Grant, these are for students that have an individualized education program. That started in 2013. And then we have something called an Education Savings Account, which started in 2017. And this is also for special needs children. And what an Education Savings Account is really the next generation of school choice. And by next generation, I mean that it maximizes the ways that parents can use taxpayer dollars for the benefit of their children. So here's what how an education savings account works. If you have a voucher, you can only use it toward tuition and fees toward a private school. But if you have an education savings account, you can use it for tuition and fees. You can use it for approved expenses like occupational therapy. You can use it for tools that help a child in the classroom, instructional materials, physical assistance materials. This is really the way that parents can tailor the use of public dollars for the needs of their children. Of course, this does require a little bit more oversight from the state. There are some restrictions on how the money is used, but if you talk to any parent that has one of these education savings accounts, you will hear them say that it has transformed the education of their children and allowed them to receive an education that they never thought possible. It's really a fantastic way to go about making sure that the parent has maximum control over the public dollars. Now, 2022 is a landmark year. You're not hearing a word about it. The media is not saying a word about it, but it is a landmark year, and this is why. 10 years ago, 13% of our children were in schools of choice. And when I say schools of choice, I mean public charter, private, or homeschools. This year, North Carolina will reach 25%. That is 1 in 4 children in schools of choice, which is absolutely remarkable. And yes. The pandemic accelerated what had already been happening. That is, parents taking their own children and recognizing that they are being ill-served by traditional public schools and looking at options elsewhere. And this is one of the reasons why we're seeing such a large increase in the number of homeschool, private school students, and public charter school students, is that parents have more choices than they ever did before. It's also absolutely critical to remember that parents are used to sending their kids to private school. So the notion of having freedom, that freedom that you support and I support, is something that doesn't occur to a lot of parents. Sending their child to a traditional public school to them is almost automatic until they realize that there are these options open to them and there is something better for their child. And a lot of parents still don't know that a lot of these options are available. Now, they're not available everywhere, and one of the things to remember about school choice in North Carolina is that it is not distributed equally. A lot of our rural communities don't have as many choices as those in our urban areas, but it's getting a lot better. We are seeing increases in the choices across the board. Just to give you an example, over the last 10 years, students in traditional district schools, that population has increased by 5%, which is, over the last 10 years, a remarkably small number. And what no one is really talking about is the fact that our traditional public school population continues to decrease every year. It is right now decreasing by 15 or 20,000 children a year. But one of the reasons why the public school establishment and the unions are pressing the General Assembly for hold harmless provisions, these are provisions that pay for students that don't exist, is because the traditional public school population continues to decrease. And when the population decreases, the money decreases. And they don't want to see the money decrease, even if they don't have the students to educate. Now, this is due to a couple things. Of course, it is due to the amount of school choices that are available, but also to a declining birth rate. So they're getting hit from both sides. And vaunted Wake County, right? The people that believe they have the best school system in the state, they believe they have one of the best school systems in the nation, recently got a report from Carolina Demography that said they will not increase their student population until the year 2030. That's the projection. Even Wake County, which at one point was gaining 8, 9, 10,000 students a year, is seeing a decrease in student population. And it's not hard to understand why. The charter school population over the last 10 years has increased by 180%. 180%. And one of the reasons is that if you're a parent and you send your child to a charter school and you have a problem with that child, you have a problem with your child in that school, the board of directors for that school, the nonprofit, only controls that school. If my child had a problem in the Wake County schools, that child is one among 160,000 students with a school board that is so detached from what's happening in the district that you will never get a satisfactory response to your concerns in a county like Wake. If you're in a public charter school, the board of directors has direct governance over that school. The private school population has only increased by 12%. And part of that is a problem of supply. There aren't a lot of private schools out there. There was a fear that during the Great Recession, or that there was a fear that during the pandemic, that a repeat of the Great Recession was going to occur. There was a real concern that private schools were going to close because there would be such a deep recession due to the pandemic that parents wouldn't be able to pay for tuition. But the exact opposite happened. Parents were so fed up with schools that were requiring masking, requiring remote learning, which was extremely harmful to kids, that they couldn't wait to get their child in a private school. And thanks to entrepreneurs like Robert Luddy of Captive Air, we now are increasing the supply of private schools in North Carolina. And in Mr. Luddy's case, the number of low-cost, high-quality private schools that we have in North Carolina, he can't build them fast enough. Those schools fill up instantly because parents have had enough. The one thing that the pandemic taught parents was that traditional public schools don't have their best interest in mind. Who knew? Who could tell them that? What a shock! But not just any parents. Because if you're a parent and you have enough money, you can buy a house in that sort of swanky subdivision, have your kid assigned to the good school, and not really ever have to worry about these things. But the pandemic changed that, where well-to-do, upper middle class parents suddenly found themselves in untenable situations with their children, and for the first time began to think seriously about school choice. Only to find that the choices that they wanted, the choices they desired, were not available to them because the wait lists were so long. And let's talk about homeschooling. Over the last 10 years, homeschooling has increased by 126%. The last year alone, homeschools increased by 21%. 180,000 children attend homeschools in North Carolina. this is the applause line, making North Carolina, as a share of its student population, the largest homeschool state in the nation. One of the reasons why North Carolina is such a homeschool-friendly state, part of that has to do with a law that was changed a couple years ago, changing the definition of homeschooling. This was the example of the General Assembly actually easing a regulation and enjoying the benefits of it. So the definition of homeschooling was so restrictive that there were parents that were getting together in co-ops or getting online instruction for their children that they risked running afoul of the law. And the General Assembly said, oh boy, that's not a good idea. We're actually going to expand the definition of homeschooling to allow there to be cooperatives and online learning to occur so that it's easier for families to homeschool their children. After that change, homeschooling, the increase in the number of homeschoolers began to accelerate because there's this idea that homeschoolers, they don't talk to anyone, right? They're antisocial. Homeschoolers are the most social group that I have ever met because they're constantly getting together and sharing instruction and resources with one another. They're the most social kids that I've ever met, and homeschooling in North Carolina is truly a cooperative enterprise. Moreover, if your child is going to homeschool high school and you're like me and you forgot all that math, you forgot all that science, you could go online and get some of the best instruction in the world in math and science for your child. Or download materials that help you teach your child at home. And this has opened up so many possibilities with micro schools and all these hybrid versions of schooling that parents are now taking advantage of. And I hear from parents that decided to homeschool over the pandemic, and they had every intention of sending their child back to a district. And they said, you know, it's the strangest thing. My child is so much different. They're so much better adjusted. Their personality has changed after they got out of that environment. They are so much better in that homeschool environment than they were in the district school that I will never send my child back. Public opinion is on us, is with us when it comes to school choice. As you may know, the John Locke Foundation conducts usually monthly polls, public opinion polls on politicians, on issues, and it's a poll of likely voters. And every January for School Choice Week, we have a poll that is dedicated just to school choice issues. And we found in the last poll in January that 78% of voters believe parents should determine where a child attends school as opposed to school boards. 11%. Yes, 11% of the people thought that a school board was in a better position to tell them where their child should go to school. It's ridiculous. And 81% agree that parents should have the ability to determine where their child attends school. 8 out of 10 likely North Carolina voters believe that parents should have the ability to decide where their child goes to school. That's remarkable. Greater flexibility for parents allocating tax dollars for education was the most supported idea that we asked likely voters for. Vouchers, education savings accounts, charter schools were all strongly supported ideas. We found that 46% of voters were more likely to vote for a candidate that supports opportunity scholarships. 22% were less likely. In other words, North Carolina voters want candidates that talk about school choice, that talk about empowering parents. Now, I was talking to Dee Watson a little earlier, and she said, you know, this opportunity scholarships and these programs are great, but they're really just temporary measures because we need to get to a point where parents are truly empowered. That rather than just having programs that they have to seek out, we begin with the assumption that the parent can direct the money to the school that best meets their child's needs, not seek out a program that their child would have to qualify for in order to exercise choice. And this is something called backpack funding or student-based funding. And this is the idea that rather than empowering the state government and giving the money to the schools, we empower the families. And I want to give you an update on where we are when it comes to this student-based funding, because this really unlocks the key to empowering parents. Student-based funding is a two-step process. The first step is revising the state funding formula for education that allots the amount of money by student. If you've ever examined, and trust me, don't do it, but if you've ever examined the way the state allocates taxpayer dollars for public education, it is the most moronic system that could ever be conceived, because there are 37 allotment categories just for state funding, and the state sort of divvies up the money according to each of these categories and then sends it to the school district, where the school district can divvy it up in its different ways, sending it to schools that can then divvy it up in any number of ways. It's the least transparent system you could possibly imagine, and it has absolutely no connection to student achievement. In order to revise that system, we need an act of the legislature, and in 2017, we thought we were going to get there. We, at the John Locke Foundation, were strong advocates for a joint legislative task force on education finance reform that was head up by Craig Horn, a Republican from Union County. And this was the task force that was designed to move North Carolina from its current funding system to a student-based system, where we fund the amount of money for education based on individual student needs. The way that we would do that would be very simple. Every student gets a base amount of funding, and then based on their needs or circumstances, they would layer funding on top of that. Special needs student gets additional money. Low income student, additional money. Gifted student, additional money, etc. Experts came and testified. We thought we had the number of votes that we needed to get a student-based funding system in North Carolina, and then the pressure came. The pressure came from school districts that were losing student population, that realized that if you fund a system based on students and you are losing students, you will lose money. Now, that occurs now, but not to this extent, where some school districts will be losing millions of dollars. Now, should we be spending millions of dollars on school districts where the students aren't going? No, I don't think so. I think the money needs to follow the student, and the first way we do that is with a student-based system. Now, some states have moved in this direction. For goodness sake, California has a student-based funding system. And if California can do it, Lord, North Carolina, I mean, come on. The second step required, though, is the most difficult one. Because once you start allocating based on student needs, the next thing you need to do is to make it portable. And no state, as of right now, has made it portable. So you can allot the money based on the student, but no parent can take that allotment, can receive the allotment, and then take it to whatever school they want for their child. And that is how North Carolina can get to a system where we truly empower parents, where we can fund students and families and not systems. And it's a great phrase that you use, funding students, not systems, because my friend Corey DeAngelis, and if you don't follow Corey on Twitter, on Facebook, Corey is a good friend of mine, and he says it all the time. And he's absolutely right, that if we are truly going to go to a system where we meet the needs of every student, then we need to fund students and systems. Unfortunately, North Carolina as a state is still very much funding systems and not students. Now, I don't expect any movement this year, I'll be completely honest. Our discussions with the General Assembly have them having what is best probably a ninja session. I guess that's the way to best describe it. They're going to go in, they're going to go out. We're not going to see any large-scale reform efforts. We're not going to see any efforts to try to revise the funding system or expand the school choice programs like we saw in 2021. We were able to, through our efforts, lobbying the General Assembly and being an advocate for children, expand some of the eligibility for North Carolina's opportunity scholarships, and we streamlined the disability grant to make it all an education savings account. But unfortunately, we didn't get some of the big ticket items that we wanted. I'll end on this. A lot of people ask me, what do we do about this learning loss with kids in the pandemic? And the research is very, very clear about what we do with the learning loss and all of the terrible things that happened during the pandemic, and that is something called high-dosage tutoring. And high-dosage tutoring is essentially intensive tutoring for those who need it the most. I mean, it's not any sort of a groundbreaking idea. And we tried really hard to get the General Assembly to give parents an education savings account that would allow them to take taxpayer money to the public, private, or nonprofit institution of their choice to give their child the tutoring to allow them to catch up. Because we have seen through a report published by the Department of Public Instruction recently that all demographic groups and almost all subjects and all schools have seen decreases in the amount of learning that we would expect because of government-imposed mandates during the pandemic. And so it seems to me that our best option is not to provide summer programs where kids don't show up that are optional, but the teachers are getting paid whether kids show up or not, but to give parents a small amount of money to allow them to get tutoring from a qualified tutor in their community, from a for-profit business, from a nonprofit organization, from a teacher after school, from an entrepreneur that wants to set up a tutoring center, from anyone that is qualified to give tutoring services to that child. We're not there yet. We're not very close. We're only starting to understand the types of problems that we've seen during the pandemic. And we're only, as a state, in a very early stage of moving to a system of education that truly respects the decision of parents. But I'm proud to say that this year is a turning point for North Carolina schools. This is a turning point for school choice. And we'll continue to see, year after year, the share of students in schools of choice continue to increase. And don't discount the type of influence that you have had in making that a reality. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'd be happy to take questions.
So I have a quick question. Well, maybe not quick, but so I mean, it's great that we've gotten 25% of students now parents have that choice, but there's still then 75% that are in a traditional public school. Some things can only happen in the NCGA, but you followed this long enough. If you were to be dropped in as like a principal at a traditional public school that was struggling, especially after COVID, what are 3 things that you would try to do or implement that you would think would be the most impactful, right? Because you know, at the end of the day, you want as many people to get a quality education as possible, and you know, we still have that number. We're 75%, and things have not gone well for those people still in those schools. So, what would you do if you had that flexibility or freedom if you came into a new public school, you know, as like a new principal?
Yeah, it really at this point is tutoring would be the main three things. And that would mean differentiating the students in groups, in groups where they can receive the instruction based on where they're at. So there has been this movement over the last few years to try to group kids all together from all different ability levels, with this idea that the kids at the top will pull the other kids up. But that rarely happens. And so I would initially group children based on ability. I would have my strongest teachers with the children that have the most need, and then I would extend instructional time for the children that have the most need. I mean, that is probably what I would do if I was in that position.
So more than age and grade level, you would just say even if there's a 3-year age difference, so long as that's where the skill set is for reading,
Absolutely.
that would be the reading class.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. It's an interesting idea.
I think I would also make sure that my teachers, yeah, this is the fourth, but you know, I can do that. My teachers are actually following the science of reading, because we have this, we have not taught reading in a very scientific way in North Carolina for a very long time. We knocked phonics out, and so we tried all these experimental methods. I would go back to basics phonics. I would have kids sounding out words, and I would use that science-based approach to reading, which for years had been abandoned in our public schools. Yes, sir.
So education is something that I'm very passionate about. I plan on participating in the school board election for my county this coming year. I have always been a fan of trying to educate people in every way possible. One issue that I wanted to bring up and kind of get your opinion on is the issue of quality teachers. Oftentimes teachers get put into tenure and they stop trying to teach properly. They stop caring to teach well. I've had multiple bad teachers throughout my career that just ruined my love for certain subjects. However, the good teachers are the ones without tenure. They are the ones that are most passionate, can relate. What is your view on tenure when it comes to like public school education?
Yeah, most of the tenure has been eliminated, so teachers are on contracts, but that really hasn't accelerated the exodus of some of our bad teachers. We are fortunate, though. We have every year the state requires the Department of Public Instruction to publish something called the State of the Teaching Profession Report, and it looks at teacher turnover in traditional public schools. And what they find is that on average, a teacher that leaves is less effective than a teacher that stays. So that's the good news. The teachers that are leaving the public schools tend to be less effective than those who stay. And you know, there's some intuition about that. If they're not successful in the classroom, obviously that they're going to leave. But I'm not a fan of teacher certification requirements. I think they're absolutely absurd. And if you look at the number of professionals that are excluded from the profession because they don't hold a teaching certificate, I think it's absolutely ridiculous. I always make the joke that Governor Hunt, right, the education governor, would not be allowed to teach in a public school because he doesn't have a teaching certificate. Think of the retired engineers that would like to go back and give back and go into a classroom. You could have a PhD and you'd be eliminated from the profession because you don't have a certificate. Or, even more insulting, they would enter you as a lateral entry teacher. You would have to go to a community college or university and take education classes to basically learn what you learn on the job, which is how to control a classroom, how to fill out paperwork. The teacher certification requirements, I think, are going to be something that states are going to look at, and they're going to start paring back, because there's a concern that we're not going to have enough educators, and we're not going to have enough time to train enough educators to replace the ones that are leaving. So we need to find professionals to enter the profession from elsewhere. And it goes without saying that these teacher certification requirements are keeping teachers of color, potential teachers of color, out of the profession, because they are less likely to have a teaching degree, even though they could be really beneficial in a public school classroom. And so the teacher certification requirements, I think, are a vestige of a bygone era, and they are nothing more than a tool that allows our university system to make money off the public education system. So the sooner we get rid of them, the better. And we can start hiring based on qualifications and knowledge of the subject material rather than possession of a piece of paper. Yes, sir.
Terry, I wonder if you could comment on a possibility or a likelihood of eventually going after Article 9 itself, because it's pretty clear that that is the big source of a big permanent source of income to an institution, the public school system, that is completely infiltrated by the Democratic Party, and that's a big source of their support and income. I know it's a stretch, but I'm sure a lot of people in this room have warmed up to the idea that we do need the General Assembly to cut that because it just gives an incredible partisan advantage to the Democrats in the state. Anyway, it's not a question, but could you comment on that as a potential strategy?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Article 9 is the education section of the North Carolina Constitution. I think that there is going to be a consideration of talking about of Article 9 because this Leandro lawsuit that has existed for so long is only existing because of an interpretation of Article 9 and a few other statutes. And so I wouldn't be surprised if the General Assembly starts thinking about ways to modify Article 9 in order to do something about the Leandro case. And just to give you a background, the Leandro case is a case that was filed by some low-income counties alleging that the state does not provide a sound basic education to its children, which it doesn't. But they recently came up with an 8-year, $8 billion plan, and $8 billion is just the down payment, in order to meet this supposed constitutional requirement of a sound basic education. By the way, the term sound basic education isn't even in the Constitution. This was the Supreme Court interpretation of what the education statute said in the Constitution, and so through the years, the judiciary has added things to it, and we are fighting it out in the courts right now, so I would be surprised there being some modification. The most interesting thing, though, and I hear rumblings of it, is that there are states that are thinking seriously about their compulsory education requirement. As you know, we have a statute that requires kids to go to school between the ages of 7 and 16. States are really starting to think about that compulsory attendance requirement. And if you really want educational freedom, true educational freedom, getting rid of the compulsory education requirement would be one of the ways to do it. So to hear that that is under consideration, that people talking seriously about the compulsory education requirement is fascinating. Something I never thought I would hear, but there are states out west that are talking seriously about it. Now, whether they do anything or not, well, it remains to be seen. But it shows just what kind of fire for education freedom are in the bellies of a lot of these activists. And I love to see it. Yes? Yes, ma'am.
Last question, please. Thank you.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Hello. I don't want these things. Does this work? No? And then you talk?
I can repeat your question so that everyone can
It's
hear.
fine. I have
This one works.
voice, it's fine. So anyways, I'm in the military, so I can talk loud anyways. I was in California. I did do school choice for a year, and I saw a lot of issues. I mean, the homeschool options, they were awesome, but if we're trying to solve socioeconomic issues in our areas, I don't know if school choice is it in certain ways, and I'm wondering how you would address the things I saw. For example, when you have poor children, usually their parents aren't educated, so they don't know the school system. So the kid goes to the local school right there, which is usually not a good school. So then you have the parents that do care take their kids to another school that gets full, and all the kids in that school are doing great, right? Then you take away school buses, which is what they had to do because now everyone's choosing their school, so not everyone in that neighborhood is going to that school. So why would you pick up all the kids at the corner? So now you have poor income families who don't have transportation, unable to take their kids to the good schools. they still don't want it because you still have to drive through that area. How do you solve that problem in general, if you have any ideas?
Well, a couple things. First, school choice solves a lot of problems, doesn't solve them all. And I refuse to believe the low-income parent is not in a position to be able to make that decision for their child. They've just never been in that position before. And so they have the ability, they have the intelligence, and if the state does it right, they will have the resources to be able to find that option for their child. I'm familiar somewhat with some of the things going on in California, and especially Southern California, with some of their school choice options. But we will never get at a point where school choice works if the bad schools continue to stay open. Like, that is the fundamental issue, is that when there's competition, when there's real competition in education, the bad schools should close. But because the bad schools are reinforced by a system where the money is filtered to the district no matter what, they can keep those bad schools open. And so that, I think, is one of the issues that we'll see in North Carolina, and we do see, is that the competition isn't doing enough to close the bad schools. Now, bad private schools close, bad charter schools close, and of course you could choose not to homeschool. But the bad district schools never close. And until there is a mechanism to close those schools, then we're never going to get to a point where we're getting improvement in the entire system itself. Now, North Carolina, its Opportunity Scholarship Program is targeting low-income children, and low-income children only. And we've seen the first study of that program tell us that the kids are benefiting academically. So that we have some very good signs with that. We also have research that tells us that the school choice programs generally produce an increase in test scores, an increase in educational attainment. That means increased graduation rates, college going rates. Parents are more satisfied. The public schools test scores increase. Kids have more civic values, and there's actually a better effect on racial integration with school choice than without. So the research is at our side, at our back. Unfortunately, there's no good way to address all of the problems that you mentioned in a system that only allows choice for few and allows the bad actors to stay open.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Let's have a nice round of applause for Dr. Stoops. Thank you. Okay, 1 second. Brad, have we figured out the sound issue?
Yeah, we're good, but no sign of Angela yet.
Okay.
Brad, how are you doing the audio?
He said, you okay?
I need a mic.
Do you want to test it?
No, we've tested it. It's not gonna be great, but it'll be okay.
Okay, well, in a few moments.
So you're just gonna hold this in front of the computer?
We're expecting a speaker
not
that's
concerned
gonna
about any kind of
zoom in.
background?
I believe it's Angela McCardle, who's chair candidate for the Libertarian National Committee. She asked for a few moments to address the delegation.
Well, it's still 7 minutes before she's supposed to be here. Anybody have a-
What about the videos that we have from other candidates for other positions? Do we have something that can fit in that time until Angela calls in?
Probably.
So we also have some other videos from some other candidates for the positions on the LNC that requested to provide that to the delegates, potential delegates, that is, haven't been voted on yet. So.
Let's see. We have Carlos Radzak.
Do we have an idea of time length?
I guess
Between 2 and 5 minutes for each.
Okay. All right. So we can at least get one in between now and 3:30. So.
I'll pick this one. This is the quickest one.
And then at around 4 p.m. we're going to have the Crypto 101 with Shannon and Ace in this room.
You're doing it in this room?
Yep.
All right. Okay, so
I have stuff in the other room that I should probably go get,
Or Zach, are we doing it in this room? I thought we were doing it in here now. Okay, sure, okay. So yes, the Crypto 101 session will be done in this room after we get through the little speech bits that we're gonna be playing.
Angela just showed up.
Okay, so.
Angela just showed up.
Angela just showed up. Okay, so what we'll do is we're gonna have Angela, give a little presentation here for a few minutes, and afterwards we'll play those other videos now that she's online. She's out in Pennsylvania today, so she took time out of her schedule to address y'all. So. That's a good question. Well, she's out from California. I would assume no. But you never know. I mean, can somebody just put in the chat to Angela that David disapproves because she's not a Steelers fan?
Angela, can you hear me?
Hi, yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Okay, cool.
How's my sound?
Yeah, your sound's pretty reasonable. Just hold on a second, let me get set here. I'm not putting it on my platform. First locally, and then supported by federal government. Did you want to introduction?
Again?
Did you give an introduction?
Sure. You know what? While Brad's sorting out the sound, I'm going to have Ryan Brown is going to come up and give a short introduction prior to the video going live. Go ahead, Ryan.
All right, so our next speaker is going to be Angela McArdle. She's currently running for LNC chair, and she has a long history of activism in California. She's the current chair of the LP of Los Angeles County, and she has twice run for California's congressional district, 34th district. She has a paralegal and legal background and provides services to low-income clients. And someone once joked that she doesn't actually seem to sleep at all, and I think she confirmed that. She is all over the country fighting for freedom, and she is also working back in LA County. And with that, it is my honor to introduce Angela McArdle to the LPNC.
Hold on a second, Angela. You need to share her screen because she's a separate Zoom person.
Okay, yes.
Just give us a second. Okay, Angela, you're good to go.
Great. So, thank you again for having me. I am speaking to you from a hotel room in Pennsylvania. Across the United States recently, a desire for freedom has swept our country, and a thirst for personal liberty has been ignited in the hearts of working class people. They don't know exactly what our version of libertarianism looks like, but they know what tyranny looks like because they've experienced it for the last 2 years. Right now, people have a low resolution vision, freedom. And I believe as a party, we need to bring that vision into focus by communicating our message and running candidates that people can feel confident in. And I'm here to explain my vision for the Libertarian Party at the national level and explain how we can turn the LNC into a functional organization so that we can work effectively to accomplish that vision and bring about a freer world in our lifetimes. We have the most beautiful political philosophy in existence. My vision is to mold us into a party that people value, a party that resonates with people's shared values and reflects our innate desire for freedom, a party that inspires people to cast off their ideological shackles, that demonstrates the value of our beautiful organization, and a party that inspires people to work for a freer world and vote libertarian. We challenge the cult of the omnipotent state. We're like David throwing a stone in the face of Goliath, and I'm ready to lead us into that battle. For decades, people have argued over what the purpose of the Libertarian Party is. Is it to win elections, or is it to spread the message of liberty? I think it can be both. We want to see a freer world, but not everyone in the party agrees on how we should reach our goal, and it's become a real pain point. So how do we work with our given situation to achieve the broader goals of most of the hardworking people in the party? Here's what I would like us to do. I believe we should focus on candidates with bold messaging campaigns who are running in either electable or high-profile races. When we amplify the voices of these candidates, like Shane Hazel, we'll throw everything we have behind them at the national level. the National Party's social media, its email campaigns, direct mail, general support, committee resources as well. This is strategic planning. It's something that the LNC does not currently do. And one of the first things we're going to do when I'm elected national chair is adopt a framework for a 2-year strategic plan that meets our short-term goals, things like ballot access, while planning for our long-term future. And it'll be easily implemented again at the next 2-year cycle and easily modified for the next LNC or the chair who comes after me if they need to pivot or make adjustments. In order for any of this to work, we have to have a functional LNC, which we have not had during the last year. So let me break down how that will work and what it will look like. It's important for the chair to be able to work with all of the members of the committee, and committee members have to be able to work with the chair. There are several components to that. Part of my job as national chair begins now, quite frankly, to suss out people that I think are collaborative, responsible LNC candidates who will work well together on the board. And a big part of it is having committee members who are ideologically aligned and trust each other. And when we don't have that second element, trust, it's my job to fill in the gaps and help our board members build trust so that we can move forward together and do meaningful work. It's my job basically to help us achieve our goals and to get us there as quickly as possible. We have to create a valuable organization, and then we have to demonstrate our value so that we gain the support and trust of voters and people who would support us financially. Take, for example, Shane Hazel. Shane's campaign for governor created a national controversy, which enabled him to get our message out in front of a lot of people. This is the kind of campaign that the National Party should be really on board with and supporting. Shane has a very bold message that's tempered by an emotionally charged personal story of libertarianism that ties into a global hot button issue right now, war. Very important. His campaign's highly controversial because Georgia is a swing state. Georgia's also struggling with some really crappy ballot access laws right now. So Shane's campaign touches on several major points. Pain points for us, timely issues, things like ballot access, outreach to the left and the right because he's a veteran. It gets national attention. This is something we should support at the national level and we should focus our energy behind. Because everything we do, every statement we make should be calculated to move us forward in the direction of liberty. And this is something that people who care about elections and who care about messaging can all work together on. I'm skilled enough in planning and leadership to make this happen at the national level, and that's why I'm running for chair, and I really appreciate you all taking the time to hear me. Anyone have any questions, or is there anything else you'd like to hear from me?
Anybody would like to come up and ask a question? Feel free.
Just for information, we have a copy of the strategic plan that she referenced earlier. It's in the back at the Mises caucus table.
Any questions? Oh, Jennifer, can somebody get Jennifer a mic? Thank you, David.
So what is your vision for supporting the candidates like that? Specifically, do you have any ideas on that? I know that when I was a campaign manager once for a campaign that almost won South Carolina State House, it was mostly just top down, this is what you need to focus on candidate, basically, in my experience.
Okay, so there are several things that we need to do at the national level to provide you better support and provide it in a way so that we're not just barking orders at you, so that it actually meets your needs and provides resources. So candidates generally at the state level and the local level, well, at the federal level too, all of you, you know what you need best, but we don't get resources to you very well. So there are a couple of things we need to do. Committees need to work together collaboratively in the very beginning, because a lot of the things that affiliate support works on, same with candidate support and marketing, all of those things overlap. Same with ballot access. So the first thing to do is start working more efficiently so that we're not duplicating work or working against each other. The next thing we need to do is have better internal marketing so that you're actually made aware of the resources that exist and so that they reach you faster. And we can also start providing online content through a learning management system. That's something like Blackboard, like an online course. Kara Schultz is interested in making that available to everyone. I've asked her, that's something she's on board with. Another thing that would be really helpful for candidates would be market research, which is something I intend to do, and the development department's also, going to be on board with that. Once we can actually develop these resources and get them out to you, I think that is going to provide a lot of information that you can use, like marketing studies. It's going to provide clearer campaign assistance, how to calculate win numbers, how to identify who you should be doing your door knocking for, software lists, understanding how to do a walk list so that you can reach everyone efficiently, and then obviously elevating you at the national level so that you can get a little bit more attention. So there are a lot of resources, things like how to write a press release, identifying volunteers in a more efficient database so that we can plug you in with people who can help with your campaign. There's a lot more I could probably talk about it for 10 minutes, but I hope that gives you a good snapshot of some of the stuff I'd like to see available for candidates.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Jennifer. Anybody else have any questions for Angela?
So the Frontier Project's been fairly successful, at least by Libertarian standards. We got somebody in the House in Wyoming, I believe it was, in their legislative body, and we came very close in a couple other races. You have very limited resources at national, and I appreciate that you want to help all candidates, but some candidates are in a much better position to actually win. So where do you balance that? Like having a few people in a few states that are actually winning their races and getting elected into office so we have something to demonstrate to the rest of the nation, as opposed to spending money on all candidates when that's really not effective.
So financial resources need to be prioritized towards candidates who are in winnable elections. But we have a lot of other resources that we can give to everyone else. And I am very in support of the Frontier Project. I think it's really good work, and I definitely want to see that continued and to see us continue to fund it. So that's definitely a big priority for me. I hope that clarifies it. So
Thank you.
There's a lot of things that we can do to help with ballot access. Something I'm doing in New York right now is I'm working on, because they've lost their ballot access, that most of you have probably heard. So something I'm doing is I'm working on literally amending the city charter in New York City to repeal their mandatory vaccination law. I've talked about this with Larry Sharp and some of the other candidates who are running, Andrew Nadeau, Eric Cordova. When I build this list, and I have these calls like twice a week or twice a month, and we all work on it, and we have all these libertarians who are joining. I've also got a ton of people who have defected from the left and the Republican Party, and I have built this long list of activists and people who are going to support us because we're doing good work there. So that's another thing that we can do when we don't have the funds to help people who are not in as electable of a race. There are a lot of things we can do, we're just not doing right now.
Thank you, Angela. We're going to take one last question here. Go ahead, Eric.
Hey, Angela. It's Eric Lindborg from Cabarrus County here in North Carolina. Thank you for joining us today. And a big shout out to all the folks who are putting in hard work in the Mises Caucus leadership, who give some of us a place to call home for the Ron Paul revolution continues, baby. Here we go. All right. Yeah. So what are you most excited about when you are chair in improving, and what's one key behavior we need to change? Thank you.
Okay. So one key behavior we need to change, and I think this is going to happen in the transition, is that we need to shift our focus away from social media drama and competition that sort of circles around that to focusing on who has the best skill set and who can get the job done the best. And that's something that I'm very interested in changing that. And part of that is going to be competition to get on committees that's actually based on merit and your ability and your skill instead of just who's who. So that's something I'm excited to change, and that is going to be a big change going forward, and I think it's going to be very healthy for us. And I think that it's going to take probably 6 months for some of the bickering and fighting to die down. And I want to reassure everyone, as ugly as things can look for us sometimes, it's much worse in other political parties, so just always keep that in perspective. But I am excited to see that change.
Thank you. Thank you, Angela. This is Joe Garcia, Chair. We met last year. I just want to I want to thank you for taking time out of your schedule in PA to address the crowd here, and good luck on your chair race.
Great. Thank you so much, Joe. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Have a great day. All right, I believe we're going to line up some videos now from some other candidates for LNC positions that submitted them. What do we have, Ryan? 4?
Yes.
4 altogether. Mr. Hall, real quick, while Ryan is getting that up to speed there. There's a microphone there if you want to grab one right behind you, in front of Mr. Browder.
Thank you. Sean Hall, Durham County, and this is kind of my baby. We have reached out to all of the candidates for LNC that we can identify, that we have been able to identify, for the officer positions, chair, vice chair, secretary, and treasurer, also for at-large, and also for regional rep. What we have 5 videos now of candidates who submitted them in time for you to see them here at the convention. But thanks to not only Ryan, but Mike Ross, we're going to be posting these on our YouTube channel, the LPNC YouTube channel. So even if we receive videos, or if you miss any today, or we continue to receive videos from LNC candidates after today, we'll still be posting them up there, so all delegates to the National Party Convention, not just ours, will have an opportunity to see them. Thanks.
Thank you, Sean. Who do we have up first, Ryan?
Well, Brett, how are we doing audio? The same way.
Same way?
Oh, I do the same way?
Yeah,
Okay.
great. Microphone right there. So first up is Tim Hagan.
He's running for
treasurer. Treasurer. There you go.
Hi, I'm Tim Hagan, the treasurer of the Libertarian National Committee, and I'm running for re-election. I've been the treasurer for almost 10 years and willing to serve for another term. I've been a member of the Libertarian Party since 1992. I'm a life member and a monthly pledger. I've also served as a treasurer of the Libertarian Party of Nevada and of my county party. I've run for public office as a Libertarian several times, including 6 runs for Nevada State Senate, where I received more than the difference between the major party candidates. In 2014, I received 24% of the vote in a 3-way race for the Clark County Assessor. I served on the Boards Committee, the Bylaws Committee, and the Candidate Support Committee. Outside of politics, I'm a member of the Missouri S&T Academy of Electrical and Computer Engineering, and I'm the chapter president for the Sons of American Revolution. If reelected, I'll continue ensuring we file accurate reports to the Federal Elections Commission. I will continue to assist the treasurers of the state parties when they have questions about FEC compliance or financial matters, like handling bequests when the state imposes contribution limits. I create a PowerPoint on FEC compliance and reporting for state parties, which is in the LP training at helpdesk.lp.org. I wrote a treasurer responsibilities and duties guide, which is on the LNC's Google Drive, just in case if something happens to me, the assistant treasurer or the next treasurer will have an easier transition. Now, the mortgage on the LNC's office had a balloon payment that was due on 2024. I pushed to pay down the mortgage when the LNC had a surplus. I was ecstatic to be able to report at the beginning of 2020 that the mortgage had been paid off early. Paying the mortgage early wasn't sexy, but did avoid a balloon payment and saved on interest payments and was the long-term interest of the party. I want to see the National Party continue doing the things that's done well lately, which are the Frontier Project, regional training, ballot access, and a CRM, which is customer relationship management, to support state affiliates and candidates. The Frontier Project evaluates legislature districts to find the best to target and then throws in support to those candidates. In 2018, Bethany Wallace almost defeated the House Majority Leader in Wyoming. In 2020, Marshall Burke won in the Wyoming House of Representatives. So it shows libertarians can and do win these offices. The national office brought training for campaigns and state affiliate leadership to each region throughout the country, and it was well received by the attendees. I'll continue support to the state affiliates who want in on it. This provides the state parties and candidates tools for data analysis on prospective members, their volunteers, and voters. Thanks for considering re-electing me, Tim Hagan, as your treasurer.
Thank you. Who do we have next, Brad? Or Ryan?
It's all Brad.
It's all Brad. Is that Todd?
Todd Hagopian, yes.
Next up is Todd Hagopian. He's
Also
running for
Brad.
treasurer, right? Yes. The other candidate for treasurer. No, we can't hear that at all.
Can you turn your computer volume? Max, I think.
Hold on.
Subtitles work? Auto generated?
Maybe.
That's just not on. No, there's no way to turn that on.
I don't think this one's gonna work.
Maybe?
Yeah.
Can we do the audio of
Anybody read lips?
My mic's dead.
Hello?
Yep. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Hello? No, it's as good as it gets.
All right, so. Feedback.
So turn your audio on. Pause that for a second. Are you muted or unmuted?
I'm muted now.
Can you turn that microphone?
handheld?
Or is it on?
Just push the button and see if it's, okay, it's on, so hold the hold button. Hold it. Good, now it's on.
Sorry.
Oh, this is good.
Just take it far away.
Is there another video maybe with some,
We haven't quite given up on this one yet. Give us another 30 seconds.
I think Todd's agreed to send in some smoke signals from Oklahoma.
So, turn it on. We'll try a separate video.
Sure.
I was actually.
I just want to remind you guys that we have about 13 minutes before the 4 p.m.
Testing one.
session, so we got to keep that in mind.
Yep.
Hey, this guy, I know him. We can't hear him either. I mean, how can you not vote for that face? Come on. And he's got all those books. That he's smart. Oh, wait, all right. Wait, we actually might have some okay audio here. Hold on, stand by.
I'm currently in Reno, making sure that our national convention is ready to be amazing for all of us. I know there's going to be a lot of great things achieved in North Carolina for liberty this week. As you are well aware, my name is Eric Rautzeff, and I'm running to be your representative as Vice Chair of the Libertarian Party National Committee. Together, I'm hoping to embolden and develop a marketing plan that we can all be proud of, and give states the tools to supplement and to add to the overall voice of the National Party. We are, after all, a bottom-up organization. I want to see the next 2 years as some of the best years yet for the Libertarian Party, especially for membership. It's our members that make up our party, the best party in this nation, and the only one left fighting for freedom and liberty. Our members are our voice and our power. Yes, there are many things that are important, but the lifeblood of the party remains our members. Believe me, when you put your trust in me 2 years ago in Orlando as your at-large representative, I don't think any of us could have seen the last 2 years and how they have played out. While all of the major parties in this nation are fracturing and splintering, we have something they do not. Our party is based not on some floating loose idea that can change with the candidate, but we are based on the unwavering principle, the vision of a free society. It's this unwavering principle and clear vision of a free society that we must focus on to unify the party and to end the squabbles going on. Yes, we may not all have the same path for freedom, but we all want to see a free society in our lifetime. It is for all of these things and so much more that I ask for your support for my bid for the vice chair in Greenville. If you have any questions, I encourage you to reach out. Many of you have my phone number or email already, but if you don't, I encourage you to go to lp.org or reach out to me via Facebook. I've taken my role as at-large representative very seriously, and I spend quite a bit of time responding to every email directed to me. So I encourage you to reach out if you have any questions. Thank you, and with your help, we will make the Libertarian Party truly the engine of freedom that it has always been designed to be. Vote Eric Brownson for Libertarian Party.
All right, I know Eric's not in the room, but can we give our own Eric Rodsap a round of applause, please? Thank you. All right. And let's see where else we're at. All right. The next video should be for Karen Ann Harlows for Secretary.
Hello, Libertarian Party of North Carolina. I am so regretful that I was not able to be there in person as I had planned, and I did have ambitious plans. I was going to be driving overnight from Williamsport, Pennsylvania to see you guys, but unfortunately some personal circumstances in my life changed temporarily, but it made it impossible. So here I am to speak with you virtually. I think that most of you know me. My name is Karen Ann Harlows, and I am asking for your support in my campaign for LNC Secretary. In my past service in this role, I revolutionized the secretary role from a mostly ministerial and clerical role to an active educational leadership role. I overhauled how votes were recorded, making them more accessible to the membership, and making the motion history and minutes more member-friendly, both in navigation and usefulness for staying on top of National Party's action. You may have noticed in the past sentence where the focus has been on members, on usefulness for members. When I first ran for the LNC as Region 1 representative, it's been 6 years now, there was one main overarching theme, and it has remained the same. I have fulfilled it, I think, in a big way, and that is that I am there to protect member rights and affiliate rights, and that I would always stand up for member rights and affiliate rights. I recently achieved my certification of registered parliamentarian in order to volunteer parliamentary services to the party and its affiliates free of charge. I have a very proven track record in the following core principles, values, and practices, and I would continue the same core principles of values and practices, and that is integrity first and foremost. Even those who may disagree with me on some issues, very, very few people ever doubt that I am doing what I believe is right, and that I am doing it with what I believe is the utmost integrity. Transparency, certainly LNC accountability, no matter what the organization it is, be it libertarian or organizations we may not agree with. Those in leadership must be held accountable, because the temptation to cut corners or perhaps do things that are not in the most proper way, that temptation exists for everybody. Nobody is immune to it, not even libertarians. I have an absolute intolerance for backroom deals, corruption, and politics as usual. I do not think libertarian politics should be politics as usual. I have a responsiveness to member emails and inquiries. In fact, there was a period of time where in about 2 weeks, we got 1,200 or so member emails. And I answered nearly every single one. And anyone who wrote knew that I would answer them. I also believed in member and LNC education, the preservation of our institutional memory and history, excellence in work product and ethic, and I don't think anyone doubts that, as well as beginning the development of standards for procedures and processes. If honored with re-election, I will continue pursuit of these core principles. I'll also pursue these more concrete and practical goals. I was in the process of and will complete an LNC onboarding manual. I'm finalizing a general LNC secretary manual and convention secretary manual. I started and will finish the proof of concept in creating the role of assistant secretary. We have an assistant treasurer. We should have an assistant secretary. Also, I would continue my regular authorship of educational articles on LP News and on LP TV. Many people told me they have learned more about not just our history, but about how the LP works through my educational materials. I was creating and still will continue creating an internal file structure for official party records. It is crazy, but did you know that for 50 years, a lot of our official records didn't live at home office, they lived on the personal computer of whoever the secretary was at the time, and that there was no system really for managing the types of records that the secretary keeps? To me, that's crazy pants, and that needs to change. I will also be a team with the other officers and anything else that they may need to develop better procedures for the LP. I always welcome phone calls and emails. You can write me at KarenAnnHarlos@gmail.com or call me at 561-523-2250. Please accept my deepest apologies for not being able to be there in person. I hope you had a wonderful convention, and I look forward to seeing you in Reno.
Thank you to Karen Ann for submitting that video. And as Sean mentioned earlier, all these videos will be put up on the LPNC's YouTube channel. I know we had an issue with Mr. Hagopian's video with audio quality, but that'll be up and folks can check out the YouTube channel to catch what he addressed us with. Ace, are you and Shannon ready to go?
There's one more.
Oh, wait. Oh, there's one. I'm sorry. I apologize, Ace. There's one more video? I thought there was only...
Watkins, it's only 2 minutes.
Oh, Andrew, okay. We got 2 minutes for Mr. Andrew Watkins, who I believe is the candidate for Region 5 rep. Yeah, we can't hear that at all. Yeah. All right. So I want to thank Andrew. His mustache, as usual, is on point. As is Mr. Browder's, as usual. But we will post, obviously, all the videos up, so you'll be able to watch Andrew and Mr. Hagopian's videos online. I apologize, but we are having audio issues. So, with that said, if Shannon and Ace could come up, we have a session here, Crypto 101, with our own Shannon Bray and Ace Ferguson. Do you know what cryptocurrencies are and how they work within the blockchain? No? Well, then this is the introduction to blockchains, types of currencies, and how technology can be used to advance our liberty movement for you. Come on up, gentlemen. Thank you.
I think because you have something to present, correct?
I can, yeah. I have a PowerPoint.
I have HDMI. What do you got? You got an HDMI out? Sure.
No, I do not.
All right. You have USB-C on? Ooh, that's about the laptop. You can join Zoom, and we can present there. Share your screen.
Your own computer. Yeah, I can do that, or I can also just put it on a thumb drive if we have one.
I would probably be easier when you bring it up there and control your own slides.
Oh, okay. Did you do anything with this stuff I see? Yeah.
Do you have the link?
You have the Zoom link, Shannon? It's on the LPNC calendar if you go.
I'll look it up. Yeah, I added those two slides, and then at the beginning, your slides, just take a picture. And all the other ones. I don't know what the video is. Oh, alright, so yeah, we'll get that.
I will have I can maneuver myself to the first thing. I hope it will be done in 20 minutes.
Hey, you're on? I can hear that. I don't know what it is, but you have the mic open.
Hot mic? Hot mic? Okay, so, I take back everything I said about somebody's mother. I didn't really mean it for real. My bad.
I don't know what you heard, but I can hear something, or what you're saying.
Just one on? While Shannon's getting set up, I will introduce myself. Those of you who don't know me, I'm Ace Fogerson. I'm from Franklin County, but that really means I'm part of the Wake LP group. I'm about 5 miles north of Wake County, so it's a little easier for me to participate with them down there. And I've been involved here for about 4 years now. What?
You keep looking out of the camera.
Oh, am I supposed to, or tell me,
That's good, that's good.
there's no mark.
Wherever you stand
I
is fine.
wasn't even thinking I was on camera.
It's actually marked for over there, but that's okay. You're good. So,
All right.
proceed.
Since 2016, I've been involved with something called CloudCoin, which is a unique kind of cryptocurrency, and because it's what we call post-blockchain. And if a lot of you probably don't know that much about how many people here have crypto? About a third. All right. How many people know what it is? Almost everybody. All right. Good. I think Shannon will get into some of the basics of you know, what blockchain is, what some of these new generation technologies there are. But I was interested in sponsoring this just to let people know more about, you know, what we think is rather unique, being a post-blockchain currency, and that means that we don't have a public ledger. We have a lot more privacy, a lot less expense for, you know, there's no gas fees. Those of you that know what gas fees are. So we think that that CloudCoin is the most libertarian currency out there. It's less expensive. It's far more private. No one can shut it down.
Oh, no, I'm waiting for the Wake LP meeting to start.
No, it's not Wake LP. I'll email you.
Okay.
Looks like we're still getting set. So anyway, so CloudCoin is based on a proprietary patented technology called RAIDA, R-A-I-D-A, the Redundant Array of Independent Detection Agents. You can go to raidatech.com if you want to find out any more information, or you can go to cloudcoin.global, learn more about the currency. What we do, I'm the COO of RAIDATech. We are a small startup now. We're about to do a direct listing and be a public company in about 3-4 days. So that's an exciting development there. We're going to bring in some more money and speed up, ramp up what we're doing as far as creating other solutions using the same technology. It sounds so loud when I do that. Staying too close to the speaker. Yeah, let me get away from that speaker there. Okay. Where's the mark? Good. Right there. All right. I think we're still getting Shannon's presentation set up. Well, I'm getting blinded by this thing.
Right there's fun.
Yeah, I know, but that thing's right in my eyes.
Stay.
All right. I spoke to you all on stage a couple years ago, and it was the same thing. I had the thing right in my eyes, and no one could hear what I was saying because the microphone wasn't good enough. Does anybody, while we're waiting here, does anybody have any questions about blockchain, about next generation technologies, about cryptocurrency, about NFTs? Anybody gotten into NFTs? A couple people. Yeah, oh, question, go ahead.
Quick question, the person loses where he had cryptocurrency, but he couldn't find his password. Loses his money, doesn't he?
That can happen. That can happen to people. But once you lose your private key, your crypto is lost. Ours, our currency, my currency, CloudCoin, doesn't have that problem. Can never be permanently lost. You can recover your coins if they are lost. You just have to wait a little while.
Something else I heard, cryptocurrency is pretty popular with Russian oligarchs.
I imagine it is right now. I have a programmer that works in Moscow, and I can't pay the guy anymore. So we're going to have to pay him in crypto because there's no other way to do it. But yeah, that is probably one of the biggest criticisms of crypto is that, oh, it's being used on the dark web and it's being used to fund terrorists and drug dealers and pedophiles. But that can be done with cash,
But it also can't be seized by government.
Crypto certainly can. It happens all the time. It can. I don't know if you remember the pipeline ransomware thing earlier, well, I guess last year. The FBI was able to come in and take back almost all of it. Yeah. What?
I'll talk on that in a minute.
Okay. The blockchain is a permanent indelible record. There is a public ledger. Public ledger means public. All your transactions are public. If someone can figure out what your wallet address is, they can find out what you've done, and there are some ways of moving that money around enough time, but eventually they will catch you. So that's why I advocate using a non-blockchain currency if you really want privacy. Are we good?
They were good.
All right, I'm going to hand this over to Shannon, who's got a presentation prepared, and then we're going to throw in a video at the end. Thank you all. And we'll take more questions afterwards.
Hello. All right. Welcome, everybody. I'm glad that I get you right before everyone goes to sleep. So, looks like I am on a 5-second timing, so I will stop that here in a second. My name is Shannon Bray. Some of you know me. I'm also your U.S. Senate candidate. This year we'll be running against 16 other people who are out there to take away your liberty. So it is my job to educate not only the libertarians in our great state, but also our independents. And one of the things that I've been focused on this election cycle is the birth and the growth of cryptocurrency inside our political paradigm. So one of the things that I have found as a candidate is that it's tracking very well. It's when we look at the social media imprint and stuff that we have, there's just so many people who are going into crypto, at least at exploring it, trying to see what the options are, especially with the way Canada and all of that's kind of acting. So I'll talk about that in a minute. But today we're going to talk about the future of decentralization. And I'm going to kind of just highlight where the politics and the cryptocurrency kind of merge without going in too deep, because a lot of us, we're all coming in from different ideas about what crypto is and what it's not. As Ace said, this session has been brought to you by CloudCoin, Liberty, Privacy, and Prosperity. I just added that slide a minute ago, so. All right, and then also there is a slide up here. If you would like 1,000 cloud coins, take a picture of today's breakout session, send it to my man Ace, and I'm not sure how many thousands he's giving out, but I'm gonna send you a picture as well. I don't know much about CloudCoin, but I will talk about it here in a minute. What's that?
When is the breakout?
The breakout is right now. So this picture right here could potentially get you 1,000. If not, all you have to do is track down Ace. All right. So where are we and where are we going? How did we get here? So the first thing we're going to kind of talk about is what decentralization is and how it benefits us. Then I'm going to talk about DAOs and how they can be interjected into our communities to kind of show how
the community volunteerism will kind of work and is a place for taxes. And then we'll also talk about some of the utilities of some of the coins and tokens without going into very specific details, but primarily setting up the Miami coin or city coin, so we can kind of see, you know, how tokens are being used or coins are being used, you know, to benefit cities and stuff as we speak now. And then also the utility of crypto in the metaverse and in the future as I see it inside crypto. So the birth of decentralization. So decentralization refers to the transfer of control and decision making. Whoop, going too far, too fast. Let me hit my back button. Let me get rid of all these faces over here. There we go. So decentralization refers to the transfer of control and decision making from a centralized entity to a distributed network. Decentralized networks strive to reduce the level of trust that participants must have in one another to deter their ability to exert their authority or control over a network, or even, as we like, our government. So when we look at the definition of decentralization, you know, decentralized networks strive to reduce the level of trust that participants must have is perfect for us. How many people are currently in a trust relationship with our U.S. government? 1, 2, 3, 4. Everyone's got their hand up. This is one of the absolute beauties of where crypto is really kind of help educating just people in general on not just DeFi, which is decentralized finance, but starting to get them to think about decentralizing everything, right? It's not just now finance, it's not just decentralizing our government, it's not decentralizing our school systems, right? When we have school choice or we need road repair or anything like that, we can have decentralized systems that take care of things locally to where we're not dependent on the federal government. Other things on the benefits of decentralization. It provides a trustless environment for a bunch of people who don't trust people. That's excellent. It's going to improve our data reconciliation, reduces points of weakness, and then optimizes our resource distribution. One of the things that was quick and then it bounced back. One of the things that we know that our government likes to do is if there's inefficiencies in there, they just throw more of our money at it. And then that's one of the things that we're going to find with the birth of DAOs, that we can kind of correct that. So a DAO is a decentralized organization that has no hierarchy. It's completely transparent. The code that runs behind it is open source and can be reviewed by anyone at any time. And they typically work off of an election system. Now, one of the negative things about DAOs is it works off an election system. One of the best things is same things, right? So there's an attack called the 5150, which means that, you know, if, let's say I had a DAO for my local school, right? But then Canada, let's pick on Canada. Let's say they want to get all bully on me and take control of my kids' education, right? They could come in and purchase enough of the DAO to where their rules are the only rules. The nice thing about that is I then have the freedom to leave that DAO. So there's some things that we're still trying to work on to kind of protect ourselves in situations like that. But one of the biggest proponents that we have right now is called City Coins. It's being used in Miami, Florida. And what happens here is there's a couple ways for you to make tokens or coins. There's a minting process, which means you're doing the work for it. Or you can just kind of go out and purchase them. So when you're going and you're actually doing the work, when you're mining these particular city coins, 30% of the work you do is going to the city of Miami, right? That's pretty much just like our taxes. But the nice thing about those rest of the tokens is now they have value that you're able to spend on your own passive income journey, whether you use it to pay your bills or make more money. And the more successful the Miami coin does, the more liquidity you have in those systems. So if we put that into an application like paying for roads, which is the biggest thing I hear about the libertarian dream, right? Who's going to build our roads? Well, we're going to build our roads. We're going to build them locally, right? And then the people who own the DAO will get paid back, any of the toll fees or anything like that. So there's a nice way to keep the systems running, but still be able to take care of the people who are, maintaining the systems. And then I'll have this deck available after. You can link into seeing, how that Miami coin is actually working in real life. The utilities of coins and tokens. Does someone have a control? Are they actually flipping this? No, is it just doing it on its own? That's insane. I'm like, I didn't know I wanted to flip.
Decentralized.
I guess. Like, who's messing with me? So when we look at the utility of coins and tokens, there's a big difference between the use of those words in the crypto space. It shouldn't really matter. But a coin is a native token on a particular blockchain. All a blockchain is a digital ledger that keeps track of everything. We don't need to go into it much more than that. And as Ace mentioned, there's other things out there that support the technology that aren't blockchain. The most important thing is it's part of a decentralized financial system. Now, the native coins or the native currency on a particular blockchain is called a coin. All of the added ones after the fact are really going to be called tokens. For the sake of this conversation, you can use them interchangeably, but you'll have some crypto nerd yell at you if you get one wrong. Not a big deal. But there are, a lot of the decentralization providers. We have Bitcoin. That was the first big one. We have Ethereum. We have Cloudcoin. It's its own system. And then we have the various tokens, which here the example. I do work for a crypto token, Blue Sparrow. But some of the other ones you may hear of are like SHIB and Saitama. These are all, they all exist at a different level. They're all tokens. But most of those can be bought on a central exchange or a decentralized exchange. And then, so here's the important thing you need to know about those. Centralized exchanges are a great entry point for you to get into crypto, but they also have to honor all the government regulations and any of those rules. So the US Congress has put in 35 bills as of this last week to regulate crypto. So over the next couple years, we're going to have a lot of regulations that are going to hit this market and could potentially damage us. One of the things that we need to do, and I don't have to convince the people in this room because they already know it, is to find crypto-friendly representatives who are going to take care of our investments, right? And that's obviously not going to be the Democrats who are running up our taxes on it, nor the Republicans who can't defend our crypto against the Democrats at this point. Nobody understands it. So one of the things that we're hoping to do is to at least educate a lot of our representatives, whether they're at our state, local, or federal levels, on the importance of some of the utilities for cryptocurrencies. Going back to the central exchange and the decentralized exchange, A centralized exchange, if you buy tokens and you sell tokens, if you've ever used Robinhood or Charles Schwab, it's kind of the same thing. And in any of your profits, you're going to pay taxes on the realized gains. In a decentralized exchange, there's nobody to tell on you, right? You're typically doing swaps. There's no record of it. At some exchange level, everything is still in the blockchain though. You do pay gas fees, which is what you call the Ethereum work base, as work's happening. That's how those miners are paid. But there's no report at the end of the year. You're right, you won't get a 1099 saying you did this or you did that. So understanding what you do with your crypto, where it's being used, the utility you have, ultimately is going to be factors down the road. Right now, it's not that big of a deal, but as we have these 35 bills go in and things start coming through, you know, it may potentially change quite a bit on how we have to monitor our cryptos. All right, I'm gonna turn this, is this your video?
Somewhere embedded in there.
Oh, I may have lost the video. All right, Ace has talked about RADA and the benefits of it. Let me go find I will talk about the metaverse and then I will find that video. This is just a slight little curvature, and the metaverse is just a virtual reality space where people interact with a digital environment with other users. So, but one of the things that we are starting to see quite a bit is people are starting to have shared experiences inside the metaverses. So you're able to watch a movie, play games, have TV chats with someone just like you're sitting down next to them. You're allowed to spend digital currencies inside these metaverses. Over the course of time, you're going to start seeing governments form inside these metaverses, right? Because you're going to have to police various actions. So it'll either be a nation state of somebody's metaverse will be, this is how it is and this is the way it's going to be. You'll have some democratic metaverses out there, but even the metaverses will be looking into some sort of government and politics in the near future. And with Twitter and Facebook and all of that, don't get confused on who the product is when you start interacting with some of this, right? Your digital privacy is paramount. And if you're having fun for free, that means you're the product. So everything you do will be recorded, sold, and whatnot. So remember that as you play with a lot of these. Now, probably the most important slide I have, minus the commercial that we're gonna, or the video for Ace here in a minute, is the future, right? So NFT stands for non-fungible token or something. I don't really know what that means outside the fact that it is like a digital stamp. It can be a stamp on a digital book, on a picture, on a song. It will soon become a time where all of our certificates and certifications, like your birth certificates and graduation and driver's license, will all become digital NFTs. They'll be on a blockchain, they'll be authenticated, and you'll be able to just have this information on your phone and you won't have to worry about carrying around documents anymore. You're gonna have your deeds and your titles for your cars and your houses are all going to be electronically transferred to where your house has no value, but the NFT that you hold is everything. You're gonna be able to take a look at different voting options. We're gonna be able to do ranked choice voting using NFTs, and then be able to keep the results for now to the end of time, because everything that we do on a blockchain is immutable, which means it can't be changed. One of the nice things that we're starting to, I'm a PhD student. We've been looking at various ways to do voting technology using, blockchain. And ideally, when we get a system like that working, there's no need for a recount in Georgia that's going to take 3 weeks from now, right? Because it's all digital, it's all in an NFT. A script kiddie can write a Python script to kind of go through and give you all the counts for a particular state in a matter of minutes, right? You'll be able to do the whole thing for the country, once we start having everything kind of in an NFT state. Imagine what happens with our tax dollars if we actually know where they got spent, right? You'll be able to trace your tax dollars back to either a war in Iraq or did it buy 1-800-Flowers for some receptionist somewhere. So there's a lot of functionality that's going to come through, the birth of blockchain that's really going to kind of help us minimize our government. Ideally, I would love to see us get rid of Congress, right? Get rid of the Senate. I mean, there's no need for them. I mean, they're not representing us anyway. How many people have ever felt represented when someone gets elected? You're like, oh, crap, right? Now, 2 more years or 6 more years, 4 more years, it's kind of what we have to, what we get dealt with. But imagine that if you could just vote off of your phone for all the major stuff, right? And then you actually had somebody or a system that would say, hey, you know what, North Carolina wants this, or North Carolina doesn't want this. And then all of a sudden we're represented, and we don't have some chump in Congress worried about all his federal funding and all his buddies and all the deals and taking care of big pharma. I mean, right now we got both the Democrats and the Republicans stroking big pharma. So I mean, I don't really know where all of that is going. So the nice thing is once we have people on a blockchain or blockchain technologies, we're at least going to have much better record keeping. With that, I'm going to find Ace's video real quick. Ace, you got anything that you want to sing closing while I find that?
I think Shannon does a great job of explaining some of the potentials out there. Can you hear me okay? There's also dangers. There's something that we like to call blockchain socialism. It's going on now in Estonia. Virtually every interaction that a citizen has with the government of Estonia is on the blockchain, and every single thing that you do in your life, have no more privacy. The blockchain can be used in evil ways. There are concerns, Shannon's talked about some of the good things and the bad things, but there are dangers of blockchain being used by big tech, by big government in ways that we're not going to like. So I'd be wary of that, and we'll see, is that video embedded, and are we going to be able to get the sound on it? Just the last screen, just click the middle of it, just click the middle of the screen, it should start playing. We may not have a video. That's all right. Let's forget it. I will send the video to somebody, and they can put it up on the YouTube page with all of our quiet candidates. All right, anything else?
I guess that's
all right.
it.
Thank you, everyone who came. Again, send me a text or an email, and you got a chance to get some Cloudcoin. And if you really want some, I put a bunch into the auction tonight. Thanks.
So does this mean we get dinner half hour early?
Time for dinner?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 6:30?
Let's go back and talk about the platform.
All right, we ended a little early there, so thank you to Ace and Shannon for wrapping that up a little bit early. That was great. And right now we're going to recess until dinner, which will be at 6:30. Be back in this room, correct, Zach?
We could talk about secession.
That's tabled until tomorrow. That's already been voted on. Yes, Mr. Hessel.
A point of information, the dinner is indeed going to be in this room at the round tables in the back. And the way it's going to work functionally is that Mary is going to give her talk, but she has a presentation, a slide presentation as well. So we will convene, or after dinner, we will move back to this area so that you'll all be able to see her presentation.
Okay, before everybody leaves, if anybody has any auction items, just a reminder, can you please bring them to the registration table across the hall? That would be great. And see everybody tonight at 6:30. Thank you.
I don't understand. What I understand is, once it was tabled, this is a race that's ready to go. So he should have been, okay, guys.
Last time the Libertarian meeting ended approved.
So tomorrow when it's tabled.
Brad, I learned a new term and I know nothing about it. A lot of blockchain. I didn't know anything about it.
I'm not sure that some people won't take it back. Yeah, that's not necessarily, it's essentially you're being held in association against your will for it's your will right now. The flip side is you're doing it against you as a January 6th. Right. Yeah, like, trying to track a balance that, these people is what it takes to get more people to vote for us. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a point away, and then you'll be able to point that. We have maybe 2 hours before we have to do it.
Well, like 12 if you would, not on the screen. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. So it's chicken or beef tonight? Oh, it's buffet style, isn't it? Did you take your plate down
I don't recall. No, go. I'll be here.
How are you eating it?
Oh, yeah. That's impressive.
You know what, I claimed that all the time. I was taking it 2 minutes.
It was a buffet, so I know so again, with this, you're pointing this, somebody who's not a libertarian, so imagine the person's not familiar with it. So if you put the word peaceful,
They won't be hard to state.
it's somebody not libertarian, it's not either non-libertarian. Put the word peaceful there, then people won't read that as like a Trumpy January 6th thing. They'll instead think of Brexit or even truckers in Canada, something where AR-15s weren't used. So that would be my amendment to that.
Okay, so I think I said earlier, the context of this is those three amendments, that last three, those I proposed all of them, and they got chopped up. So I don't know, but like that was my rationale for that. So you're right, I should have used that. But
I just think it'll be a chunk that people in the room that will be more comfortable, and then because I'm one of those people who be, even if I agree with it, I usually like things that I can sell to like people where I'm trying to bring them in, and it's in the word peaceful helps because it immediately says I don't mean using an AR-15 to just Well, we're negotiating. Like Brexit was peaceful. Brexit, Britain left the EU and just said you have those negotiations, and they voted to fuck it. All right, well, goodbye.
I'm in peaceful protest for fire. Fire even right now. We only let a couple buildings on fire. Yeah, exactly.
John, for all your help.
Oh, I haven't done much yet. But tomorrow it might happen. We'll see. I have to look at the list to see how many people.
Well, we got more than 27. We have 30.
Oh, there we go. So there's a better chance now that
Yeah.
don't know if it'll happen. It'll be up to the convention body to make that decision.
I am deeply conflicted about this. It's not in general understood. It's the fact that we decided it and really made it public like 3 days beforehand.
Right.
Oh, so is that how we're going to be voting on?
We don't know yet. We haven't.
Currently it's a voice vote. So that's going to be.
Or by ballot.
Well, how would you set ballot? How would we determine which people are going to be done?
We would vote on.
So you vote on each individual person?
No, you would provide a ballot of 35?
You will provide a ballot of however many people have a ballot.
Yeah.
And we'll print them out tonight. So we're getting now, we're double checking, making sure everyone's on the list. Tonight before we print it out. And then they'll obviously go right in.
The problem is the ballot count. Very hard to count, pick ballots.
So Dean and I were working with him. I figured that instead of just pitching on Slack, we could have. So I built a system so that you could have, then I think it was like 6 different spreadsheets. And then the first order of business, so the order of operations, you receive all the ballots, you mark them 1, 2 to 100.
Right.
And then you divvy up first to the one person, second to the next person, and then they all have a tab where they input their ballots. Okay. And then it's a very simple Excel macro to count them all. So I've done it. It works. It's not anything, but it is a manual counting method for paper ballots. So I've done that one, and I've done a separate one where I manually put the names, and they replicate across the sheets, and you put an X if there's a NOTA is always an option. So do you think a unique way, well, so this is a discussion, if NOTA gets 65th most votes, well, but so there's, because our bylaws say there's 27 delegates. So do we have 24 people that are delegates, NOTA, who's a delegate, and then 26 and 27 are delegates? Yes, it does. Like I said, due to the unique way our bylaws are written.
All that matters is that you guys all vote for me as delegate for Reno. Yeah. That's because I'm not going to be here tomorrow.
So, a vote for none of the above shall be ignored.
A whole bunch of stuff. So East works on
in my mind, that's spoiled.
Right.
Because the whole student argument is no doubt versus trying to get
there's a narrow definition of cryptocurrency that was run as so the narrow definition of cryptocurrency is that it has to be a token option that runs on a blockchain
counted as not having existed except in the case of so like basically say we have 87, so it's accepted at 90 balance. That's how I would interpret it. So it counts as a denominator.
Inside you can have a centralized token, which
that's my, I don't even know if it makes sense. That's none of the above.
I'm sure a centralized server. Very good. Free food for all. Well, yes and no. There are definitely arguments against centralized currencies. However, even the centralized currencies are you're right. One is that none of the centralized currencies have inflated anything close to and they don't have any evidence that they would do so because again they use out they do have an incentive to keep the value.
None of the above shall be ignored.
So there is that. The other downside to not having a centralized, the downside is more so not being regulatory. So complicated centralized. If you're holding a centralized coins, there is that issue.
But anyways, the canvas receiving.
Yeah, you could. It's going to be. It depends on which company it is. It's kind of like saying, if you're working at Amazon, you're not going to take that.
So you can vote for everybody in the above, and it doesn't mean anything.
Do this for us. Because of course, if you vote for more than sure, yeah. But it's also kind of a misnomer with there's a little bit of a misnomer with like security too. It's not a question of could something be done to take your money. It's a question of how difficult and inconvenient is it to do that.
I understand that.
Right.
Which it would seem to me unless you said everyone has U.S. government has a lot of
yeah, but they also could potentially do something like that with Bitcoin, but it's not necessarily practical. Bitcoin is about 50% of it, because we treat that very, very different. The U.S. government can decide, hey, we're going to buy half of the Bitcoin in the world, so that we can have control over the node networks, and therefore we can change the Bitcoin like blockchain network, and which gives us back.
I think that's harder for them to do than getting on taking out one server.
Yeah, there's not everything's run on one server necessarily. With the centralized networks, they have a system backups.
So I'm a little bit.
Yeah. Right. Well, that's potentially easy for a smaller company, but for a larger company, it becomes valid.
Everyone inputs 20, passes down 1, and it goes 3, 4,
Right, yeah, because they actively buying will cause the price to spike. Yeah, it would cost them.
The only way they can do it is if they literally gave.
I'm not saying it's your fault.
Well, that's not so much the issue. The issue is that they've now paid probably close to $10 trillion to get half of Bitcoin. And now what you've done is you've paid a huge number of incredibly wealthy, and they're and so, in other words, it's cost them a massive amount of debt in order to try to build money.
But yeah, I just wanted to follow
They now have to
the
control another, 13 capital. So.
I understand it's a larger company.
And I said,
Yeah.
they're also.
I didn't answer your question.
That means
I was on.
It definitely can. So it's, but
yeah,
then again, with the centralized currencies, it depends on how you're treating the currencies. I mean, most people I know don't just sit in one currency indefinitely and hold it forever. They treat it as though it's the greatest thing ever. I mean, I probably held upwards of 50 different cryptocurrencies at any particular point in time. Most people who hold currencies now, they either do, if they're holding something long,
And this is something I
and
have.
just sitting on it, it's pretty much exclusively Bitcoin.
I don't care.
I can understand that.
Yeah. This number 4.
I'm not, they're definitely, decentralized coins are better than centralized coins. Yeah, there's no question about that. There's although you can have a centralized coin that is transferred to a blockchain where the initial company plays in
Right.
how much power, so Binance coins, it was originally a centralized coin. They switched the structure of the coin over to a blockchain network that permanently separated from and so some things that they did, which was like coin burns, where a certain amount of coins that they would get back, they would delete permanently. They built that into they built that into blockchain.
So like they come fresh coming in,
But I think Brian made the point that.
Yeah, it would be much more difficult.
Just do it.
Yeah, it would be a lot more difficult for them to, yeah, it's hard for them to do that. So some points are easier.
I made some points. I took 60 names or whatever. And so I put ballots.
If I'm not, I don't know, the metaverse stuff is really good.
Whichever name you want here.
Yeah, the metaverse is the second thing.
But you can do that all the way up to.
Yeah, I don't see it catching on.
Still.
Yeah. No, it's not. I don't know. It's just it's an attempted rebranding.
All of that is literally just a unique formula. It's everything that's shown on the left. All of those paths.
To bring a whole bunch of different aspects to social media so that you can have
11.
Effectively the more elements of 19 online.
The balance that is just 26.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's first of all, it's like you have to ask like,
oh, 35.
Because I don't know anybody who can say all the same stuff that the more time they spend on
so,
the happier they are.
Well, no, but I will say they
on my mind, that's what
I don't think they necessarily
but so
yeah, you also have competitors that like
so like maybe
I don't know, like
I've been on a lot of I know how it goes, but I've never seen because I really want to be sitting up.
John Smith.
The headset. Yeah, make my face all fucking hot. Why?
Yeah.
John Smith. So like in my mind, they lost for writing. And the thing is, yeah. But that's the year, right? So if you go down here,
Yeah, for sure.
those votes are not that. So that's up to 32, right? That's past 27. So like that's what my thought was. And you know, I don't know if it's the best way. It is what it is. The other thing I also thought I would like the same sort of thing. Right, every person one. And list out everyone we know. And I can also. So like ballots 1 through 20, person 1 moves back to. So if I add.
Right.
You know.
Of course. Yeah. Hey, Brad. Yes? Yes, sir.
If I had a people that shows up on the clock. Cool. So my thought was you could just go through and you could do an X plus 1, whatever. Right. And so
yeah,
you're still sort of.
I'm not saying right. I think writing should or should not be.
So I know of one person who has to write a vote.
That's fine.
Because Phil Jacobson does not want really to go national, but he
And see, that's it, say, I want to be an alternate.
Well, yeah.
This is for people who want to be primary delegate or alternate.
No.
It's not there yet.
Hey, everybody, listen up. They already need to start setting up this room, so can y'all clear your own spaces for dinner? You are not being detained. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, just these tables back here. My bad.
So, each alternate's rank shall determine the order of precedence shall be allocated. Right. So to me, right. Okay, so there's actually a discussion too. To me, that means you all voted once in the top 27 of your primaries and your next 27 of your alternates.
Well, no, I don't, actually, I don't think we will consider.
But there is nothing that is very simple. You can make the reading that we have two elections, one for primary, one for alternate.
No, but there's nothing, okay, I shouldn't say that. I just asked if there is anything that says, you can't play alternates. Does it specify there has to be one election? Or does it imply it?
National Convention delegates. Elections.
All right, doesn't spell out. We're good to go.
Elections shall occur. Does that mean multiple elections?
Usually I have more graphic stuff, but
Good.
there's so much information on this there that you need to know.
Right. Oh, here it is. The idea that I'm thinking of is trying to just allow people who want to be alternates, maybe that want to attend, to just be voted on. Probably by acclamation, without even ballot.
Well, I don't, you can read that. I don't know if we can mix our election text.
And you could be perfectly right. Okay, good.
Oh, no, here. Convention rules, right? And I actually commented on the slide.
Well, this is the order of this, this is not the table. But you're right, this document is not specified.
If you look at the nomination of candidates section, nomination of candidates, rule 8, right? So rule 1 is the order of business, then plus 1 is.
No idea why it's taking a minute to actually do this.
Voting procedures on all matters voted by voice, except if 10 or more delegates object to counting. Chair may require any motion, so that's all nomination of party officers for elections.
Stop. All right, there we go.
Election for which there are no variance to nomination.
Thank you.
Other than the consent
All right,
of the
super.
candidate.
Yeah, so, what we'll do is, a few minutes before 7:30, we'll just get you.
We're trying to figure out how to count. 1, 2,
to.
Yeah,
That's about as far as we got.
You were part of that discussion, weren't you?
I was telling him we just had this discussion somewhere else about
Yeah,
something, so.
so it's basically,
Yeah.
you get to vote for.
Exactly.
So
Not
one vote
either way over.
For any number of
Any
candidates.
number of candidates.
Okay, sounds good, thanks.
If you're allowed to vote for every candidate, as opposed to the top 27, in the case of
Yeah.
that's not easy. Very simple to do. I'm good with how the names I put on here.
Okay, so if we
So,
have, if we have
and
to.
this has bearing on if we would put how I select on method counting candidates.
I hope you do. I've come full circle, because I hope.
Have you?
Yes, I think it should be.
Okay. I was gonna argue the other way.
But we need to.
You want, how you gonna do it by hand?
He wasn't.
So I spent 2 hours writing a fancy spreadsheet. So.
Okay, well, all right, so then, but then.
So here's the thing.
But then somebody still has to.
Input the ballot.
Tabulate,
Yes.
yeah, ballots, they still have to do that.
So my thought was we.
But I thought that was, I was told that was cumbersome and time consuming.
You wanna do it, Ryan? You're welcome to it.
Yeah,
His
you know what?
plan was
I
to have
would.
multiple
I
choices.
would do it. Except he informed me that due to the fact that I was a candidate on the ballot, that I cannot count.
Oh, jeez, I never even thought of that.
So not only do we have to have someone count, technically, if you're going to national, you probably shouldn't be involved in the open vote setup and configuration.
I'm not going.
What is it? It's like that keyboard. I didn't realize it's.
Well, yeah, it's got.
It's delightful. Well, I guess the issue here is that, you know, he did this test, but how many people actually responded? How did that?
So my concern.
A little over half.
My concern was that
Well, that's
I
good.
didn't hear any, but if there was any negative feedback. But I didn't hear any. I didn't hear any. I can't do this.
I heard
So-
people come up to me and say, I didn't get the email, and then I found out, oh, we don't have your email on the spreadsheet. So I told them to go talk to Dee.
Yes.
Very
Very good. Okay, so, and then the other thing that we were just talking about, John and I.
We should remind folks about that tonight again.
So the one thing I talked to you about.
Everybody's gonna be
Or
there.
John, excuse me.
Well, we'll get as many as we can
Yeah,
get.
How, our bylaws, or our rules, it seems that you can vote for 25 people and none of the above.
No, if you vote for none of the above.
Well, that's the thing, it says,
Or, it says either.
No, well-
If you vote for none of the above.
Was this in the bylaws?
I can't remember if it was in the bylaws or the rules.
No, it's in the rules.
For non-
So this is at large, that doesn't matter, but let's see.
Well, okay, there's a little figure. The section talks about at-large district committee, it doesn't talk about LNC delegates.
That's why I said,
Nothing in
this,
here
this
does.
is for candidates, and is a delegate a candidate?
No,
Well, so there's no specific definition of, yeah, but if you look at, if you look at where none of the above is mentioned, a vote for none of the above shall be ignored if the ballot also includes a vote for any other candidate.
you know, but you're looking at the wrong section.
Well, I couldn't find the section on
There's
delegates.
election of party officers and executive committees.
That's right.
For at-large, executive committee
nomination.
members and judicial committee members, doesn't mention.
This is the
else.
rules.
Yeah,
This is the rules,
yeah.
rather. And scroll down to where it says, right there.
Every ballot with a vote for none of the above is counted as one ballot cast.
So,
Then,
that-
wait a minute.
A vote for none of the
vote-
above shall be ignored.
Wait a minute. Okay, each delegate, first say, each delegate may cast a ballot with a vote for either none of the above, or one vote per candidate for any of the
Okay, so if someone.
So if you vote for no,
Gotcha. So there are two things.
Okay,
that-
that's all you can vote for,
So-
nothing else but should count.
So, but the
It
very
contradicts
next
itself.
sentence
It contradicts
is,
itself.
if you do it incorrectly, it says, every ballot with a vote for none of the above, or one or more candidates is counted as a ballot cast.
Which is fine, that's not.
That's fine. A vote for none of the above shall be ignored if the ballot also includes a vote for another candidate.
Ooh.
So,
Well,
So if I
So-
vote for,
it's-
if I vote for you and for Noda, it's saying in that one sentence
yes.
that my vote for NOTA should be ignored.
Right, it's a vote for you.
And so my question was, is how does OPA vote handle NOTA? Because we do it very interestingly.
Yeah, you're right, so, yeah, that's a question.
So that was something,
And
yeah.
an OPA vote and NOTA don't work well together. I mean, we can handle it, but we have to handle it manually.
So we're back to.
Put
the
us right
spreadsheet.
back in the same, yeah.
Well, what happens if you count all NOTA votes is you get all the votes for NOTA? I mean, if voting for NOTA does not disqualify the ballot, then
No, but
all you'll end up with is a few extra votes for NOTA that you shouldn't have. Right?
Is NOTA
Yeah,
a
but then I
person?
have to look at each ballot.
Yeah. It did, well, does
But-
it,
see, if it
See,
was-
that's
it's not-
the
it's not-
NOTA, the whole principle behind NOTA is that what you're saying is none of the above.
I
You're
agree.
saying the
I
office
agree.
should be vacant.
But the
problem
problem
is,
is-
you're
Yeah.
saying we should not
The
send any
rules are the
delegates.
issue, not the philosophy.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
But the
I agree
rules,
with
the
So-
rules specify weird.
so my
Well, the
thought
rules,
was,
yeah, the rules speed up.
my thought was, how does OPA vote do
Well, that's the issue.
the NOTA?
Well, it counts it just like any other vote.
So NOTA is a person in OPA vote.
Basically, yeah,
So-
but with this new rule, I mean, that was a real problem if NOTA invalidated your votes, because then we have to sort out the votes where there's NOTA and somebody else. But now that we learned that it doesn't invalidate your other votes, the only downside is that it's gonna be a few extra votes for NOTA, which only matters if NOTA finishes in the top 28.
So this is another question I asked him. Do we elect 25 primary delegates?
27.
Well, no, 25 primary delegates, the candidate formerly known as NOTA, and then do we have a 27th and 28th delegate?
Right, no, what you effectively do.
Or do we just ignore or close our eyes and say we
No.
never saw NOTA?
If NOTA wins one of the delegate slots, then you cannot fill that slot.
But
Yeah, but he's asking about the slots below it. Let's say this is 23rd.
Yeah, you can fill the next two with the alternate.
Yeah, I agree with what.
So we didn't like the 25th guy, but the 26th guy is cool.
I mean,
Okay.
The 25th guy is NOTA.
Yeah, but, yeah, so.
It's not, it's not saying we don't like it, we didn't like the 29th guy.
Oh, okay, that would,
You
okay.
basically, if NOTA is in the top 27, then there's one less delegate we get to send.
Correct.
Okay.
We can fill the other two slots with alternates.
Correct.
At the
So,
same,
in other words, goes back to what I tried to do a couple years ago, voting for NOTA in a party election is stupid.
Yes, yes, what he said.
I'm with you.
But we can't change the rules right this moment.
Actually,
Now, somebody can get up and say, voting for NOTA is stupid.
No, we actually can say something, because the rules are specifically for executive committee and judicial committee.
Well, yeah.
We do not have any rules specifically for national delegates.
I'm cringing because, yes, you're right.
I'm
So,
making
but
you cringe.
all of
Yeah, you're
the
crazy.
references to NOTA.
But
I'm not saying I'm gonna bring it up, I'm just pointing out there's an
I told you this, I've been saying it, I thought at some point we had added LNC delegates to this.
I know it got tabled.
So then Joe could rule that
But the
NOTA
point
isn't
is-
involved in this election, for example,
But
and
the
solve
point,
our
well,
problems.
yeah, that's why I said it. In reality, if nobody objects, we can use open vote. And we're basically creating, because the bylaws, which.
I know some. I know.
Someone between the two of us?
No.
Different than the two?
Yeah.
Different from the two of you.
Okay.
Use open vote.
So use any kind of online voting. I know
Yeah.
someone who will.
But that's okay,
We'll
we'll
just
just
vote
vote
on
it on it and it'll be done, so that's not
Well,
an issue.
but this goes back to my original,
It doesn't violate their rights.
it violates their rights, because you're not allowing them to vote. You can't-
No, we are
This
allowed to
person
vote.
can do it. She just doesn't, she thinks it's going to be worse than paper ballot.
It's not, yeah.
She will be able to participate.
She has the ability to vote, but she's choosing not to.
She
participate.
objects to it.
No, she objects to the, she'll vote.
Either way.
She just
If it's
objects to
open,
it.
she'll use it.
Okay. Oh, well.
She just objects to the
Yeah.
out of principle.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's different. That's different than that.
We do everything.
Yes.
So should we advise Joe just to say that we don't have NOTA in this election for delegates?
No, you can't say.
Yes, you can.
Why not?
It's not in there.
There's nothing that says we have to do it.
It's a tradition.
It is
But you don't wanna go down
Travis
that
Drew will
road.
get up and
You
scream.
don't wanna go down that road, because if you bring up, I wasn't gonna bring it up. If you bring up the fact that you wanna be governed by this rule, if you bring up the fact that it doesn't specifically mention LNC,
Right.
you're gonna open up a can of worms.
Right.
Alright.
So if you can have, if Oakbrook can handle a no to vote even with a listed names.
It could certainly handle a no to vote, except it doesn't.
Technically,
Because we have the delegate form
I
a
would,
notice.
I would interpret it to say that if a person lists 26 names and votes for no, his whole ballot is rejected, but you can't, open vote can't do that.
I'm sorry, but doesn't the rule
yeah, we
say
can't-
that it
well-
counts, the 26 votes count except the no to vote is disqualified?
So
it does say
it
that.
says no to, it says no to is ignored.
That's what I'm saying. So,
But
You have to read, you have to read.
it says contradictory.
it says two different things.
But you take it in order.
Right, but
You cast a ballot for either Noda or the other.
Yeah.
so then this entire
Because it also says down in the next.
so this entire sentence is null and void because the word or up there.
No, it's not. Yeah, I guess, yeah.
So in my mind, this is a provision for incorrectly filled out ballots.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Because if someone does not understand the process, you do not spoil their whole ballot.
Yeah, so, yeah, I guess that's probably, yeah, I like that interpretation.
And to me, that's
So
the
it's really
most-
not meant to.
So, in which case, we revert to ignoring the no to vote if that ballot includes votes for any person.
I think the simple thing is to just count Noda as if it was a person.
Well, we have to do that, that's what open vote
Oh, yeah,
does.
that's the problem. So-
But technically, what we would do is ignore no to votes on ballots that have other people listed, right?
No.
Because that's what the rules say.
No.
Well, so
No, you just,
first off,
you just count votes. If somebody votes for Noda, it's like they're voting to leave one delegate slot blank.
well, it says so
That's what I'm
that
saying.
but that is
I agree with that.
that is acknowledging the presence of NODA.
Yeah.
Now, granted, this is for different elections because we have no rules for elections.
Right.
A vote for none of the above shall be ignored.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So how can it be ignored and when?
Well, because you could have people that just vote for no, which would be perfectly valid.
I don't, I would, yeah,
If they're following the
you
order.
go-
Save this argument for tomorrow.
I think, no, you guys need to resolve it now.
Yeah,
so we
no,
don't
I
have
agree.
the argument.
Yeah.
I think that it does, if you can go either way, you can count Noda as a person and rank Noda in the order, or you could do what Brad's suggesting, is to just ignore it, just.
Yes.
No, I'm not suggesting, I'm suggesting the first thing.
I'm
you do, count no,
suggesting ignore it.
Well, I think you could do, okay, I think you could do either one,
Right.
because I don't think anybody's gonna vote for Noda.
Certainly not more than anyone
Well, I
else.
don't think
Yeah.
26 people are gonna vote for
Yeah,
no.
I don't think, I think, because this is important to a lot of people,
Right.
to go to the net.
Right.
And the other thing
These
is-
aren't public offices.
Yeah,
Or,
so
I mean,
I
these
don't
are-
think it's gonna happen. Now, for any other, any other position,
Sure.
somebody's gonna, but I just think, the simplest thing to do is just use
So
open vote.
what open vote will do is count
Rank
Noda
it,
as a person.
and,
Noda will get 3 or
and
4
count it.
votes and we'll care,
But
right?
again, somebody had
Yeah,
to
but how are we
stand
gonna-
up,
we
and
have to
I'll
argue.
play the,
That's what we're doing now.
if you vote for
The goal
no,
is to prevent everyone else from winning for now.
because somebody's gonna because Ray will bring it up.
Right.
In every libertarian election, Noda's always on the ballot, but it says right here, no, in any election where there is no barriers to nomination other than the consent of candidates, and where the option, well, this is for writing, that's another thing.
Do we?
So if somebody writes it, that's another thing, somebody, open vote doesn't allow for writing.
Can we do write-in votes? I think that we have to allow.
Not in this
No, you
case.
can't.
Okay, I mean, I could, but I don't
Well,
want to because
the
I've got
rule-
it.
that's what I'm saying,
Okay.
our rule says that
Can you-
write-in votes are counted.
No, one second. And where the option for any vote is.
Right, if somebody writes in their name that, of the person that hasn't been nominated, it's counted as voted.
Okay,
but
so I'm gonna be a stickler here, and if this election does not have none of the above provided, write-in ballots could be counted as for the person.
Alright.
Because it's both, it's requiring both. It's an election where there are no barriers to entry and where NOTA is available.
But no,
Oh,
will
yeah.
be available.
Well, what are we saying Noda won't be available? Noda should be available, it's not a problem. Why would we not make
Well,
Noda available?
if
No,
NOTA is available, then you cannot have write-in ballots.
Well, right, so we don't want write-in ballots.
Well,
right?
But
does open vote allow you to put a write-in?
That's why I want someone to, I put my computer up, but if.
I already
No,
voted.
I'm
so-
saying-
There were no write-in ballots.
No, I've already voted in the online tool. You're talking about form of
Oh,
vote.
yeah, okay, yeah.
No, I was going to look at their, see if they allow, I haven't checked on open vote, see if they allow for write-in ballots.
Why would
Well,
we want to do that?
I don't want to.
I think we should, in my opinion.
No, that's ridiculous. This is an open nomination. Anybody,
No,
it's
yeah, but,
pointless to
no, I
do a write-in
think,
for somebody.
I
You
think
can just
this rule,
nominate them.
I think this rule gives you justification for just listing notice. Because it says that if they did write in their name, it would be counted as notice, so what's the purpose? If you have somebody else you'd like to have go, and you haven't nominated them.
Too bad.
This basically is banning write-in votes, is what it is.
It does.
It drives Ray crazy, because it's in our bylaws.
So,
But anybody can nominate anybody, there's no reason to have.
how does the nomination work? So at some point we had start nominations,
Keep going until
people nominate,
everyone's been
and then at some point they stop.
Everybody's exhausted. We keep going to everybody in the room has been nominated, and then we go.
The one proviso is that the person has to assent to being nominated. So either they have to be present and say yes, or they have to put their name on it themselves, which then obviously they're okay with it.
Yeah.
Or if they're not present, somebody has to either have talked with them and testify that they have assented, or else they're not. It's not allowed.
So like.
We may have a test run. There may be more than 5 candidates for judicial.
My
You
thought.
guys ready for that, or we're gonna do it like?
No, we're ready for that.
Yeah, so maybe give you an opportunity for a test run, that's all.
So- I will make one point and then drop it. I know someone who cannot attend convention, who has previously been to national conventions, and is somewhere in a hospital somewhere.
Ooh.
Is that the same? He just told me the same thing. You're gonna nominate him for the LNC and JC?
No,
Oh, he's gonna be.
if he is well, he was planning to travel to Reno.
They're not.
So
You got his consent, no?
Oh, yeah, that's no problem.
Okay,
Just
so
nominate him.
that was my edge case, cause I didn't know if he had to be here or had to sign it or
As long
had
as you have
to.
his consent, you tell us.
Eric Rousseff's not here, and we've contacted him to try to find out if he wants to be nominated.
He has said that he wanted to weeks ago.
Oh, did he?
I assume that is consent in.
Okay, that's good. Then we need to add his name to the list.
Somebody can attest that he wants to go.
I believe Dee did add his name to the list.
I didn't see it, but maybe
Recently?
I missed it.
When was the last time you left?
Anyway, Susan was confirming with him that he wanted to speak.
Okay, I've gotta get some water.
So we're all good, right?
I don't know, we'll argue about it tomorrow, but I think we're good.
I think we're just using, if include no
Yes.
write-in,
Correct.
no to just a person.
Correct.
Noda can win a slot.
Theoretically.
Theoretically, yes.
It's somebody, no, it's not, and, the smart move is that, I would think that the majority of the people that have their name on the list and out there that recognize that it's their best friend, if they have a group of people that want to go to convention, that's all they should vote for. You got 30 votes or 35 votes, don't vote for 35 people, vote for.
There's no differential there, your vote is
It's all
merely.
gonna be based on who the most person gets, person gets the most votes, go.
Right.
Alright, well, that was fun.
And the others get to sit in the back, I mean, they're still our delegates, even though
Right.
they're alternate delegates, so they can sit, they just can't vote, which is actually good.
So
The only reason we're doing this is so we can rank them, we gotta figure out a better way to do it. Oh, Lord, have mercy.
All right, I'm gonna go to my room.
Good plan. Me too.
Does anyone have canned acid?
Yeah, I do, as a matter of fact.
You do?
I got Galveston, does that work?
I don't know, I've never used that.
Where you at?
I'm in 123.
I'm in 154, we're on the same way now. Yeah, I travel with that.
Yeah.
I thought this ball Galveston.
I usually use Preston, but,
I got that too. It's prescription straight.
that's fine. Actually, I probably should use prescription. I really don't.
if we have a schedule, there should be the outside should be. So we should be able to move our bubbles this way, not that way. I don't know where, how. Alright, so do that. Maybe just give it a dimension. I don't know. Alright, so you'll do that. But what we need to do fairly soon is set up some kind of schedule for the fabric. Now, this fabric was or wasn't unsafe? That it wasn't. It was $8.99 and it's still, you know, it just, the 25 law ends today, so that's not huge. It's hard to read their numbers because they give you a number and then the real number. So it wasn't, that ended today.
Do they do that like all the time? Wait, you still got 25% off the remnant. It did.
The remnant price plus 25%, yeah, because the 25% off is everything but door slingers or whatever I call them and clearance. So that. So one of the things we could do is go back and buy that fabric today. Because it was close to a gold and that's usually $8.
Do they have like sales like that often?
Well, not often enough for us because we're heading into the middle of March. I'm going for a chunk of April. And the convention is state works just fine, but being on home.
Oh, you don't want to turn the butters?
No.
Oh, right.
Oh, which
Essential coverage,
right.
like they need coverage.
Right, but I'm saying.
So then I can figure out.
Okay. For the LPNC or for the medical property? is to my room, that leaves it clean. Well, who knows? Right. And if you're not gonna dress, why don't you go by the fabric and I'll go get dressed and we'll both be. That whole other roll, yeah. And it may not be 8 yards, but. Yes. Right. And we really. Me too. It's it. I would not, but who knows? The $200 price tag should. No. Right. All we need to do is set up the schedule. Yes. We do need to do that. Oh, I also need to bring in that vest. Oh, right. Not seeing that through.
There's five for your choice up there. So I don't know if the bar's open or not, but the bar's open. Right, I need to carry this, I can't remember. Right, I need to carry this, I can't remember. Oh, not recently. I think you know who he is, right? Yeah. He had a Disney full glasses. But I didn't know who. He brought me a prescription.
number